so people aren't asking about it. So we can just get through all of
Mentioning
it.
how
Silence. Moid. A feminist is speaking. All right, let's watch.
Fundamentally don't understand how like any of the dog training stuff works either. Like they don't realize that even the e-collars that do shock are unironically used to train fucking like service dogs and shit. They think it's like dog abuse in general. That's part of the reason why so many trainers have come out and been like, you guys are wrong. Like shock collars are not like tasing the dog. It's like a TENS machine. I have literally fucking shocked myself in the past. Like, so people are just like oblivious to that in general. So wait, hold up. Oh, we got a discount code that Jeremy sent me. Okay, I'm gonna have Jeremy Scahill on later today as well. Yes.
What the fuck is that TikTok? It's from a Hassan Abi head that's having fun with the Raiden memes.
Thank you. Shock collars are not wrong. I mean, they can be used in a wrong way for sure. Stop saying they don't understand. Yeah, we use an e-collar on our hunting dog. I've shocked myself. It's for his safety when hunting. Like, people don't.
That's so disgusting. Where can I see Hassan shock himself? Oh my god.
People don't understand because like a lot of people think.
Did you hear Hassan's idea for a charity stream? I just don't understand why he doesn't want to give me credit for this. Like, pay up royalties, bitch. All right. I just don't understand like why men in this industry are always needing to steal from women. It's just crazy. It's honestly, it's fucked up. It's actually fucked up. It's crazy. We need to fucking take these people to court. That's what we need to do. This is all a large joke. All right.
Think that it's just, you're not supposed to train your dogs at all. You're just supposed to let them fucking roam, not realizing that like dogs need structure. They need to work. They need to be like very active. They need to get that out of their fucking system. And not only that, but also in an effort to train them, a lot of the literally the disability dogs, the service dogs get fucking e-collar trained with like a what you would call a shock collar. What did Vanilla May say? Vanilla May said, hi, Kaya. Yeah, it's... So even like the most maximalist position that people think happened is not even a remotely controversial incident. It's just like, I was not even angry at Kaya. I was just fucking angry at the situation of my internet being cut out. And I just had a fucking shitty moment. It is what it is. You know? It was something that I also recognize as well. It was just awful. They are wrong. The leading animal behavior organizations oppose them. You guys are spreading misinformation right now.
Oh, okay, that's it. Sorry, I thought there was some more. The son's confused me. Is he saying it's an e-shock collar? I know it's not, but he said it so poorly. No, he was saying that like there are trainers that use shock collars for dogs. And now, this is... Okay, sorry, I'm reading chat messages. Now, I tried... whoa, holy shit. I decided to go out of my way and like look into dog training and like what dog trainers say about collars in general. I had a Biden moment. I should be. And I haven't had a dog, so I can't comment on like what I think would be the best thing. And I'm not a dog trainer, so I can't comment on what would be the best thing. I have seen people talk about whether or not shock collars are effective. And there are a lot of dog trainers that refuse to use them completely and entirely, and that they think that you shouldn't use them. And then I've seen other dog trainers say that there are rare instances where it makes sense. I don't even have collars on my cats, so I can't comment on what method is the most effective for training whatever particular dog.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Is it? Okay, Ethan, calm down. I'm sure, much like anything else, you can still cause harm I'm sure you can with the sorry, I'm like want to get all my words correct before I get fucking clipped and posted. I'm sure there are lots of dog owners that use shock collars to abuse their dogs. 100%. 100 million percent. Positive reinforcement is all a person needs unless maybe some fringe case. Listen, I'm not gonna again. I've had friends who like they've told me that their dog is such a creature from hell. They have like a tiny little. It's one of those tiny fluffy dogs. I forget the name of the dog. I don't think it's a Chihuahua. It's some other thing. And they've given their dog to like 10 different dog trainers, and they're all like, "I can't train your dog, bro. It's a Pomeranian." Yeah, a friend of mine has a Pomeranian. They're like, "I literally can't train this dog. This dog is a freak. Your dog has a problem, okay? Not one that I can do. Not one that I can fix, excuse me. Don't look at what dog trainers are saying. Look at what studies are saying. Every dog trainer uses shock collars are going off of outdated information. There's zero scientific evidence that they're more effective than... No, the question is not about whether or not they're more effective. It's about whether or not there are ever instances that you would need to or want to. Again, it's not really like I literally don't have dog. I don't even use collars on my cats. So, and I've trained, all of you guys know, people think you can't train your cats. You absolutely can train your cats. You just only can train them with like positive reinforcement. Some chatter said you can do it with negative. I've never tried that. I only use positive reinforcement because my understanding was cats only respond to positive reinforcements. I train my cats to understand shoulder. And that if I do this, they'll jump on my shoulder on command. So my cats are trained. My cats are trained. And I have trained them to, it's just the way that you train cats is you don't let them do the thing that you don't want them to do. And you positively reward them when they let you do things that they don't want, like cut their nails, or when you want them to do things that are fun. Like, again, I can, what is it called? I've trained my cat to jump on my shoulder before, and they still do it if I ask them to. Super cat, prove it. They're not here. I'm not gonna like go and grab one of them. I've trained my cats. I've trained my cat to stop eating people food, which was very huge for me because I've told you guys this yesterday and multiple times before. But when I got this cat, the second cat, he would literally like fucking climb you like a fucking tree, balance on your arm like a balancing beam just to eat the food off your fork. And the crazy thing about it too is he doesn't have like food insecurity because I free feed them. And he's like a healthy weight. Like he's a great weight for his breed and like build. So super healthy. Every time I take him to the vet, I'm like, is anything wrong with him? And they're like, he's great. Looks great. And he just really likes to eat, which like, who can blame him? You know, like me too, buddy. Me too. And I literally just had to deny him that shit over and over and over and over and over again for years. For years. And now, and like a lot of like, because you can't punish the cat because then it doesn't really understand. A lot of cats don't really understand what's happening. They just think you're punishing them because you hate them. So like he'll try and get my food and then I have to put him away. Or I have to close the door and eat in the room by myself as he meows at the door. And eventually I would start like giving him treats if he wouldn't bother me for my food. And now he'll ask once. He'll like walk over and be like, that's some really good food you have there. It would be so cool if you gave me some. And then I like pull the plate away and he's like, okay, that's okay. I don't need any. And he goes and like walks over and sits down. So like, if you try hard enough with a cat, you can train them. And also people have trained their cats to like jump through hoops and roll over and paw. Like you can train cats to do a lot. It's just more time and they only really respond to positive reinforcement. So, but there's some really cool videos of people training cats if you guys want to see cool shit. I had a cat that would fetch. My cats, I didn't train them to fetch. They just both like playing fetch. They're just built different like that. There's some Russian cat ladies who have a whole cat circus. Yeah, no, it's really cool. It's really cool that you can train cats to do that. Moving on. Yeah. The thing is, let me think what I wanted to say here. Positive reinforcement people are simply wrong. Like, do they never say no? No is negative reinforcement. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I think when people say negative reinforcement, they're trying to invoke like punishment rather than anything else. But anywho, what was I trying to say? Oh yeah, I'm sure with dogs do respond to negative reinforcement, and negative reinforcement can be like, you know, saying no or denying them something positive that they otherwise would have gotten. And again, technically, there's positive punishment, negative punishment, positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, right? It's just people call negative reinforcement colloquially, not psychologically. People call negative reinforcement anything negative. So if I use the appropriate psychology terms, other people are like, well, no, that's that. Colloquially, that's what we call this. So I'm just going to use the colloquial terms. But anywho, if you're denying them something or you're, you know, putting them in like the gay baby jail, putting them in timeout or whatever. Yeah. Moving on. The thing that frustrates the shit out of me is like a bunch of people commenting on like a dog. People, the fact that people feel so comfortable saying that this dog is being abused, having never met the dog, having only gone off of like 10 seconds of footage, 10 seconds of footage compared to the hundreds of hours of footage. And being like, no, that dog is definitely being abused. It's like, that's crazy. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. Certain people get mad even if you just yell at your dog, like, bro, we're getting wild. Yeah. You don't train your cats. You talk to them and explain why it's important. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. The most annoying thing is just like people who don't have dogs and people who don't even give a shit about animals, like Asmongold, doing this faux outrage about what is and what is not acceptable for a dog. It's like, you don't even give a shit. You don't even care about this. Why the fuck are you even commenting? You don't even care about animals. I don't even understand why you're pretending to for a moment. That's what's so crazy about it. These people jumped on a bandwagon based off of nothing. There are thousands of hours of footage of Hassan and Kaya out there. Yeah. Campaign was bad faith to begin with. Yeah. Here's a whole playlist of sorry, I thought you were doing a sarcastic bit of like, here's a full playlist of Kaya being abused, and it's like videos of just Hassan and Kaya. If you want to completely finish with the collar nonsense, Mike made a good video that's actually really, really good. I mean, again, there was like a good like Sasha Grey put out a really good video, genuinely. It was like a really short 4-minute video on all of this. That's kind of like unbeatable. And I'm commenting here based off of, what is it called? Trainers that I've spoken to who, there are some animals that are just harder to train. There are some pets that are just more difficult to train. Then they just take more time to train them to do something. For whatever particular reason, right? Maybe their breed is just like a little more feisty. Maybe their personality is just a little bit more anti-authoritarian, you know, whatever particular reason. And I will say, as someone who's spoken to someone who has a dog, and they're like, I literally can't find a trainer that will train my fucking dog. I can't. Every single person that gets my dog is like, your dog is from hell. Good luck. And after like a week, they give up. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this stupid Pomeranian fuck. And then all he does is just hurt himself when I'm not there, make a mess, bark at everyone all the time, and no trainer will take no trainer will take my fucking dog. And then other dogs are just like, I think like Boston Terriers, from the people I know who've had Boston Terriers, they like Boston Terriers are just like really nice, friendly dogs. You still have to train them, obviously, but they're just so not mild-mannered, but like they just like people so much that they're a good, safe pet to get, a good, safe dog to get. So yeah, there's just temperament or disposition, yeah. And like apparently, and every single Boston Terrier I've met, I will admit, they just like want to give you love. And they just do want to give you love. That's it. They're just like, it's like, you are so ugly in like a kind of cute way. They do have a lot of energy though. They do. They do. The thing that you have to train them not to do is like fucking try and climb every single person that you ever introduce them to. Explaining logic to people who've left logic behind a long time ago is a special type of insanity. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, I'm sure that like some dogs you can just do positive reinforcement and it works great and you don't have to do anything else and wow, excellent, wonderful. And I'm sure there are other dogs where like it's a little bit more effort and time. I can't comment on shock collars. I think a lot of people rightfully don't really like shock collars because they don't like the image that it invokes. I've seen some people talking about how like because certain dog breeds are so big, like have you guys seen a Great Dane next to a human being? These are where's that one image where it's like bro got to start paying rent? Let me see if I can find this. I love my dog, but this motherfucker gotta start paying rent. And can I just say, dude, a family friend of mine has a Great Dane, and these dogs are huge. Holy shit. Oh my God. These things eat like a horse. They're massive. I was like, they're very like, well, they have a great temperament in general, but yeah, these dogs are huge. That's a horse, bro. No, but really, like, look at this. I think they can weigh up to like 150 pounds or more or something. This is a normal human-sized adult. Bruh. Bruh. So anyways, yeah, like all of that was to say like the structure of like different dogs is going to be different. I know, crazy. Different dog breeds are going to have different levels of neck meat, as Hassan likes to say. So I think when people are like imagining shock collars, they're imagining it on like a little chihuahua, and that seems crazy. To be honest with you, I don't even think you can train chihuahuas to do anything. I think chihuahuas just like live in rage until they die, which like honestly kind of based. But again, I'm not going to comment. I think people again rightfully have it invokes a terrible image to think of like an animal getting shocked. Like nobody really likes that. I don't like it. I don't like the idea of it. But I also understand that, like, it's weird for me to say something beyond that, if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying. What do you think about him agreeing that he should wear a shock collar for donations to a charity? He should. Will XQC pay the 50K? That's a great question. I'm gonna go with no. No, he won't. Comment like you're an expert. That way you'll be on par with 99% of the conversation around it. I know, right? Yeah. Anywho, on that topic. It doesn't matter anyways because he's already shown people that it's not a fucking shock collar. Is that a tiny person or a massive dog? It's a massive dog. Did you see the community note was posted and removed because it said XUC paid the 50K? That's hilarious. So why won't he admit that he vibrated her? What are you talking about? He did. What? Unpopular opinion, I use positive reinforcement for my dogs. English, Mastiff and Cane Corso. I think it's the right way, backed by science. Dog training industry is not regulated. Any trainer has education and certs will agree. That being said, Hassan is not a dog trainer. He trusts his dog trainer. Why are we blaming the pet parents? I mean, again, like I said, like, oh God. Sorry. What was I gonna say? Still vibrating scared the dog. I'm not even gonna comment on that. I have no words. I have no words. Anyways, the shit that I've seen online is like, and this is coming from someone who I don't like the idea of a shock collar. I really don't like the idea of a shock collar. I don't like the idea of like anyone having shock collars. I don't like the idea of anyone using shock collars, but I also recognize that I'm not a dog trainer, so I genuinely don't know if there are any instances where you should. And I'm sure that if you just fucking turn a shock collar up to the fucking max on a little chihuahua, you're going to cause it severe pain. I'm sure. And I'm sure that people abuse shock collars and do abuse their dogs. I mean, people abuse their dogs without even having shock collars or needing shock collars. And I'm against shock collars again because I don't like the idea of people being able to just fucking shock their dogs on command. But it also seems bizarro for me to say that, like, no one has ever used this product correctly ever in the past before ever. I can say this confidently as someone who's never had dogs and isn't a dog trainer. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what the correct neck meat ratio to, like, zap scale is for it to be ethical. I don't fucking know. I just know that I don't like the idea of a shock collar. Okay. You see Ethan shocked himself with one and he said it didn't hurt. I did see this like very briefly. I saw that like he did some stream also and like shocked himself or something. He got the thing and then he like tried to shock himself or something and he said it didn't hurt. I don't have the clip on hand. So I don't know where it is. I can try and find it. But again, it's like, I mean, have you guys ever had someone zap you with a piece of gum before? Have you guys experienced this before? What? No. Gum? Yeah, the like little like prank, the buzzer gum. Hey, do you want a piece of gum? Gotcha. It's not gum. You got zapped. You guys know what I'm talking about? No? You guys don't know? What? Prank gum. Yeah, the prank gum. The buzzer thing. Yeah. The buzzer handshake thing in the cartoons. Oh my God, I remember this. Yeah, this is back before we had phones, guys. Okay, this is back before we had permanent entertainment on our phones. All right. Sorry to be a boomer. I just barely got this at the tail end. And you know what sucks? I didn't even get to get old enough to have disposable income to do it to other people. It just happened to me. It's fucking terrible. But anywho. There are like scales on it. Again, I'm against shock collars. I would like us to not use any shock collars. And I don't want to give like dog abusers more tools to use to abuse their dogs. If there are some dog owners that think that, you know, if you put it on like the lowest setting or whatever, it's fine. I don't like the idea of it. I don't like the idea of anyone having a shock collar. If Hassan had a shock collar for Kaya, and Kaya seems already so mild-mannered, so I don't know why she would even need a shock collar. Like, she doesn't seem like the type of dog that would need one. But I don't own Kaya. Like, I'm not her trainer. Also, he didn't even say that he vibrated Kaya in the clip, just that the collar vibrates. Oh, okay. There's also zero evidence of shock collar. You know, this one piece of footage here is this one piece of footage shows, actually, excuse you, this one tiny piece of footage shows here that there seems to be something on the back of the collar that we photoshopped in to look like a piece of tape. This altered pic shows the tape. It must clearly be covering prongs. It's so insane. All right. Funniest part is right-wing dog trainer American Standard Dog Training was under the assumption that he used it and commended him, and while right-wingers are calling him out, that's insane. Like, half the right-wingers are like, I love shocking my dog, and I love that Hassan did that. And the other half of the right-wingers are like, actually, that's literally abuse, and you should never do that. Also, I never train my dog. Again, that's why I say, I will not, I will die on the hill that anyone who says that the vibration collar is abuse is just someone who doesn't train their animals. If you think the equivalent of your phone vibrating in your pocket is abusing an animal, you literally just don't like to train your animals. Not shock collars, vibration collars. And I've seen these idiots on my fucking timeline that are like, okay, obviously shock collars are wrong, but I also think vibration collars are abuse. It's like, you have to be the fuck that like just, no, he doesn't bite. He doesn't bite. And your dog is like, and it's like snarling, like fucking foaming at the mouth at me. It's like, bro, he looks like he bites. Bro, he looks like he bites. Can you just get like a collar or something? And her name is Princess. All right. Mayor Cat, what's wrong? Do you want love? He's just sitting on top of the shelf. He's like, wah, wah. You can see his little tail. Wah, my life is so hard. Wah. All right. I've legit been told by people that if the dog sleeps on the bed for 4 hours straight, that's abuse. I think people just don't know that like dogs and cats sleep for like 16 plus hours. Like they sleep a lot more than we do. Especially from what I read, chows, they're very eepy dogs. Our world is so unserious. I know. It's just so insane. It's so ridiculous. Even my wife knows about this, and she's not an online person. She heard it in a mom group that she goes to. The moms were on Hassan's side, at least. How is he doing it? He can't keep getting away with it. No, they just don't give a fuck. They're moving the goalpost constantly. My 5-pound dogs sleep most of the day. It's idiotic. Yeah. It's also like, I mean, this is one instance where I would say that your dogs and cats are kind of like people, where I don't know if you guys have experienced this. If you spend the whole day doing nothing, you'll struggle to fall asleep because you're not like tired because you kind of spent the day doing nothing. Or like if you spend a week, I don't know if anyone's like had like a workcation before, like a staycation, whatever the fuck they're called, where you just like do nothing for like a week straight. And like, it's like you've been awake for 20 hours and you're like, I'm not tired at all. And it's because you haven't expended any energy. So you're not like exhausted yet. Your brain isn't exhausted and your body isn't exhausted. So you're just like, I'm still awake. Can I go to bed now? It's the same thing with pets, right? If they get a lot of playtime and a lot of exercise, they're going to want to just like relax and recharge. If your dog is sleeping for 5 hours, maybe it's because you just took it out for an hour for running and playing with other dogs. Of course, my dog is going to sleep a lot. What is it going to do? Start playing Valorant? My dog must be happy because it's constantly walking around the house all day. It's like, no, it's probably walking around the house all day because it's bored and it wants to expend its energy. Like, it's way more concerning to see like a dog like pacing around and like constantly walking in and out of frame. Having spent a lot of time with Lana and Lana's dogs, it's like I've learned a lot of dog behavior, which has been fun because I've never owned dogs, so it's been fun to watch and like learn how dogs act a little bit more.
Denims is streaming.
And like they'll be totally chill, except for her puppy. Her puppy's a maniac, but they'll be totally chill and they're just like sleeping and napping and sleeping. And then after like 3-4 hours, suddenly they're all like excited and they're like pacing and they want to go outside, and they just will keep pacing and pacing and pacing until they get taken outside. And then as soon as they get back, right to sleep. That's so cute. That's so cute. And this cat has active suicidal ideation because of woke shock training. Yeah. No, clickers are like, I highly recommend, if anyone here is trying to train their cat for anything ever, if you think you can't train your, okay, some cats are untrainable. Let me just say that really quickly. Okay. Let me just say that really quickly. Some cats are untrainable. But if you did want to train your cat and your cat can do it, what if your cat's deaf? Then you have a cat that meows really loudly, which is dope, okay? No, I highly recommend clickers. Clickers are so cool. Or like, this is a good video that shows it off, I think. Maybe, hopefully.
Come on.
Good girl. I'm Albert.
I've trained my cat to do this.
Mia. Do you know how long it took me to teach Mia clicker training? 1 week. Clicker training.
This guy has great energy. Let me see if he show it. Wait.
Girl. Clicker training is fairly simple. You're going to be able to teach your cat almost anything with this system. Okay, let's get into it. 3 steps to clicker train your cat. Step number 1, don't free feed your cat. Step number 2, charge the clicker.
Oh, mine didn't have anything you needed to charge for it.
Step number 3, start marking those behaviors that you want to see more often on your cat. And that's it. Step number 1, don't free feed your cat.
I think if your cat is like still food motivated, it's fine because I free feed my cats and the clickers work fine. But my cats are one of my cats is food motivated. So I give them treats when they do it. But I assume actually not free feeding your cats would be even more effective. But again, I don't have to. It's giving 2014 vlogger vibes. Yeah. Let me see if I can show like them. Here it is.
That you're trying to reinforce a behavior afterwards. Do not make the sound if you're not going to treat your cat. You want to make sure that whenever this device makes a sound, your cat knows that something good happened. Otherwise, you're going to mess the whole thing. What you're going to do to charge the clicker is produce the sound and immediately after give the reward, give a treat. Because I train with Mia quite a lot, I do not use treats. If I use treats, I make sure that I divide them in 3 or 4 pieces instead of giving a full treat because otherwise she would be full and stop listening to me in 2 minutes.
Oh,
so
okay.
Instead of using
I guess this is like you want to see results fast, bro.
treats, I use scribble. It's going to take a while for your cat to understand that after this sound comes a reward. So you want to do this for a while.
What is this static in the background? This is the cat is just permanently getting shocked. The cat is just actually getting electrocuted the whole time.
3.
Anywho, yeah, you just like make the sound and then they understand the sound equals treat. It's dope. Highly recommend. Highly, highly recommend. Clickers for cats. It's great. It's great. If your cat ever does something once in a while and you're like, oh, I wish you would do this all the time. Clicker. The clicker will save you. But anywho. Okay, moving on. The entire house is electric, yeah. He actually just lives in the world that is Andor's prison system. Dude, the way that they talk about Kaya is like, Kaya lives in the Andor prison. Kaya on program. He was actually stopping her from zapping herself. The floor was he's wearing the rubber boots and the floor is actually hot right now. So she was about to touch it and he was like, stop. So he was actually saving her. By shocking her, he was saving her from getting extremely shocked. Also, the air is charged just in case. So stupid. All right. Enough. Okay. Last thing I wanted to show on this, and then we can move on. Just this. Oh, I guess it's gone forever. Darn. I fucking hate goddamn YouTube search. Denims, I actually work at the dog choking factory, and I can confirm that Hassan is a regular. Oh, okay, good to know. Enough about dogs and cats. How do we train humans to use their brains and not be more stupid than most animals? Okay, that's a great question. That is a great question. Now you're talking. Okay. I did see this XQC post. This is flawed because the image on the right is from June, so he possibly changed it between now and June, yeah? June, what are you on about? This is literally hours apart. Hours apart, different outfit, and a few things in the background are changed. Actually, true. Apologies. I'm not on the computer. I got my pics wrong. This one. This is the clip that everybody
went crazy.
Fair, but yelping is how they show pain. Yeah, that's why you check and see. Okay, are you fine? Which he did. He like turned around for like 5-10 seconds just to make sure. And she like assumed the position and like went back to sleep. Okay, she looks like she's fine.
Over, and that went viral.
Of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Okay, that's the clip that everybody went crazy over. But when I say crazy, I mean it went crazy. Full on Islamophobia, people coming out of the woodworks, calling him the F word, going completely insane, saying he was yelling at his dog. I mean, this is like, isn't this how he always sounds? So, if your dog yelps like that, I'm running over to ask if it's okay. Well, I think this is a really good teaching moment for animal owners. Did you know in most basic training guides that they say if your animal yelps like this, you are not supposed to pay attention to it. Yeah, you're not supposed to tend to the animal because then it associates that shock or that pain with the validation of human attention. So unless your animal is severely injured where you need to
or just like injured
it and get it help. If it's something like this, that's a quick yelp, you're supposed to let it be and not engage too much. Same thing actually goes for dreams, by the way. If your dog is, or your animal is having a nightmare, you're not supposed to wake it up, no matter how bad you feel. I mean, I wouldn't call this yelling, but sure, if that's how you feel. Anyways, this is him showing the collar today.
I ran into this problem a little bit actually, where my cat was using the cat wheel and I was so happy, so I started giving him treats, and now he only uses the cat wheel if I'm there and I'm there to give him treats. I accidentally rewarded him too hard for doing this thing, so now he doesn't do it on his own time, which is the whole reason I got it, so he could use it on his own time. So anywho, yeah, if you know that the dog is fine and it's not engaging in any other concerning behavior and it let out one yelp, maybe it got its dew claw stuck in something or whatever, you don't want to give it more attention when it's fine, because you're training it to know that yelping good. Yelping is how you get me to get you love and attention. That's why he checked on her. I mean, yeah, he like literally turned around and was like, okay, are you good? Okay, you look fine. Rewatch it, Denim. Never mind. I thought you would at least say the video wasn't a good look. I already talked about this yesterday. I already said, and he's already said that the video doesn't look good. He's annoyed because of his like computer and his stream crashing. So he's like being more curt with her. It looks like he reached over to fucking raid in her ass. And obviously he wasn't doing that. And then he says that like his mom spoiled her without giving more information because he didn't realize this clip was going to be so fucking viral that everyone and their moms were going to see it. So when he was saying my mom spoiled her, he wasn't saying she doesn't deserve to be spoiled. She should be tortured and zapped for all of eternity. He was saying she is supposed to stay in her place when I say place until I tell her that she can get off, because that's how you train her to know place until otherwise. And my mom just let her roam the house and sleep on the hardwood floor, which she's not supposed to do because it's bad for her joints. So I don't know what you're like asking me to say something I've one already said, and two, he's already said. Training can fall away so quickly. I mean, yeah. Dude, I tried so hard to train my cats with my family when I lived at home with my family, and I couldn't train them because everyone would just give them treats for everything. It would just be like, oh, you're such a cute little princess. Do you want a treat? It's like, and I begged my family. I was like, please stop giving them treats. You're never going to let me train these fucking cats if you just keep giving them treats whenever they walk up to you. And then they just kept doing it. I'm like, dude, it's a fucking jober. It's so jober. I literally never got to teach my cats to be okay with nail clippings. Whereas like my cats now that I have no one else fucking giving them treats for no reason, they let me cut their nails. And like, again, when cats don't want to, when they don't want something, they will fucking leave, okay? They will wriggle. They will turn into a liquid puddle, and then run somewhere you can't get them. And my cats currently, I'll cut their nails and they'll be like, meow. Meow. How could you do this to me and cut my nails? And it's like, stop being a little princess. I literally saw you get your nails stuck in the last 4 objects you stepped on. I know you appreciate this. Stop. Stop it. How could you do this, Mao? But it's because they know, okay, at the end of like nail cutting, nothing is going to happen. I'm not going to get hurt. I'm going to be fine. And then I get a treat. All right. This is never going to end until even Trump says something about it. Some dogs catch on to that shit fast, too. Give a treat to one of mine for doing anything, and they'll try to do it again on their own. Yeah. Alrighty. Enough of that. Enough of that. I think that's enough. I think that's enough of that. Dude, that was peak YouTube poop. That was such good YouTube poop. Back in my garage. Such a blast from the past, dude. Back when the internet was back when we had a simpler time on the internet. Ty Lopez, YouTube poop. This is still the best YouTube
Here in
poop.
my garage, I just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than knowledge? This new Lamborghini here. But you know what I like a lot more than the new Lamborghini here? My TEDx talk where I talk about this
New Lamborghini here.
In fact, I'm a lot more proud of these 7 new Hollywood Hills that I had to get installed to hold 2,000 new Lamborghinis.
Stupid.
It's like the Buffett Warren billionaire says, the more you earn, the more you drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. In fact, the real reason I keep this Lamborghini here is that it's a reminder that dreams are still possible, because it wasn't that long ago that I was in a little Lamborghini sleeping on bookshelves in the Hollywood Hills with only $47 billion in my bank account, and only 47 Lamborghinis in my Lamborghini account, and only 47 hills in my Hollywood account, and only 47 TEDx talks where I talk about Warren Buffett's in my TEDx talks where I talk about Warren Buffett account. But you know what? Something happened that changed my life. I bumped into a Lamborghini and another Lamborghini, and a few more Lamborghinis. I found 5 Lamborghinis. I don't call it money anymore. I call it fuel units. You must have enough fuel units. You must have enough Lamborghinis. You must construct additional pylons. I'll see you on my website. It's a quick video, and you'll see there absolutely nothing.
Oh God, dude. Oh, sorry. I can't resist. If anyone ever asks what YouTube poop is, because they missed that period of time on YouTube, you have to show them this video. Because the other YouTube poops don't hold up, guys. Trust me. This one holds up. This one still holds up. It's an avant-garde video format. I know, right? Can we go back to this time? That's what I've been saying. Dude, back before algorithms, YouTube was great. YouTube was the best before it had like obscene algorithms that just gave you shit that you would fucking hate. The Les Mis one is still pretty peak though. Okay, that's true. That is true. That is true. I'm just saying, like, a lot of the Gmod ones don't. They don't hold up. Some of those don't hold up at all. Luigi, thank you for the 6 months. Cutie Tripping, thank you for the 3 months. Let me see. Oh no, 6 months. Thank you for the 14 months, Katie. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the hype train. Okay. Wow, let's go, shall we? Shall we go? Okay, let's just get the
people fun.
Oh, I'm so sorry to reopen this can of worms, but as an apology, it is Vanilla Mace, so I wanted to watch this. I'm sorry.
Dog bed. Okay, there's a video of Kaya, Hassan's dog. She's sitting in her dog bed, and she's sitting in her dog bed, and Hassan's like ranting about something, and then Kaya gets up, and he's like, Kaya, like lay down, like lay back down, and then Kaya yelps, and then he's like, Kaya, like what, and then like whatever, Kaya lays back down, and then and then all the fucking Hassan, like, people that want Hassan fucking dead were like, he used a shock collar and he's abusing his fucking dog. And then everyone's just like doing all this. Everyone is literally, and it's not even the fact, it's just like the fact that people are going through these, I'm seeing these insane lengths about, like, the lengths that people are going to see. They're like editing his picture and turning up the fucking contrast where he showed the collar to be like, no, look, he put tape over it to fucking. I'm like, hey, why? Like, why do you? And it just, it blows my mind when people care so much about something like that when there's so many worse, more ridiculous.
No, that's not the problem. The problem is, like, sorry, this too, but more importantly, oh, sorry, she's a little quiet. The problem is that these people don't actually care about any of these things. Like, Asmongold literally says he doesn't give a shit how many dog trials there are, how much animal testing is done on dogs. So, like, the problem is half the people in this don't even give a shit.
Fucking things.
Yeah, here's the clip.
I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. It's so stupid. Also, too, as somebody who's met fucking Kaya, because all these people on the internet, I'm like, I fucking met that damn dog. That dog is like.
Isn't it so weird that everyone who's met Kaya says that there's no way that that dog gets abused, and it definitely gets super fucking spoiled? And everyone who's never met it is like, that dog is definitely getting abused like crazy.
The sweetest fucking dog ever, and she's like the happiest girl in the fucking world. And the same people that are probably like, Hassan's abusing his dog. Bitch, your fucking dog is in your fucking stuffy ass 78-degree apartment all day long while you're at work for fucking 10 hours a day, and you don't keep the fucking AC on, and your dog is pissing and shitting all over the fucking floor, and it smells like hamster fucking hospital in there. Okay?
That's because Hassan pays them $7K a post about lying about Kaya not being abused. Wait, you guys are getting paid?
So I don't want to hear it. And then people, I'm like, girl, that dog lived better than me, okay? Let me tell you something. That fucking dog lived better than me.
Let me just say also, it is, for anyone who's ever had like a work from home job, your pets fucking love you. I will tell you guys, I've shared this story a bunch of times, but I left, the reason I got a second cat was because I came home one day from like going out, hanging out with friends or whatever, and then I hear Wormy at the door, and she's just like, meow, 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 and I'm like, how long has she been sitting at the door meowing? Oh my god. And I was like, I'm gonna set up a camera and I'm gonna set up a recording for the next time I go out to see if she just sits there and meows the whole time. And what she does is she literally sits there, and every time she hears footsteps, she meows. And I literally wanted to drink lava. I wanted to jump into a volcano. I felt so bad. And I was like, dude, I have to get a second cat. My cat is depressed at home when I'm gone. And I'm not even gone for that long. I stay home most of the time. And then I got a second cat, and it doesn't happen anymore. They do still run at the door when I come home most times, but they are a lot less lonely now because they have each other at least. And anyways, all of that was just to say, average mentally sane cat person, exactly. All of that is to say, if you have the privilege of being home with your pet, they are already like 1 billion times happier. They're already so much happier that you can be home. And I'm pretty sure it's like 10 times more with dogs. Because dogs are like, not all dogs, there are some exceptions to the rule or whatever, but like dogs are way more clingy than cats are. But to be clear, cats still need love. Don't let anyone tell you that cats don't need love and attention. Cats definitely do get lonely. Again, my cats they get lonely and they miss me, and then they like run at the door and they don't leave me alone. And I'll like, if I am gone for a weekend, I set up some cameras. I give someone a key to my apartment, and they free feed, so I just leave the food and the water out, and they have a litter robot, so they don't need someone to be here. They have each other. And then if any of the cameras go out or the door closes or anything looks wrong, I can just have the person come over and like take care of them. And when I come back, they are so clingy. They're so fucking clingy. They're literally so clingy. My cat was pretty clingy. He was always sitting at my desk with me, and when I would stand up, he would leave the room with me to the next room all day. Anywho.
Okay. Like, that dog is living lavish. Like, y'all wish you lived Kaya's life. Like, it's that dog is spoiled like a fucking motherfucker. Oh my god.
Yeah, Moy said he has to be hiding it from everyone. It's just so fucking insane. Yeah, he has this shock collar that no one has ever caught onto, even though Hassan literally has guests that randomly drop in by his place.
But yeah. She's such a well-behaved dog, and people will be like, "Well, that's what happens when you do shock therapy." Like, it's not.
Wait, what is this? I wanted to shift gears a little bit because once, if you've seen this, twos if you haven't seen this, mayor to mayor conversation between Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani. Oh, a lot of people haven't seen this. I haven't seen it either, so no pre-watched. I want to I'm sorry, these are like two of my favorite politicians hanging out, you know? Like, this is the most parasocial that I can be.
Bernie, Senator.
Zoran, how are you?
So many people know you as a senator, as a presidential candidate, but you were also a mayor.
For 8 years, 4 terms.
8 years, 4 terms. And the time when you decided to run, Ronald Reagan had just won the presidency. He had even won Vermont. And yet there you were as a Democratic Socialist deciding to run for mayor. What made you make that decision?
I think Reagan was part of it. During that period, this is ancient history, you know, we were dealing with serious economic problems. We had come off of the war in Vietnam some years before. And basically, it was an attempt to involve people in the political process to revitalize American democracy. And one of the accomplishments that I am most proud of in my life is between my first and second term, we came close to doubling voter turnout.
Wow.
How's that?
That's pretty incredible.
So people had given up on the political process, mostly lower income, working class people started to get involved.
How did you do that?
Here's a radical idea, all right? I don't want anyone to listen. We paid attention to the needs of the people. I know. Oh, God. Right.
What? Paying attention to what the people want and trying to enact those things? What? Whoa. But how can that be an effective strategy when the Democrats never do that?
Radical idea. In other words, like many cities, the needs of working class and low-income communities had been ignored. So in Vermont, we get a lot of snow. So we made sure that snow removal took place in low-income working class neighborhoods.
So we're just talking about the potential of Burlington's waterfront. What do you think?
Yo, I'm not going to lie, guys. Listen, I've told this story many times before. Some of the people in Montreal fucking suck, okay? Some of them really, like, blow dick, and not in, like, the good way. Can I just say, I went to Montreal once, and let me share my worst experience first. I was trying to, like, figure out, like, the train station. Like, Wait, Debs, you're Canadian? No. I'm American. But I did go to Canada once. I went to Toronto and I went to Montreal. And when I was in Montreal, also, I'm a crazy person. I went in the winter and it was so cold. Holy shit. But that was kind of fun. Going to Canada in the winter is kind of like a power move. Moving on. So, I went. And Montreal is so pretty. And the food is so good. Did you have poutine? Oh my God, yes. The nice squeaky cheese. Oh, so good. So amazing. And I was trying to figure out, like, the subway. I was like, where's the, train station? And all of the train stations are, like, almost everything is in French. Like, there was very little English. So I was, like, kind of, like, a little bit lost. And I hear this woman talking on the phone in English. So I'm like, hey, excuse me. Like, could you tell me? I'm trying to get here. Like, can you help me? And I'm not joking. She starts speaking to me in French and trying to claim she doesn't speak English. And, like, it's, like, cold. It's windy. I'm like, did I think that she was speaking English? She's like, oh, no. S'il vous plaît. No. I was like, oh, okay. And then she walks off and she's like, this American trying to talk to me. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck? That's so fucking rude. I was like, this is the most rude thing I've ever had happen in my fucking life. Jesus Christ, dude, what the fuck? Like, I'm used to New York mogging, which is they'll just be rude to your face. They're like, get the fuck out of my store. And you're like, fair. It's your store, fair. I just couldn't believe that, dude. Like, I couldn't, like, that was crazy. Frequent Montreal visitor here. That's not unusual, unfortunate, but true. It was fucked up. But anywho, the city, gorgeous, food, amazing. Like the place, really, really great. Like the area, great. And the craziest thing too was, like, it was snowing the entire time I was there. And the roads were always clear. I was like, where are the large piles of snow that has gotten so dirty it's turned into, like, black sludge that's frozen over into hard rocks? Where are those giant piles? Huh? Why are the roads usable? What? What the fuck? Oh, wait, what do you mean by this? What? The roads being clear doesn't help with the lines being completely eroded. I mean, I'm just talking about this on, like, a pedestrian level. Who gives a shit about the people that gotta drive in the snow? Fuck those people. I'm just talking about on a pedestrian level. I was like, there's no black sludge everywhere. As opposed to New York, where, like, I don't know how it is in other states that get snow. In New York, the snow gets, like, dirty immediately. And because they don't remove it, it just stays there forever until it literally melts. Like, I'm not joking. Near my high school, there was, like, this parking lot. And they would move all the snow onto this large pile. And it wouldn't melt until, like, March. It'd be like, oh, it's spring. The large pile of snow is finally melted. But it would be like really gross and dirty. It's not like a nice, pretty snow. The way that I feel like the snow is pretty in, like, less pedestrian-ridden areas. But like Montreal, like they had like these not ice trucks, these salt trucks or whatever. I was so impressed. And also their transportation system was so clean. I couldn't believe how clean their trains were. Don't get me wrong. New York is definitely like the best transportation in the US, and it's really not close. Like Chicago can have second place, okay? But New York really is top of the line when it comes to the US. But compared to like other countries, it's like, dude, why are trains so dirty? Like, why the fuck? I will never forget in COVID when they announced, they were like, we're going to start cleaning the trains every day because of COVID. I'm like, what do you mean we're going to start? What do you mean you're going to start cleaning it every day? What do you mean by that? Okay, anyways, if they're dirty in Paris too, if that makes you feel better. Well, don't they have like poop and like bed bugs everywhere in Paris? Paris kind of has like America syndrome where it's like, it's kind of got like a Gucci belt. Why is the sun in my eyes? Ow. No, it's actually pretty clean. Oh. I don't want to go to Paris. I don't want to go to France because I know that they're like mean to Americans. So I'm like, I'd rather go to one of the European countries where they're nice to Americans. You know? Don't worry, they're not meaner than Quebecois. Yeah, I've heard Spain. Spanish people I've heard are pretty nice to Americans. I've heard, and by nice, I just mean not like assholes to you and not like constantly acting like they're better than you in every single way. Anywho. Americans getting the Israeli treatment. I mean, honestly, I understand like some American tourists getting Israeli treatment in some places. Like I know Japan has closed down some shrines, and if you're a tourist, you can't go in. And it's like honestly fair. Like I don't believe in like defacing holy or spiritual locations, and I obviously don't believe in destroying anything that has cultural significance. But I know some Americans fucking suck. And I know some tourists fucking suck. So it sucks that, you know, the rest of us civilized people, the not Logan Pauls of the world, we would go and like actually appreciate it as like a work of art. But, you know, honestly, I think that that's fair. If people keep defacing shit, that's fine. That's fine. I think that that's a fair rule to have. Fucking Americans, dude. Okay, moving on. Let's keep on.
It has a lot of potential if there would be some improvements to it.
We developed programs for the children of those areas. We started a after-school program for the first time. We started a child care program. We started a teen center. We started a kids newspaper, a kids cable TV show. We started paying attention to the senior citizens living in low-income and working-class neighborhoods. Made sure that street repaving paid attention to those often neglected communities. Today, it's even worse than it was back then. People really feel government has ignored them, and we've got to start paying attention to the needs of ordinary people.
He won his first election by just 10 votes, a genuine upset. An independent beating both the Democrats and the Republicans.
When we started our campaign, we were reading about your path when you ran for mayor. You were in your 30s. You were running against someone who had been in power for quite some time.
5 terms.
5 terms. And
he kind of looks like, have you guys seen that one image that's like what the DNC and the RNC has prepared this election cycle? And there's like this guy that's like, he looks like he's in an incubator or some shit. It's like Senator Murder McKiller or something like that. Do you guys know what the fuck I'm talking about? This, what I'm saying makes Holden Blood Feast. Is that it? Yes. Yes, this shit. I want to find like the person who's made this. Holden Blood Feast. 118 years old. Please, God, just let us nuke Iran. Nothing else matters. I'll do anything, please. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die. Respectable bipartisan.
And he struggled to pronounce your last name.
Yep.
He called you
Saunders.
Saunders. What took you to the point where you were able to
We
take
ran,
all of it
if
on?
I must say so.
Please.
You know, what we did back then is exactly what I'm trying to do politically today. You had a city at that time that was dominated by a conservative democratic establishment. And so many people were left out of the political process. So what did we do? We went to the low-income public housing. We talked to people, what are your needs here? We talked to women's groups. This is way back when. We did not really have an opportunity. Talked to people in the arts community, said, what can we do more? We had meetings with hundreds of parents to talk about what we can do to improve life for the kids. And then a week before the election, we talked to the Burlington Patrolmen's Association, police union. And we said, look, you guys said, you guys are workers. It's a difficult job being a cop. How can the city play a better role? And we talked about it.
You were sharing earlier that when you won the race, you then came into a city council.
Still shudder.
Chap. The same way that the right is really good at dog whistling and really good at propagandizing things, the left has to get just as good. And that means that the people that we push into power pretend like they like cops, but don't actually help the cops. And they say, I respect it, it's a hard job. And then they actively cut as much funding as possible. That is how good we have to be at our propaganda.
We had 13 people on the Board of Aldermen, and their strategy was very simple. They said it was a fluke. That was the word that they used. He somehow got in. We're going to make sure he doesn't accomplish anything. 2 years from now, people are going to come to their senses and re-elect all of us, right? They made life miserable. They denied all of my appointments. So I had to work with people who had spent their whole life trying to defeat me. 1 year later, I worked so hard knocking on doors. We ran a slate of candidates. On election day, we won 3 seats, plus 2 gave me veto power, changed the whole direction. And I think even our opponents said, oh, that we better back off. What Bernie is doing is what people want him to do. So we did so many things which brought people together to help develop a sense of community. I'll give you an example. It's a beautiful city. And I said, look, I want to plant trees all over the city. It can't be done. Well, we ended up getting money. And you know who planted hundreds of trees in the city of Burlington? The people. On a given Saturday, all over the city of Burlington, people were out there planting their own trees. We started a jazz festival, which shut down the entire city for free jazz all over the city. Still going today. Circuses. We just did a whole lot of things to bring people together culturally.
Excited that Ella Fitzgerald is here. It's certainly going to be a great few days. Thank you very much.
And where would you find the funding for this?
It was not a lot of money, to tell you the truth. You'd be surprised that small amounts of money can really go a long way, especially in a small city. And one of the things in the arts community, and I found that when I ran for president, there's so many great musicians and artists out there. They you give them an opportunity to perform, to be supportive of working class ideology, they are there with you. They're an untapped resource.
I'm Jane Driscoll, and this is 242 Main Presents, a production of the Mayor's Youth.
I feel when I'm muted. Sorry, I was reading out a chat message that said, imagine saying that you can't plant trees. Like, buddy, they plant themselves. I think people can manage to plant some. Can I just say really quickly how hardcore I took for granted the trees in New York? Like, not on like a health conscious level, or like not on a we have to save the trees or whatever the fuck. Because like, you guys already know why. Anyways, more so just the city planning level, both aesthetically but practically, the fact that there is no fucking shade in some goddamn cities is actually disgusting. It is the thing that sucks the most about like California and LA. because New York gets hot. It gets to like, you know, I've had summers where it gets to 100 degrees and I go out and it doesn't feel hot, even though we have like a humid heat. So it should feel even worse. And I've never understood. I was like, why is it so much hotter here in LA than it is in New York? And I realized there's no fucking trees anywhere. There's no fucking trees in other states. Like literally, there's no fucking shade. And there are trees that can provide shade. It's like the natural flora that was here before we started planting a bunch of shit in California that doesn't belong here, that causes the wildfires to get worse because they're more flammable. There were trees here before. We got palm trees. Palm trees aren't native to LA. Like, they pick the trees that give no shade. And I think, what is it, like the eucalyptic tree or something? There's another one that's like also gives basically no fucking shade and only makes the wildfires worse. And then the actual fucking trees here that were here before, you know, fucking settlers moved in, we just removed them. And they're not on any fucking sidewalks. It's crazy. It's like, it's so obscene how like there are no fucking trees. Like none. It makes me so fucking mad. It makes me so angry. And it's the same thing in other states as well. Like, other states don't even have fucking sidewalks, okay? Most places in LA don't have sidewalks. Go to another state, there's no fucking sidewalks. There are none. And it is crazy how much of a difference just a little bit of shade makes. Besides also being pleasant to look at. The difference between a parking lot with no trees and a parking lot with trees aesthetically is huge. How can you not have sidewalks? Bro, that's what I'm fucking saying. It's like residential areas just don't have sidewalks. Like, obviously in downtown there are sidewalks, duh. But residential areas just like don't have any sidewalks. It's so insane. It's just so fucking crazy to me. It makes me so fucking mad. I'm an environmental scientist in SoCal. This is a huge issue. And in the inland heat desert area, it's so bad. Environment inequalities is horrible in relation to heat, shade, and native plants. Well, that's the other thing too. Because they don't plant any fucking trees, but they insist on having lawns and having grass, you need more water to keep all that shit alive because it's getting beamed on by the fucking sun. But if there was any shade, you wouldn't need 20 gallons of water for your ugly ass fucking lawn. Literally makes the city hotter, heat island effect. Los Angeles, there's direct correlation between lower income neighborhoods and shade deserts. It's so depressing. It's actually like, because yes, they are more expensive. Like a sidewalk with trees is more expensive to maintain. First of all, you have to like, you know, set up the soil, and the soil has to be large enough that the tree can continue to grow. And eventually the tree in like 2 decades will grow to a point that you do have to cut it down and then plant a new tree. Because it'll start like lifting up the sidewalk and stuff. It gets to a point that the roots will fuck up the sidewalk. But like, you only have to take care of that every couple fucking decades. Like, it's not that much fucking work. Like, it's not so much work that we can't fucking enjoy it. Like, are you serious? And damn, it's like they don't consider long-term investments in those neighborhoods. Yeah. It's so mold-inducing. It makes me so fucking mad. I will die on this fucking hill that like a good city should have trees.
So you established a youth office.
You love Montreal. There's trees everywhere. I mean, again, like I said, I've been to Montreal. It was very pretty. I like New York more because I feel like I like the people in New York more. But yeah, it's a very pretty city. There's some soul and some love and some heart put into the city planning and put into the infrastructure. That's all. Just asking for a little bit of love. That's it.
Which was headed up by a young woman named Jane O'Meara Driscoll, who 40 years later is still my wife. You know, we got married in the process. So we not only got a youth office, I got a wife. In the low-income areas, there wasn't even a little league. So we started a little league, and I was one of the coaches.
I think especially with the youth office, what comes to mind is that in New York City, we often tell kids, especially teenagers, what they shouldn't do. We spend very little time telling them what they should do.
We did, and it doesn't seem like a big deal. We established a teen center, and we said to the kids, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. You decide the music, you run it yourself under those conditions. Honest to God, I bump into people today who said, I remember that teen center, and we had musical group battles of the bands. You know, these kids were coming out, terrible music, loudest music you ever heard in your life. But the kids enjoyed it.
Bread and roses.
Exactly. Bread and roses. There was a lot of bread, but there was a lot of roses. And I think this created a sense of joy in the community that hadn't existed before.
It can't just be struggle.
No, it cannot. People have a right to enjoy community.
Yeah. It speaks to the fact that governance will require everything.
Yes.
And so often our ideas, our movement, they are thought of as if they could only exist in a purely legislative context. But this is this opportunity to show that there's the application of all of these ideas could transform the lives of working people.
Absolutely.
The people of Burlington said very clearly that they want to do away with the regressive and unfair property tax, and they want some basic alternatives.
One of the things that really struck me also about what you ran on was taking on a broken property tax system. Can you share a little bit more about what motivated you to pick that and how you see that as a progressive priority?
You got a tax system where a nurse or a truck driver may pay an effective tax rate higher than a billionaire. That's absurd. That's got to be changed. So we led the effort in breaking our dependence on the property tax because it is a regressive tax.
There are so many echoes with the struggles here in New York City, where you have a property tax system that so many have acknowledged for so long is broken, and yet there's the lack of political will to actually put forward a vision that would be fair. Wouldn't be easy, it wouldn't be simple, but it would be fair.
Right.
And people lose their faith in government if you can't address the most glaring example of its failure.
That's right.
It's a sad day because the United States has chosen to go to war against the people of Nicaragua.
When you were the mayor of Burlington, you would also speak up against U.S. foreign policy.
I did.
That was far out of line with the values of most people across this country.
For the last 150 years or so, the United States government, in its wisdom, has decided that Latin America should be a colony of the United States government.
How would you balance leading the city and speaking up for...
First of all, you got to do your job. You're not running for president of the United States. You're running for mayor of New York City, a city which, like every other city in America, has significant problems. That is your job. But sometimes, as the leader of a great city, you do have a right to reflect the views of the people in your city on some of the important issues facing the country. So what I can tell you, having been all over this country, is that the American people do not want to continue to spend billions of dollars supporting Netanyahu's extremist government, which is wreaking havoc and destruction on the Palestinian people. You have a right to speak out on those issues. I think you do. And I think when you do, you are reflecting the views of the vast majority of the people in this city. The thing that I have learned, to be a successful mayor, you got to hear from the people, you got to involve the people, and you got to talk to the people. You got to get through all the media crap that's out there and say, this is what I am trying to do. What do you think? The importance of your election is that from a moral perspective, from a set of values, you're going to be in sharp contrast to the President of the United States. We don't believe in pitting one group of people, often politically weak people. We don't believe in generating hatred against the group. Our understanding that we bring black and white and Latino and Asian, everybody else, around an agenda that works for all of us. That we're not bullies. That, you know, if we can say it, we believe in compassion and love. That is what motivates us. Oh my God, I know it's a radical thing. We believe in this.
Has Bernie said it's a genocide yet? Yeah. He said it now after the UN report recently. Yeah.
Sermon on the Mount, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which is true in all religions. All right. So it's important that we take that value system, that we cherish our kids, no matter what their color may be, the elderly who help raise us, that we bring our people together, and that in the richest country in the history of the world, it is not radical. I know, according to the President of the United States, you're a communist, really, because you want to remove child care in the city of New York, really. You're not the radical. A system which gives so much to so few and denies so many people the basic necessities of life, the depriving people of their rights to live full human lives. That's what's radical. So standing up for justice is what the American people want, and that's what your campaign is about. So bottom line is, which is going to fall on your shoulders if and when you win, is an enormous responsibility to show the world and people throughout this country that our value system can govern well and efficiently, that we can fight for justice, that we can create a better world for all people, not just for the 1%. All right. Now, I think when you get inaugurated, you're probably not going to have the 3 richest people in the world sitting right behind you, right? I think not.
We wouldn't have invited them. I hope they're not there.
And it's not just on you, it's on the people of New York. It's on all of us. What the system has done is taken away our dreams. And they said, we get it all. I mean, just the other day, our friend Mr. Musk is in line for, I mean, it's so insane. What was it, $800-900 billion bonus?
He would be a trillionaire.
And yet, in this city, you got people sleeping out on the streets and people can't afford health care.
What is giving you hope in this moment?
I'll tell you what's giving me hope. And this is
Denims, can you turn off the video? It's making my eyes sweat.
not just rhetoric, it's real. I have had the opportunity to be in every state in the United States of America, and I have met so many extraordinary people. And the bottom line is, you know what? This country consists of a lot of very, very good people. Look, one of the things that the whole country is noticing and why your race is so important, it's not just your ideas. The real question here is whether the will of people will prevail, or whether the oligarchs and the billionaires will continue to run the city. That is the question. If you can defeat the oligarchs here and say, you know what, New York City is not for sale, that will send a message to every community in America that real change is possible.
You know, Bernie, this means so much to me because we are sitting here in one of my favorite restaurants in Astoria, Sammy's Kebab House, in the heart of my district as an assembly member. And my journey in running for office in the first place, I launched on October 18th, 2019, and the first event that we had was to your Queensbridge rally. I remember the excitement, the elation we had of the rebirth of that campaign. And the consequent birth of all of our campaigns. And we canvassed the line to get in. We got $1, $5, $10 donations. We got emails. I was being interviewed by journalists from Belgium. I couldn't even get an interview from anybody in Astoria.
So you took Belgium better than
Belgium, I said. And I remember you walking out and sharing your vision for what this country could be. And to have you back here in Astoria again, it's just the ways in which you have inspired us, the path that you have tread that we now walk on, the very slogans of your mayoral campaigns, we echo them today. And in some sense, it is the energy that has powered so many of us for so long. So I just have to say
very
thank
kind
you.
of you. That means a lot to me. And I thank you very much for saying that. Look, nobody is an island into himself or herself, right? We all got it from somebody else, and I got it from other people, and they got it from somebody else. And you know, the fight for justice has gone on for a few thousand years, so, right? We're wrong, and we continue it, and you're going to be in a position to do a whole lot. So, thank you for the opportunity of being able to work with you.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you, my friend.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
All right. You guys happy?
Thank you.
All right. You got enough to give you?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
It means so much.
Am I supposed to not want to cry every time I hear Bernie speak? Exactly what I needed this morning, yeah. There's this like comic of like, it's a woman talking to Bernie Sanders. It's like, it's a drawing. And she says like, I thought you said you were going to create change or something like that. And he says something to her like, you know, I did, that's why you're here. I'm trying to see, I know that this is like not a good explanation of the comic, but I would really appreciate if someone could find it, because that is this interview made real. Now compare this guy to any of Cuomo's campaign videos. Absolute fucking slop. Dude, by far the funniest thing that Cuomo did was put a sign of the quote, "America deserved 9/11," end quote, and then an image of Hassan. Because it just makes it look like he's endorsing that. Like, that image makes it look like he's saying that. At the 9/11 memorial too, yeah. Maybe I can find it. No. Oh, here it is. Wait, is it this one? No, it's not this one. Pausers. Yeah, it's this. I think this is like an edited version, but I think this version is closer to like Bernie's actual politics. And it was this. But Bernie, you said that you were going to change America and save the world. No, I said that you were going to, and I know you will. I'm not crying, Ted. You're crying.
People that are declared by the Turkish government are good friends of mine. Okay? Shut the fuck up about optics because you're so goddamn concerned that they're going to clip me out of context. They do it every day. It doesn't matter, okay? What is this concern? God damn, dude. Yeah, Trump also is going to discuss budget cuts with Project 2025 author and OMB director Russell Vaught. Remember, Donald Trump was like, I don't know what Project 2025 is. It's a Democrat made-up thing. I don't know how to read. And ever since he got into office, that's all he's been doing is following through on Project 2025. Yeah, that's where we're at right now, man. And not only are they doing this, but they're doing this in like a blindly partisan fashion too. Like they are just so open about how partisan this is. They want to use the federal government shutdown as an opportunity to lay off more of the workforce and even take out funds away from blue states, like energy projects in blue states, energy investment that was allocated for blue states, they took out. That's crazy. That's jobs, man. That's just jobs. You're not like, you're over Republicans too when you do that. The more, yeah, we're bailing out Argentina, by the way. We took away $18 billion from transportation funds to the state of New York so we can give $20 billion to Argentina so that maybe we can get some soybeans from Argentina. Meanwhile, our farmers, well, not soybeans from Argentina. Argentina will buy the soybeans, I assume, right? That makes a little bit more sense. Partially because China no longer purchases our soy. Money comes in, money comes out of one pocket, money goes back into another pocket. Yeah. America first when you hand billions to Argentina and Israel and withhold money from American cities. Total supplemental energy aid approved for fiscal year 2025 is $20.1 billion. Combined with the baseline, overall approved military aid to Israel in fiscal year 2025 exceeds $23.9 billion, a record high, by the way. This excludes $4.8 billion in U.S. regional costs, like carrier deployments indirectly supporting Israel. Meanwhile, we're also giving another $20 billion to Argentina, as Russ Vaught is talking about taking $18 billion away from New York City infrastructure projects to ensure funding is not flowing based on unconstitutional DEI principles. Dude, they are literally America. They are ripping America, okay? I'm using aggressive terminology here, not to do like culture or whatever. This is literally what it is. They are raping this country, okay? Openly. And every day that they wreck this country, they're saying, what are you going to do about it? That is exactly what's going on. It is insane. It blows my mind. This is not a partisan thing either, for the record. This is not like, oh, just the Democrats get over. Oh, what now, libtards? Like, dude, that is a major city where millions of Republicans also live. Okay? What the are we talking about? Like California, right? California. People love talking about California. Pussy ass California, right? Libtard soy California. California has more red than 3 red states combined. 4 red states, if you want to do the math. Like, there are more registered Republicans in California than 3 or 4 Republican states combined. There are Republicans there too, if you want to think about it from a partisan perspective, which is crazy to begin with. Why the f are we thinking about it from a partisan perspective? What is going on? Once you're in office, you're the president of everybody. You're not the president of just the dumbest, most racist monsters in this country. You're my president too. It sucks, but that's just the case. You got to start acting like it. What the f is this shit? No, I'm the president of an increasingly smaller constituency of psychopaths, racists, drunk assholes, Zionists, the Argentinian population of anarcho-capitalists. Like what? What is that? Some of the worst douchebags you've ever seen in your entire life, and these guys are sitting around being like, nope, those are the guys that we have to care about. Those are the guys who we have to defend the interests of, no matter how stupid it is.
When back this morning, President Trump is saying he's moving forward with more cuts to federal agencies as the government shut down. Helping him make those decisions, Russell Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget. And as the president has mentioned, he's a key author of Project 2025, the plans that got so much attention during the campaign. Vought has already announced several of the cuts since the shutdown began and has emerged as a key member of the president's team.
You all know Russell Vought. He's become very popular recently because he can trim the budget to a level that you couldn't do any other way. So they're taking a risk by having a shutdown.
But who exactly is Russell Vought, and how did he get all this power? Let's get more from New York Times Washington correspondent Coral Davenport, who just wrote a very extensive piece on the White House budget director. Coral, thanks so much for joining us. We just heard the president praising Vought for his cuts. How did he come to earn the president's trust, and what do we know about his plans and priorities?
Sure. So Russ Vought has been with the Trump administration since the first term. He was deputy budget director and then budget director in the first term. In that first White House term, he was involved. He kind of tried to use the power of the White House.
I didn't realize that's how you say his name either. I thought it was Vought, like on The Boys, like Vought Industries.
White House to cut off spending. He was involved in the decision to cut off Ukraine spending, which ended up getting the president impeached, to reroute money for building the wall, which ended up getting canceled, to try to fire employees kind of at will, thousands of federal employees. All of those were ideas that he really embraced, that he wanted the president to be able to do, that kind of fell apart. And he spent the 4 years of the Biden administration kind of relentlessly working. He started his own think tank. He worked with Project 2025 on this project of how can the president do these things and have them stick. And because he's a budget director, he thought of using the tools, the levers of the federal budget. How can the president get the power to cut off spending, to stop spending, to shut?
What? You cannot even recognize Armenian genocide? Are you talking about Russell Vought? Is he like, does he have a position on the Armenian genocide or something? Who's this guy talking to? Is there something about Russell Vought that I didn't know, that he's like, this world looks away when Azerbaijan desecrates ancient churches and monuments? I mean, that is true, but you're in one of the very few spaces on the internet or anywhere really that doesn't do that. So it's ironic to come here to say that to me of all people. I honestly thought this guy was talking about something that I didn't know. Like maybe Russell Vought was like a weird Turkish nationalist or something. And it turns out he's just yelling in general.
Federal agencies to fire workers, to shrink down the government to, the size that you could fit it in a teacup. he has spent all this time really working, researching, planning, mapping, strategizing this in a deeply disciplined and focused way. And now
Why is he so set on shrinking the federal government? Where does that even come from?
Where were you in Azerbaijan? Blocked the population for a year and desecrated ancient Armenian churches and monuments. Israel still denies the Armenian genocide along with Turkey. And then because you spammed it, you got timed out for 300 seconds. You silent me because you do not recognize genocide. No. They silent you because you were spamming. Also, everything you just talked about, I not only recognize, but have also covered, which is part of the reason why, because I've covered it so extensively that I genuinely thought you were talking about like Russell Vought being like weirdly into denying the Armenian genocide or something. No, you recognize, yes. Okay, then why are you yelling at me? He even spammed it in right-wing chat months ago. Oh, he's been doing it to Zach Rahr as well. You speak up against Israel or Russia, but where were you all for Armenia? Okay, never mind. This guy just kind of does that. Okay. I take it back. He does that. He's equal opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, he's a conservative's conservative. You know, he grew up in a very Christian home. He's deeply religious. He went to an evangelical Christian college, Wheaton College in Illinois. His first job in
what is this? I wonder what the Trump supporters who consistently attack me with lies that I've denied the Armenian genocide will have to say about Trump's actual denial. They don't give a shit. They'll just move on to the next thing. Damn, all the way back in 2019 too. Did he go to a rally or not yet? No, I came back from a rally.
Washington was with Republican Senator Phil Gramm, who was sort of known as the most unloved man in Washington for his efforts to cut the budget. I think he's talked about how he felt like for his parents, he grew up in a blue collar family. His parents were a teacher and electrician, that the burden of paying for federal government really dragged them down. He's also talked about his interpretation of the Constitution. He calls himself a radical constitutionalist who thinks the founding fathers wouldn't recognize agencies like the Federal Reserve. So I think he...
Why do you care about Palestine so much? Hamas murdered 1,000 innocent people. Yes, Israel's killed 1,000 people in return. But those people would have turned into Hamas militants any moment. And all of them are Hamas supporters, which killed literal innocent people. How can you be so anti-Western? Are you against democracy, secularism? Islam is literally the enemy of those before mentioned concepts. This guy's so funny because he said, sure, Israel has killed thousands of people in return, but those people would have become Hamas militants. Like, do you not understand? What? I've studied the Quran. I've lived in Iran for 21 years. You tell me how I'm wrong. Like, you just openly stated, like, yeah, Israel's killed, but, you know, they should be able to do that. Like, this is such a lazy way to argue that you immediately contradict your own position. If you have, like, some sort of, if you believe human life is valuable and sacred, as I do, then it's rather odd for you to just, like, find justifications for why it's appropriate for Israel to take far more lives than Hamas ever did or ever could. I don't think you understand your position, albeit a little brain broken from, I guess, living under the Islamic Republic, is far more militant and far more fundamentalist and far more violent than even the Iranian government's position is. I hope that sits with you for a moment. I know it comes across as crazy. Like, what do you mean? Israel is good. Iran is bad. Even with all of the domestic policies and all of the violent repression from the Iranian Republic, from the Islamic Republic of Iran, Israel is still a far worse entity in the region and around the world. I'm trying to understand. It's just really hard to take into account every aspect of the situation. I've watched you a lot. Okay. Well, then listen to my words. There are many things to criticize the Islamic fundamentalism of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You can even have issues with Hamas's own governance or its actions or its form of militancy, its targets, whatever. None of that is even remotely consequential when we are discussing an ongoing genocide that one of the world's most powerful countries is committing against a captive population of Palestinians after 80 years of brutal repression and apartheid. You were not a chill Persian, my friend. I don't want to get too emotional here with my rhetoric, but it seems to me like you are quite unchill. So you do believe that Hamas has its own problems? You don't usually talk about this? Yeah, just like it is not pertinent to discussion to talk about the Allied forces and their own domestic conduct during World War II. Okay? Churchill was a monster in his own right. The American military was comprised of segregationists, homophobes, transphobes, woman beaters. Does that even fucking remotely matter when we are talking about fighting the Nazis? It does not. It doesn't even remotely matter. It doesn't matter even one bit. It's that simple. Why do you not fuck with Kurdish people? I don't think there's a single person that comes in here that actually watches me that has this opinion, right? Like this has got to be someone who just watched like people simply claiming that I don't fuck with Kurdish people. Dog, I've literally had Kurdish terrorists on my stream. What the fuck are you talking about? Like dudes who went and fought in fucking Rojava that are declared terrorists by the Turkish government are good friends of mine and also have...
He is a true believer. He thinks that, you know, the...
I feel crazy thinking that Democrats maintain the shutdown is only doing harm overall. They're the party with zero plan. The base is fully mobilized. I'm part of me thinks leaving the budget is going to get people taking action. I'm gonna be honest. I think the reason why the Democrats are doing this is not because they have an honest to God fear that healthcare is going to get taken away. I think they're far too cynical to actually make that consideration. I think after listening to, what's his name, Shane Goldmacher, right, on the New York Times this morning, I realized that the Democrats are probably doing this because they want to make healthcare a main priority, a main point of contention. They don't actually want to do something about healthcare, probably. If I'm looking at this super cynically, they just want the healthcare thing to be on the forefront so that people actually get mad. So that there's like one issue that they're strong on to advocate on come the midterm elections. Because like they're getting fucking cleaned on immigration and all this other shit. So they're trying to find something to posture on and something to message around. And the only thing they got at their disposal is healthcare. And I mean, even if I'm thinking about this like in the most cynical way possible. If I am a cynical operator like the average Democrat politician is, I'm still invested in this cause because at least it moves the conversation away from like, I don't know, any number of different issues that I am fearful the Republicans are destroying me on.
Administrative state is not recognized by the Constitution, and he says it's infected by, you know, federal workers who are woke and weaponized and sort of liberal leaning and aren't accountable to the president and to voters. So he comes at this from a place of kind of a true believer who has been working on this, realizing this, executing this for about 20 years.
Well, and he, as you mentioned, had an impact in the first Trump administration. Now he's got this humongous role in the second Trump administration, and it seems like there are really no bounds being applied to this presidency. And you have anti-tax activist Grover Norquist, you quote in your piece, saying that vote has, you know, been lining up the billiards shots, getting each ball in place one by.
You got to get better at preventing clippable moments, brother. Law of a Kurdish terrorist on my stream isn't a great look. Save resistance fighters that are considered, etc. Man, shut your bitch ass up. The fucking reality of the matter is, I already fucking mentioned that, and it's that's what happened. Okay, the reality of the matter is that is what happened. People that are declared terrorists by the Turkish fucking government are good friends of mine. Okay, shut the fuck up about optics because you're so goddamn concerned that motherfuckers are gonna clip me out of context. They do it every day. It doesn't matter. Okay. What is this fucking concern? Brother, you got to get better, dude. You got to get better, dude. People come in here and cynically bait you into saying stuff, and then it doesn't matter what you've done, what kind of work you have done in defense of the values that you defend every fucking day. What matters is a clippable fucking moment. Go yell at the people who clip it out of context and scream about this fake shit instead of trying to get me to fucking, I don't know, speak in 10-second increments for 8 hours every day. What's next? Don't make jokes. People can actually say that you're being sincere.
One for each consecutive move. So help us understand the vision and what it looks like moving forward, because we already went through Doge. We already went through Elon Musk and all these, tens of thousands laid off. What else does Vogt have planned? What does he want to do?
Vogt is in a lot of ways the anti-Musk. Musk kind of parachuted into Washington with so much chaos, so much haphazard action.
I don't know what the
Vogt
fuck this is, but it's
a really clear roadmap, a really
very
clear
rosy.
plan. And his ultimate end game is to continue to do these cuts, but he is orchestrating, essentially setting up a showdown in the Supreme Court. He believes, the people around him have told me, that if he can get these cuts, these moves to give the president the power to unilaterally cut federal spending, if he can get one of these cases to go before the Supreme Court will ultimately find that the president does constitutionally have the power to cut off whatever funding he wants, or something along those lines. And if that happens, if that end game plays out in that way, then that really just reshapes the presidency and gives this president the power to really just cut down the government and legally.
Well, Coral Davenport, you have such good deep dive reporting on the New York Times. Thanks for sharing some of it with us and helping us understand the influences right now on the president as we're charting this moment, charting forward.
It is so ridiculous that this just goes on so often over there with you guys. Dude, America is not a real democracy. We have corporate oligarchs. They run the show. We stick to fighting ourselves over idiotic, petty shit. We stick to eating each other alive. And the corporate oligarchs keep doing whatever the fuck they want. They keep shafting the everyday guy. This is how it works. It's not even new. It has, however, gotten worse as of late.
Republicans, as everybody know, controls the U.S. Senate, controls the U.S. House, and controls the White House. In other words, they are running the government. But what is happening now, which has never happened before, is they are not sitting down and negotiating. So as of this point, Democrats have had no input into the process at all. Now, what Republicans want is to pass what is called a clean CR. In other words, maintaining the status quo. Here's why that is an awful idea and why all of us are opposed to that. In the last year, as many of you know, under Trump's big, beautiful bill, 15 million people on Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act will be thrown off of healthcare. Very shortly, you are going to be receiving notices from your insurance companies that your rates, your insurance premiums, are going up by, on average, some more, some less, 75%. Yeah, you heard that correctly, 75%. Now, right now, we have a broken healthcare system. Nobody can afford healthcare. You ready for a 75% increase in your insurance premium?
Do you think the strategy of Wright using trans undocumented as a magic spell to justify taking things away from people is generalizable or universalizable to the entire grand strategy of right-wing politics? Yes, because it's not just about trans undocumented. Back in the day, it used to be black people. It still is black people. But now they say trans and undocumented too. But ultimately, that is the only way. That is the only way that the Republicans have been able to successfully demand cuts to social safety nets that every American takes advantage of. It's not a new nor unique position. Lee Atwater basically defined it when talking about the Southern strategy. Bad Biddy 101. Hassan, I'm too young for you. That's crazy. That's a crazy question to ask right now.
You're not, nobody is.
But in Vermont, for my family making $82,000 family afford, their
Oh my God, that's what Peter Rush sounds like? That's crazy.
premiums can go up $20,000 a year.
We want to protect access to health care for millions of people across this country. And we're willing to get in the fight for that. because we've had it.
The priorities that we have at the table, and they need Democratic votes in order to keep the government open, man, they're pretty reasonable. They're pretty reasonable. What are we asking for? Just don't increase people's premiums by 75%.
Your grocery bills are going up, your utility bills are going up, and your healthcare costs, especially health insurance premiums, are going through the roof.
Who voted to repeal all of these Medicaid and
Ed Mackey. Damn, they got all the progressive senators out here. This is like the Congressional Progressive Caucus, but for the Senate. What the fuck is Chris Murphy doing there? I guess this is his thing now.
Going up.
That's the new meta for Chris Murphy is he's with it now. Fuck it, I'll take it. I don't care.
Especially health insurance.
all of these Medicaid and Affordable Care Act, Medicare, and NIH.
I do hate that like so many of like the OG long-term, somewhat progressive or like left flank politicians in this country are also all 800 years old. Ed Markey is Hamas. It's so crazy. Like I like Ed Markey, you know, like a lot of these politicians that are in this room, I don't have like a lot of, I mean, I have a lot of disagreements with, but like it's not undeniable. It's not impossible to contend with. These are probably some of the best senators we have, and they're all incredibly old. Oh my God.
You know, funding Republicans.
We're for a proposal that keeps the government open. But we also don't want to give Donald Trump, a lawless president, a blank check.
Save healthcare and save our republic. Those are our two missions.
I was talking to Austin about this, but he found out that Merkley, Jeff Merkley is, I think, Jeff Merkley is a no AIPAC Democrat. And Merkley also pushed for a bill titled "A Resolution Calling on the President to Recognize a Demilitarized State of Palestine." Source: New York Times. Was this a story that you covered? What the fuck is going on? What is this? This is just a Google share link. Still shits on protesters though. Yes, they all do. They're not with it. Okay, I know. Jeff Merkley's son is my primary care provider. That's funny. But yeah, he is one of the better Congress members from Oregon.
Peter Jeffries, Speaker Johnson says he's got nothing to negotiate with you over. Will you accept anything less than a permanent extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies?
The legislation that House Democrats and Senate Democrats have introduced together relates to a permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits for working class Americans. Understand, in the Republican One Big Ugly Bill, where they enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, stole food from the mouths of hungry children, hungry seniors, and hungry veterans. And all of this was done so that they could provide massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. And you know what? Those massive tax breaks were made permanent. Why in the world should everyday Americans, working class Americans, hardworking American taxpayers accept anything less? I mean, literally this year, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, and Donald Trump enacted massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors, for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, all to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. And this was done permanently, and now they want the American people, not us.
He's right. It's hard to pay attention to his words because he's so sexy, but he's right. We must pay attention to his words. In spite of his sex appeal, stop objectifying Hakeem Jeffries. He is right about every single thing that he said.
Democrats, the American people, to accept anything less than a permanent extension of tax credits that make their health care affordable. Understand this, over the last few days and over the next few days, what you're going to see is more than 20 million Americans experience dramatically increased healthcare premiums, copays, and deductibles because of the Republican unwillingness to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. They're not even willing to extend it for multiple years, let alone do what Republicans just did for billionaire donors, which is to extend the billionaire tax breaks permanently. Of course, the American people should accept nothing.
Okay, he kind of flubbed it a little bit. I mean, everything he's saying is right though. It's probably not great that the leader in the House for the Democrats is incapable of putting together a coherent narrative when he is 100% correct. I don't want to fucking shit on him too much because, like, I'm supporting him in this endeavor. I'm behind it. You know, AIPAC Shakur or not, whatever people call him, I don't care. On this issue, he's right. It's just explain the message again. It's simple. Republicans are cutting $800 billion in Medicaid because they wanted to make tax cuts for the super wealthy in this country permanent. They are taking money directly out of the pockets of the working poor in this country who struggle to make ends meet, who still have to pay a shit ton for fucking health care, and they're taking the money from the poor to give it to the wealthy. It's like reverse Robin Hood. And we, the Democrats, must put an end to that. The reality of the matter is, they should have been doing this way, way, way ahead of time. They should have done something of this sort to get assurances before the big booty bill. But they didn't. And now we're stuck. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah. Instead of, okay, you're saying Robin the Hood, but I can totally see Hakeem Jeffries do that now and be like, Donald Trump, instead of Robin Hood, Donald Trump is Robin the Hood. Stop. We put that out there. Fuck, oh God, it's gonna happen. Oh God, I'm Brian Kill Me. He's gonna do that and then fucking be like, mic drop moment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker? Democrats want to not only have health insurance for illegals, but some of your Democrats...
You disgust me. I mean, sometimes we come up with shit in this community that is disgusting, but then it literally becomes reality once spoken. Logs, I have a genuine question. Hey man, genuine question. Why did the Dems not go out there in front of cameras and say the president is lying? He's a liar and he lies and he does nothing but lie. And call him a couple of names or something? I feel like the people will respond to that more no. I mean, I don't know. I guess, yeah. I don't know what the actual answer is. Because, like, it's not a bad question. I guess if the standards are so low now, maybe the Democrats should also shit smear. I personally don't give a shit about the optics of it all, because I think if they were loud and proud about like bold policies, about things they actually care about, you know, free healthcare and shit, like I don't care how they message it beyond that. Like that would still be more galvanizing. That would still be more effective. People that don't support Trump know he's always lying. People that support Trump will never think he's lying. A Dem, especially Hakeem Jeffries, isn't going to convince Trump voters that Trump is lying to them. Yeah, that's true. Well, why don't you do performative bullshit? That's not entirely true. I think you can educate people on how Donald Trump is actually fucking them over. You just have to go to them. A competent Democratic Party right now would be going to Republican houses, okay, finding Republican voters who have been frustrated because they saw their new health care bill, and go to red states, go to rural areas in person and cut videos and be like, this is Hank Pecker. Okay. This is Hank Pecker. He's a real salt of the earth kind of guy. Okay. Victim of divorce court, wants to potentially even assassinate the judge that oversaw the family court case. Okay. That's how real of a American salt of the earth kind of guy he is. Okay. And Hank Pecker owns an HVAC business. Hank Pecker has to go and purchase health care. Hank Pecker, as a industrious HVAC business owner, owned and operated by himself, of course, sees what his healthcare premiums are going to look like next month. He doesn't like that. Now he's just as mad at maybe even the powers that be as he was at the family court judge that fucked him over and made sure his alimony payments were as high as possible because that's a woke, gay, libtard judge. Okay? Now Hank Pecker's mad. Bernie Sanders comes in, does a video being like, Hank, you mad? Not at the woke, gay, libtarded family court judge that made sure your child support was $5,000 a month. You are mad at the Republican Party for stealing money directly out of your pocket to give it to the billionaire and the millionaire class, you know? Boom. Do that like a million times around the country. Is this the sort of dreams you get? It's very sad, but yeah, I do dream about shit like this. Exactly. Dave Weigel on messaging. Newsom stands out as the Dem who understands the how dare you is much less effective. Trump responds to mockery. Yes and no. Because Newsom does it directionless. Even though he is kind of my goat right now because he's taking away all the attention from people like myself, so the Republicans aren't going to like prosecute me because they're too busy trying to prosecute Governor Newsom. So he is a little bit of my goat right now. He's kind of my goat. Low key. He's like a magnet for their fucking hatred. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, dude, I see racism in the same way, and I see transphobia in the same way that I see all these other distractions, right? When the Republicans are using it. Obviously, it's a hateful way to live, and when it's reflected as policy, it's incredibly harmful to entire swaths of the population. But its utilization as a tool is distractive. It's the same reason why Republicans right now in this period of instability are focusing on Netflix for having a Coco Melon video that from a show that ended years ago that apparently has like a woke baby in it or something. And that's why Republicans are currently focused on canceling Netflix because they're fucking stupid. They're talking about Cracker Barrel. They're talking about Netflix because they're fucking stupid. Okay? I can't stress this enough. They are fucking stupid. If you are looking at an unprecedented economic crisis, the likes that Americans have never experienced, I'm talking Great Depression style shit, okay? The likes that Americans haven't experienced in 100 fucking years, and you are predisposed with woke babies on Coco Melon, you're a fucking moron, okay? You are too stupid to operate a vehicle. That's it. And unfortunately, there are millions of people who are that stupid. But even stupid people fucked over. So it is pertinent on us and the Democratic Party to explain to them that while they are stupid, they're still getting ass fucked by the Republicans. That's the job of good governance. That's the job of good leadership. That's the job that the Democrats are fucking failing on. Okay? That's it. Like, imagine there's a government shutdown that's going on. $800 billion in healthcare funds is going to be taken away. Almost $1 trillion plus dollars taken away from healthcare that these guys desperately fucking need. Okay? And they're talking about canceling their Netflix subscription. I know when you see stuff like that, when you see how hateful little monsters these dipshits have become, I know it feels like it's impossible. It feels like it's impossible to talk to these fucking monstrous pieces of shit. Okay? Because they're so stupid that they're like, nope, I don't care. I'm going to hurt myself and fuck you. You can't say anything about it, woke libtard. I get it. Okay? I get it. I get frustrated all the time. I have to deal with these fucking animals all the goddamn time. Okay? Having said that, if you care about making people's lives better, you have to fucking convince these people. Okay? Even this fucking guy, George Wallace Lame Similes, says, this idiot poser with his childish rebel politics is going to get himself killed or other people killed while he scams to make a buck on Twitch. Like this dipshit, right? I want this fucking moron to have healthcare. Okay? I want this fucking old-ass, bald, loser fucking moron to have healthcare. They only look monstrous because you don't understand them. The world only looks wrong because you don't understand what's really going on. Yes, brother, you have it all figured out. Okay? Listen, Unc, listen to me. It doesn't matter what you have heard about me or what you think about me right now. I'm telling you right now, whether you like it or not, I am going to nonstop fight to make sure you have free healthcare. You understand me? Free healthcare for you. It doesn't matter if you hate me. Doesn't matter if you think I have hateful politics. That's my politics. My politics is giving everybody healthcare. My politics is giving everybody free education. My politics is giving everybody housing, okay? No matter how much you want to fucking kill me in the process, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you think I am the one fomenting hatred in this fucking country, that's what I want to do, okay? No matter how stupid you are, no matter how bigoted you are, no matter how hateful you might get, I want you to have more autonomy in your life. I want you to have democracy in your workplace. I want you to have a shelter over your fucking head. And I want you to have free healthcare. These are things that other governments that have far less money than we do are able to provide to all of their citizens unconditionally. Okay? And I want you to be able to have that too. Doesn't matter if you don't want it. Okay? I want to deliver it to you in an authoritarian manner. Oh, I don't want it. I'm going to vote against it. I don't care. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. If I have my way, you're going to get it. You're going to get that fucking beautiful free healthcare. You understand? You're going to say, no, I don't want to be able to go get coverage. I don't want to be able to go to a fucking general practitioner with regular frequency so that I can have the decent preventative healthcare so that I don't have like debilitating illnesses down the line. Fuck you. I'm going to fucking force it to you. Okay? I'm going to force it down your fucking throat. You understand? That's it. That's my politics. I want to violently make sure that your life is better. Okay? That's it. This is the upside down of class reductive style messaging of channels like Breaking Points. They might be soft on the social issue side of messaging, but they're doing work on the class war messaging the hogs. What do you think about the Democrat kitty video? I hated it. Ass.
Over in the Senate are also talking about DEI programs that Democrats want to bring back. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, there's all sorts of.
As a European, I'm very confused and how Americans have been so propagandized against free healthcare. Because what do you mean you love to spend 20% of your paycheck for insurance, but won't bother spending 2% on an extra tax for free healthcare? No, that's what it is. It's because anyone that fucking speaks out on shit like that, people like myself, get ritualistically humiliated every damn day of the fucking week. And they don't do it on the virtue of healthcare because they know they can't advocate on that side. Like, they can't turn around and be like, this guy wants everybody to have free healthcare. What a fucking loser this guy is. They can't say that. So they find anything and everything they can. They find clips out of context. They find it's the same with like even someone who is far less radical than myself, like AOC or even Bernie Sanders. There's tremendous amounts of enmity towards people that want to advance the material conditions of workers in this country. The media is owned by powerful corporations who have the same domineering hierarchies continue, and people are kept sedated. And it's a fairly sophisticated way of doing things for conservatives. The conservative agenda for decades has been to weaken government in an abstract sense so that Americans are too fearful to do the things government is good at, like universal programs. It has worked on the boomers a lot and a lot of the Gen Xers. Yes, Ronald Reagan and his consequences as a singular force in this country are so devastating. Ronald Reagan is the liberal FDR. He is the neoliberal FDR. What FDR and his politics did to America and his policies did to America, Ronald Reagan had the exact opposite effect. Now, I'm not like I'm not in the business of saying that people are singularly responsible for the American demise. But if there was one figure that is so pivotal that you could point to, it would be fucking Ronald Reagan. Every single graph that tracks how shitty everything is nosedives in the fucking 90s. Okay? In the end of the 80s, every single graph. Do you think that is an accident? Every fucking graph, dude. Like, you look at cost of living, you look at deregulation, you look at like home ownership rates. Virtually every single fucking graph that you can point to about ongoing American demise, the starting point is fucking Ronald Reagan. Like a little bit after, you know, for the policies to take place, the deregulatory economics to take place. Now, of course, it didn't start with Ronald Reagan. certainly didn't. It's still it's capitalism. It always has been, and it always will be. But Ronald Reagan as a domestic force was so powerful that it basically restructured both parties dramatically. Yes, I know Carter was bad too, chatters. I'm just talking about, like, it's like saying New Deal economics is entirely in the hands of FDR. It's not, right? There were tremendous forces that were pressuring FDR to do the right thing. And there were still limitations. But if you were to reduce it, if you were to make a reductive argument, if you were to reduce it to like a singular force that made the opposing major party damn near concede entirely to full tilt domination, FDR's New Deal era politics dominated American politics for a very long time until Ronald Reagan flipped it. And now Reaganite neoliberalism dominates American politics in the same vein. He's the reason college is so expensive. He's the reason we have conservative think tanks. He's the reason we have trickle down. He's the reason we have the war on drugs. He's the reason AIDS became such an issue. He's the reason why stock buybacks are no longer illegal. All corporate consolidation in this country that was already happening, but like the complete corporate capture and the complete corporate consolidation you have seen comes from the Reagan era. The last breath that the unions had was taken away under the Reagan era.
They can directly ruin your life. Once upon a time, a bunch of rich people sat in a room. One of them said, damn, I hate paying taxes. Another one said, bro, me too. They said, you know what we need to do, right? We need to hire somebody to convince poor people to pay more taxes while we pay less taxes. They said, that'll never work. Someone said, wait a second, I might know a guy. But you see, at this time, Ronald Reagan was a General Electric spokesman, convincing poor people to do whatever the rich company General Electric wanted.
Hey man, Slick Willie did a lot to help that along. Credit where credit is due. Dude, I know, but everyone that comes after Reagan, Democrat or Republican, is still absolutely following through on the attitude change. If you're thinking about like Nixon, if you're thinking about people that came before, sure, they played a role in this as well. But Ronald Reagan was the point of no return. Like Bill Clinton's neoliberal anti-welfare policies, sure, I'm sure he was like super invested in that personally. He's a piece of shit. But like Bill Clinton was responding to what he perceived as the public pressure to Ronald Reagan, because Ronald Reagan did put up LeBron numbers. Like you're forgetting. Ronald Reagan actually did have that popular mandate. Okay, unlike Donald Trump.
But before that, he was a Democrat, an activist, very anti-racism, all for workers' rights. They said, hey, bro, we need to hire you for the opposite side. He said, you think I'm a... They said, here's a bag. He said, when do I start? You see, he took this job because his acting career was failing. So he said, hey, I'm pretty good at this. So he ran for governor of California. He won.
He was also the head of SAG-AFTRA, or SAG at the time. They hadn't consolidated yet, I think. And as the head of SAG, he literally fucking ratted out communists in his own union. He was a snitch. So even when he was the leader of a prominent union in the country, he used his position to fucking rat out rank and file members with what he perceived as having radical politics.
Remember, his only jobs at this point were acting and convincing poor people to do what rich people want. And rich people loved him. He was the perfect storm. They called him the great communicator. One of his exact words were, send those welfare bums back to work. They said, Reggie! He said, but you like how I said that? No, they said, he could do no wrong. So it's only natural he becomes president of the United States. He says, okay, as my first act, I'm going to take the rich people's taxes from 70%. Yeah, fun fact, people like Elon Musk paid 70% in taxes. He said, I'm going to take it from 70% to about 28%. Everybody said, whoa, that sounds kind of low. He said, no, listen, y'all not hearing me though. He said, here's the plan. they're going to be super rich. And then they're going to want to spend more money on their companies. So then they're going to hire people like you. But people back then weren't dumb. They were like, what? He's like, but we're going to also stop those welfare black people from taking your money too. Even though white people took most of the welfare money. They're like, well, I don't like black people that much. Okay, you're keep going. So he steps up the charm. He goes, y'all know me. Just see what happens when I deregulate businesses and let them do what they want. It's going to benefit you in the long run. Well, he lied, but listen closely. They were in a recession at the time. But what economists know is that after a recession, usually is a time of mini prosperity, then back to recession. It cycles. So he knew that the economy was going to go back up because that's the natural cycle. So when the economy starts going back up, he's like, see, I told you. They were like, well, he was right. But in the long run, this happens. Basically, as the economy goes up, everybody starts getting paid more. But from when he became...
Dude, look at that. Every graph is like this, bro. Every fucking graph. No, it's not a natural cycle. I mean, it's somewhat of a natural cycle, basically, under capitalism. It doesn't have to be.
President, everybody started getting paid the same while the economy went way up. What does that mean? Well, the money had to go somewhere, right? And it all went to the rich people. Yeah, right.
Like, isn't that fucking nuts? Like, how do you look at this? How do you look at this equitable, more equitable system and then turn around and go, this is so much better? That's what's so fucking annoying about people nowadays when they talk about, like, the good old days. What do you mean? Let's get back to the good old days. Like, the dumbest guy you know is advocating for the good old days, thinking that it was that way because, like, black shit. But the real reason why was because they had better redistributive policies. Like, it wasn't socialist by any means, but at least there was more of a more equitable outcomes for everybody. When they talk about the good old days, they're talking about, like, having decent wages, being able to have one earner in the family and have, like, 2 kids or 3 kids, or even a fucking second family on the side as a secret. Think about how much purchasing power the average dumb fuck American had, that they literally could have a second home for a second secret wife on the side, bro. That shit's unheard of. What are we talking about? Think about that. Nowadays, what's unheard of is living in a fucking 1-bedroom apartment by the time you're like 36, 37. That's unheard of. I'm not even talking about owning a home. I'm talking about not having fucking roommates. Okay? So when those people, when those dumb fuck boomers and the lead generation turn around and say, oh man, we got to go back to the good old days, Republicans turn around and say, yeah, that's right. You mean fuck black people, right? Like, you know, no more Mexicans, right? That's what you mean. It's like, and they go, yeah, that's what I mean. That's why things were good, I think. And the cycle fucking continues. Now, of course, boomers and the lead paint generation are obviously better off overall than the generations that come after them. So for them, for their position, it's like they don't have a lot of life to live. So it doesn't really matter all that much, but they have like most of the fucking wealth captured, or a more equitable distribution of wealth in their generation, as opposed to like millennials and Zoomers alike. But that is the design. That is the design that we have currently. The truth you're saying is making me sick.
To the rich people. Yeah, right up until 1980, laws were protecting you a lot more than you think. After hundreds of years of Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Roosevelt battling, making sure workers have rights, he in one swoop demolishes it and flips it 180. And he was the only person skilled enough to convince poor people that they need to pay more money while rich people pay less. They need to not have workers' rights, and rich people can control their rights. And to this day, Reagan's policies still stick. In fact, Donald Trump just copied Ronald Reagan. Yeah, make America great again. That was Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan.
Yep.
He just took it.
It's true. Also, offloading the de facto slave economy, the global south did real fucking well for obfuscating how much working class wages were getting fucked, NAFTA, etc. Oh, that too, for sure. Yeah. How do you reconcile this with the fact that real wages have slightly gone up and not down since the 70s? Brother or sister or themperor, real wages going slightly up is nothing in comparison to the overall economy's explosive growth in that same time period, because that is this exact same distribution of wealth that we are looking at right now. It's wealth consolidation, especially when you factor in how expensive things are. You're talking about, oh, well, real wage growth happened since the 70s, albeit slightly. Okay. Real wage growth happens since the 70s, albeit slightly. Okay. Well, what about big ticket items that you need? Compare wage growth from the 70s to now, like what your wages look like now, and then compare college education. The price of college education in the 70s to right now. Wages are fucking stagnant since then. Output has skyrocketed due to unimaginable technological achievements. Okay? Productivity has skyrocketed. American labor is insanely productive, like incomprehensibly productive in comparison to how productive they were in the 70s because of automation and all of the wonderful technological achievements that make it so that you can basically work 11 people's jobs as one person now. Not even 11, 100 people's jobs. I mean, think about computers even. You're talking about a time when like computers didn't exist versus a time where computers do exist. And not only a time where computers do exist, but they exist on your fucking hand, in your phone, okay? And they're on you all the time, 24/7. The amount of productivity that each laborer has now is unimaginable, incomprehensible to someone who's living in the fucking 70s. Now, adjust that to the price of everything else. Adjust that to the price of everything else. You could buy a house for like 50 grand in the 70s. There is no home, no single family home you could purchase for like 50 grand, okay? That does not exist. You can't even buy a fucking lot for that price. The only thing that has gotten cheaper as we offshored slave labor to the third world is commodities, cheap consumer goods, things like a television. That's it. The only thing that has actually become incredibly affordable in the time frame is junk that you throw out every 2 years. No, and also it's designed that way too. That's another problem, which is creating tremendous amounts of fucking landfills all over the goddamn planet. But that's it. You can get a TV for cheaper. This is true. You can get a toaster for much cheaper. You can get electronics for, like, it's not even a comparison. Like back in the day, a TV was like a big item. Okay. Now you can purchase shit much cheaper than you ever could. And that makes people feel like the situation is better overall. But all of the things that you need for survival, healthcare, a house, college education for upward social mobility, have exploded in prices. Yeah, you used to get paid $25K and houses were $50K. Now you get paid $75K and houses are $500K on the cheap side. So yeah, your real wages went up, but everything is so much more expensive. Even in the 90s, the houses were tremendously cheaper in 1998 in Denver, Colorado. The average house price was $149,000. Now it's $649,000. Bro, you can just go buy a 100-inch TV, 100-screen TV for $500 now. That's all that's gotten cheaper. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that's cheaper in comparison to how affordable it was back in like the 70s and the 80s. 10 years ago, rent was $700 and TVs were $1,800. Now rent is $1,800 and TVs are $700. Well, that's not 10 years ago. It's I would say, because where is rent $1,800? You know what I mean? This boy is in Oklahoma. He's over here like, dude, what are you talking? Oklahoma City rent is so fucking costly, man. $1,800. I didn't even say Ohio, bro. I feel like Ohio is not even. First flat screen was $1,100, and that was after a discount because it had been dropped. They were stoked and thought it was a steal law. I can have a nice TV in my tent. Yeah, that's what it is, though. That's where we're at. It's like, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. But honestly, I think it's much better if people have houses than a new TV every 2 years. Okay? The thing is, these are not even like, these are not mutually exclusive concepts. You can have a cheap TV and cheap housing. Like, if you want. It's just, even if that was the trade-off, I would much rather have the cheap housing than the cheap television. Chart of the day or century, July 23rd, 2022. Price changes, January 20th to June 2022. Select the U.S. consumer goods and services and wages. Yeah, since the 2000s, if you look at new cars that have been like relatively inexpensive in comparison year over year, household furnishings, clothing, basically everything that comes from China, okay? Everything that the Chinese hands have built. And I mean China as like a catch-all term for the entire global south. TV prices, look at that. Ooh, so cheap, so good. What's that up there? Hospital services, college tuition, college textbooks, medical care services, childcare and nursery school. Average hourly wages have gone up. This is because this is the fucking American Enterprise Institute that's like pointing all this. Food and beverage housing, food and beverages and housing. The reason why they're using this chart of the day or century is to say the reason why these things are so costly is because of unions. They're claiming that this is all too costly because of average hourly wages going up. And average hourly wages are going up because of socialism. That's the reason why they're using this graph. Make no fucking mistake. Sidebar, why socialism fails. Yeah, this is socialism. That's why it's failing. My neighbor's big brother in 2007 could afford to live in a single bedroom working at a grocery store as a cashier. Now that seems insane. Things have deteriorated a lot just in the last few decades. Yes, and it's only going to get worse. Is only going to get worse. Trump is literally not addressing any of this shit, and he's making it worse. He's looking at a fucking fire, and the only thing he's got is a canister of gasoline and more matches, okay? He walked up to the fucking house that's on fire, and he said, time to dump this gasoline and light it on fire even further. That's what he's doing. He's like, I'm gonna fix this.
Remember, we sent over a 24-page clean CR. They sent over this thing that you'll have to see on my website to believe it yourself, but it's all chock full of all sorts of crazy, and DEI is always been one.
Oh, DEI, fuck me.
The reason the boomers give us shit about buying luxuries is because back in the 80s, luxuries were expensive, but life was cheap. Now it's been inverted. Our life is expensive, but our luxuries are cheap. So I think this is where the disconnect's happening. For example, in 1980, you could rent a great apartment for $200, but a television would run you $1,000. So if you bought 3 TVs, that would be $3,000. A CD player was $500. A cell phone was $2,000. A personal computer was $2,500, and a microwave was $500. That's $8,500. That is 3.5 years rent on luxuries. And $8,500 was also equivalent to a 20% down payment on a $40,000 home. So it was irresponsible if you didn't budget correctly to buy all these luxuries because it could be holding you back. But today it's flipped. Our biggest luxury is our rent for $2,000. We can now buy 3 televisions for $600. We have a Spotify account, cell phone for $1,000. You can get a computer for $500, a microwave for $200. That's about $2,400 a month. So our luxuries is about 1 month's rent, where theirs was 3.5 years rent. And if you want to put this onto a down payment, even if you took the average home of $420,000, let's bring it down to just $320,000. A 20% down payment on that is $64,000. So if you gave up all those luxuries, you would still owe like $61,000. This $2,400 of luxuries wouldn't even cover your closing cost of $10,000 on that home. So the whole thing's been flipped. So I think when they see us with the TVs, the avocado toast, and the cell phone, they think that's the reason we can't move forward. But why we can't move forward is because housing, daycare, college, and healthcare is so expensive, but those are our necessities. These luxuries are just fun little things that we have. The reason the boomers give us shit.
It's the French internet. Why your video is so crisp? Yeah, it's fantastic. Anyway, whatever. Fuck that guy. Let's get back to DEI in the bill. Good luck with that in the midterm election. Mike Johnson slams Dems for pushing woke programs. Yeah, woke programs such as... Sorry, I just saw something on Twitter. Woke programs such as giving the working poor just like a little bit of fucking financial freedom in their incredibly costly healthcare. Okay? That's what's woke in DEI. You understand? Peak woke is when you say the working poor should only pay, 10 grand out of pocket for their yearly healthcare coverage, as opposed to 30 grand out of pocket. And it's extra woke when they're only making 65 grand a year. That's peak woke. What are you, fucking woke? What are you, DEI, that you want someone who's making 65 grand a year to not pay 30 grand? How is that person going to live, dude? Like, this is what I don't understand. How is that person supposed to fucking live? The example I'm using is a bit exaggerated. The actual numbers is like, what, 85 grand a year? 85 grand a year salary. Guy was paying like fucking, what was it? It's like $100 with all of the, $100 a month with all of the additional, subsidies that come along with his health care. And now it's going to triple. What the fuck's that person supposed to do? Yeah, Warnock posted an example of someone making $65K who used to pay $300 a month, and it would be $900 a month next year. $900 a month. My mom makes $1,000 in Social Security, pays $280 in supplemental insurance for Medicaid, and $95 a month for the prescription plan for the same supplemental company. That's 4 times what it was a decade ago. The Georgia one was a household with an income of $85,000. Oh, they make more money off us if we get sick and die than preventive care. That's not even totally true either. Because it's instability. It causes too much instability if motherfuckers are dying left and right. If you just have cancer and your ass is like, I can't pay for this treatment, and you just go to work before you perish every damn day, if that keeps happening over and over again, like, that's not a sustainable economy. Why don't you like winning this much? Oh my God, I know. So much winning.
They want to spend $1.2 of spending is what they're demanding to keep the lights on around here. It's absurd, and they should know it. They're all wrapped around the axle about these woke progressive programs being ended, but that's what the election was about. That woke progressive stuff is what the American people rejected. Some of our Democrat colleagues here are doubling, tripling down on it. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Oh my God.
We're in day 2 of a government shutdown, and President Trump is threatening mass layoffs of federal workers. For more on all...
Yeah, this was the one I was looking at. This dude, this is a household making 65 grand, okay? Already paying an insane amount. Already paying a fuck ton, $307 a month. Now it's triple. Also, those aren't the same plans as what people are saying, which is what my initial curiosity was about this as well. Except this is a worse plan that he's paying more for. It's worse coverage, and he's paying more.
Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson, who's been blaming Democrats for all of it, joins us now to expand on those thoughts and more. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for joining us. My first question is an easy one.
Dude, this is such a universal thing. Ironically enough, like, healthcare is such a significant factor in the affordability crisis that even someone as bad as Chuck Schumer has identified it. Because people were literally talking about, like, people were yelling at Chuck Schumer, like, oh, well, Mr. Schumer, affordability is the #1 problem for Americans. Healthcare doesn't even, healthcare is not even like the top 10 priorities. And Chuck Schumer correctly pointed out and said on the New York Times interview with Mike Barbaro, he straight up said, healthcare is a major part of the affordability crisis for every American. And he's fucking right. He's right. That's a big part of the affordability crisis is fucking healthcare. What the fuck? And what's frustrating to me is, like, people in the media act like they got premium health insurance, man. This is what I don't understand. Like with cops, I get, right? I guess cops have like decent benefits packages, but like, if you're in the media, are you that protected? Because you're talking like an alien. Like, you are talking as though you are completely removed from a human being that is suffering because of this. Like, you don't have any immediate family members that you talk to at Thanksgiving or some shit where they're like, hey, I saw you talking to Mike Johnson about healthcare and about how he wants to cut healthcare, and you just let him fucking chirp. What's that about? He's fucking me. He's ass fucking me. Why do you let him get away with this shit? Like, do they not have any fucking immediate family members that are like, dude, hello? Like, maybe you're doing all right with whatever your fucking salary is, but we're not. Because, like, this is what's so frustrating about it. Like, look, it's not a secret. You know, I make good money, okay? So when I'm fucking chirping about this shit, I'm chirping for everybody else because I can still recall a time when I certainly wasn't making good money, okay? I know what it's like when you leave your fucking job and you have to do a COBRA payment, okay, where your healthcare costs skyrockets, and that's the only Band-Aid solution that this government has ever offered to people. oh, you can still stay on your corporate health care. You just have to pay for it now. It's like, okay, but what do I do if I don't have additional income? Like, luckily I did. It's so crazy to me that that is the solution in this fucking country. Okay? But I don't understand how these guys act as though they're like, that they can't even see the consequences of the shit. Like, with the Republicans, I get it. It's their job. They're demons. But if you're in the fucking media, do you not have a single person in your immediate family that is going to get fucked over by this? No. The beauty of social reproduction is that the upper class gets to mingle with the upper class, a vicious circle jerk, if you will. I mean, they're not like, bro, they're not like oligarchs, though. Not every single one of these people are fucking oligarchs, right? Like, they're not all oil barons. Hey, Hassan, were you in France yesterday? Yes. And I'm in France today as well. I don't know. I mean, I guess it is their job. Their job is to reproduce these results. Their job is to literally defend the system. And the better they defend it, the better their salaries get, the better their class position gets, the more they feel like they can, the more they feel like they're doing the bidding of their corporate oligarch masters.
Is any negotiation going on right now on Capitol Hill?
There's no negotiation right now because the Democrats have dug in. You say I'm blaming the Democrats. I mean, these are objective facts. We passed in the House more than 2 weeks ago a clean continuing resolution. There's no partisan pills in this. There's no Republican priorities. It's just an extension of current funding, Tony, so that we can keep the government open until November 21st to allow the appropriators in both parties to continue their good work. They've been working very hard in a bipartisan fashion to move the 12 appropriations bills. We just ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. We're asking, wait a minute, this is very important. All we're asking is that Senate Democrats do what they have always done in the past every single time and allow the additional clock. That's it.
Mr. Speaker, they clearly think they have leverage right now, which is why they're doing this. There's also things that the Trump administration and Republicans think they can get in a shutdown. One thing is shrinking the size of government, some layoffs. I know you think government's too big. I know you think it does too much and does too much of it poorly. You know about the layoffs that are planned. You've got word of them. What departments, how many people?
I don't know. I don't know those details yet. We did have a long conference call yesterday with Russ Vought, who directs the Office of Management and Budget. But what was communicated to us is that they are trying to mitigate the damage. The president and Republicans in Congress do not want a government shutdown. We are bending over backwards to prevent it because real people get hurt. The Senate Democrats, 44 of them, have now voted 3 times to shut the government down. And here's what's going to happen, Tony. Real Americans are going to suffer from this. You have veterans benefits, food nutrition programs for women, infants, and children that are being stalled. You have health services that will not be provided. We have troops, TSA agents, and Border Patrol agents now going to work without pay. There's real damage. FEMA services are being...
You know what's really funny about a Republican saying this? They've been doing that. Like, every time you cut funding to any federal government initiative, you are doing that. Okay? And not only were they doing that, they were doing that like for months. That was like the first 3 months of this admin. Fucking stick it to the federal workers, suck my dick, Doge. Let's bring the most autistic billionaire on the planet to come into the White House and be like, comedy is legal now. Guess what? Do you work for the National Weather Service? You are trans. You are getting fired. Ha ha. Like that's what these motherfuckers did for straight up the first like 4 or 5 months, dude. Like, and now he's like, it's really devastating. It's really devastating for the TSA, which we recently made it so that it's illegal for them to strike. USA. Did your house get flooded? USA. Don't be woke. And now he's like, oh, it's devastating that the government is shut down, and therefore we can't pay these federal regulators that we want to fire anyway. Now, the reality is, of course, they can't fucking fire them. They need them. Like, some shit needs to run. You know what I mean? If billionaires want to continue living somewhere with all of their endless wealth, and that somewhere happens to be the United States of America, like, yeah, they need to keep shit intact. But they're so goddamn hard that they are just ripping apart everything. Oh, here, this is also Michael Penis, caught on candid camera over here, talking about how unwell Trump is, apparently.
The president is unhinged. He is unwell. What are you doing?
On your side are too. I don't control.
Oh my God, please. That performance in front of the generals, that
I didn't see it.
is so dangerous. You know I serve on Foreign Affairs and Appropriations. This is a collision of those two things. Our allies are looking elsewhere. Our enemies are laughing.
I just left
you
the
have a
speaker's
president
side.
who is you have a president who is unwell.
Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? He's bad on every part of the job. Like, there is not a single redeeming quality of Donald Trump. Like, he's funny, that's it. But I'm talking like as a part of the administrative apparatus, there is not a single redeeming factor for Donald Trump. He's bad on every single thing. He's silly. He's narcissistic. Hassan Abi, you low IQ trash, still not in prison, ? You got to respect how great of a businessman he is. I mean, yeah, he's just fucking the American public. The only good thing he did is that he stopped USAID. No more CIA stuff from there. No, but you're wrong. It doesn't even... No. USAID is not stopped entirely. It just went back into the hands of the CIA directly. So there's no more soft power initiatives, only hard power. So they're still doing the fuck shit. They're just doing it at the directive of the CIA, and they're no longer doing the marginal good things that they were doing in an effort to garner good favor all around the world that made a lot of the destabilizing initiatives easier to conduct. Like, that was a part of the bargain. Like, America gets to be the world police. But also America like gives back a little bit. You know what I mean? So it's not like they took away it's not like they stopped America's interest in destabilizing other countries. They're still doing that. They're just doing that directly under the CIA instead of under the State Department by way of USAID. And there's no more subtext. It's all text. There's no more soft power. It's all hard power. Also, a component of USAID that was very destabilizing for the countries that they actually sent this aid to, because a country that gets aid or a country that relies on aid doesn't invest in its own agricultural development and is incapable of developing sovereignty, incapable of being independent. And now it's double fucked because those countries did not actually develop their agricultural output evenly because they were relying on grain and other sorts of things coming from the United States of America by way of USAID. And that was a massive subsidy to the fucking farmers. That's a big part of the output for American farmers too. They were just selling to USAID. So now American farmers are fucked. People in Somalia are fucked because they don't get the free grain that they were used to getting, and they never actually developed their own agricultural output in the process. So everybody's fucked. Yeah, it's not that they failed to develop. The aid destroyed their agricultural sectors. Yes, that was the purpose. And that's not the only thing that USAID does, obviously, but that's just one component that's like at least in between, where it looks like it's actually a good thing, but in fact, it's done for a very indecent purpose. And it's done in a way that actually ends up in the long run harming countries' attempts at sovereignty. Having said that, this is precisely why that was always a dangerous bargain, because one day they just fucking cut it and then you're cooked. The aid is above all a means of subsidizing the purchase of American grain to make these states client states thanks to the game of unfair competition and corrupt powers which crush local production. Yeah. Soybean farmers are double fucked. Oh, yeah, because China just said no more soy. Stack the soybean crop no longer being sold to China on top of that. The farmers are double fucked. No, farmers are quadruple fucked. And it's really funny in some ways because, or at least the way we understand it, like farmers are no longer like the farm hands. You know what I mean? And I guess some could even say that they never really were. Not to get too deep into it, but they're owners, right? They're capital owners in many respects. And therefore, due to their fucking class position, they vote for the reactionary party. They're like, of course I'm going to vote for the deregulatory party. Of course I'm going to vote for the tax breaks for the wealthy party. I'm a capital owner, right? I'm a fucking property owner. I'm a capital owner. I'm the master here, right? And what's interesting about it is, even though they get fucked in the long run, and they have gotten fucked already by Trump before in an identical fashion, they still vote for the Republican Party. They still vote for the Republican Party. They know at least they'll get a bailout or something, but it doesn't even matter. It's not even a leopards eat my face party at that point. It's like leopards ate my face last time and I liked it party, okay? I'm waiting for the leopard to eat my face again, and this time maybe my ass too party. It's crazy. Trump is proletarianizing the peasant class. Trust the process. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah, there's a $50 billion bailout. Scoop. Hill, Republican estimates Trump will need to send as much as $50 billion to the farmers hit by tariffs. Trump admin plans to roll out billions for USDA, but Treasury officials and others are eyeing ways to tap tariff revenue without a fight in Congress. It's just crazy because, like, who is this for? Who is this for? Like, why are we doing any of this shit? Like, at the end of the day, is it worth it that we have data centers all around the fucking country so we can make, like, the dumbest AI videos of all time? Is that what this is for? Because, like, what kind of industry are we pumping in this country? What kind of industrial base have we developed leading up to Donald Trump and certainly after Donald Trump? Like, what will we have? What kind of trade are we protecting? Do we have good paying jobs now? Is that what happened? Because we don't. It's all bullshit. Everything sucks. We make nothing. Not to get all Stephen Miller here, but we make nothing. We build nothing. We are nothing. It's just slop and a bunch of fucking con men. I saw Ryan Grimm and Sauger talking about AI data centers jacking up prices today. Virginia being a prime example of a state that Amazon has captured. Yeah, electricity prices are surging. We have burgers and guns, bro. That's true. We have burgers and we have gun. And we have gun burger. And also now we have AI gun. We used to have gun burger and now it's AI gun. It's fucking awesome. Wait till we make AI burger and then it's just and then it's over. It's complete. The American project is complete. This is mental torture for Americans, cheap medical.
My name is Emily. I'm a Canadian living in China. Today I will show you how efficient and affordable it is to see a doctor in China as a foreigner. Prices for x-rays, ECG, and blood tests included.
Okay, first of all, China doesn't even have the best healthcare, okay? Healthcare is one of the biggest weaknesses for the Chinese century of prosperity. Okay, so remember that when you're watching this.
Appointment on my phone last night using just my passport and was able to schedule an appointment at 9:30 a.m. this morning. I arrived on time and waited for only 10 minutes until my name was called. I told the cardiologist that I'm here for a...
So that was what, like $10,000, $20,000? I hope, I assume, right? Everything that she just described is basically like, this is a walk-in. That's going to be like what? Okay, I'm exaggerating. It's not going to be 20 grand, but at least 10 grand. Like, at least.
She sent me to an ECG, blood test, and x-ray. Here are the prices I paid as a foreigner without any medical insurance. Still very affordable. Then I got my ECG done. No need to wait at all, and I got the results on the spot.
Wait, what was the price?
5 minutes to get my blood. Still very affordable.
What was the price?
Very affordable. Then I got...
Fuck.
My ECG prices I paid...
$75,000, right? Like, that's what you... X-ray $19? X-ray $19? It's not 1,900? Did she cook the decimals? What's going on? Be honest. Tofu X-ray. Yeah. No, you don't understand. There's a tofu dreg. Tofu dreg X-ray. I don't understand. We got to cook the Chinese GDP, folks. There needs to be an incredibly expensive middleman that is not actually invested in lowering the cost whatsoever because it actually benefits them in the long run to to keep costs high. We need someone like that. We need an expensive middleman to extract as much value from the consumers. Where is the middleman? Where is the... I don't understand it. Actually, I don't know the Chinese healthcare, private healthcare system at all. I'm sure they might even have that. China spends 95% less than the U.S. on healthcare per capita, but has a life expectancy that's 4 years longer. Stop. China is much more efficient at converting production into human welfare than the U.S. China is currently increasing its investments in public healthcare provisioning, which is correct to do, and I predict the social dividends will be impressive. Ultrasound in Mexico this summer was $70. CAT scan in the U.S. last August with insurance was $2K plus. Adjust for PPP, they pay like 80% less, not 95. Oh, my bad. I was thinking about that in the shower today. Because like a big argument right now is like undocumenteds can't get health care. And it's like they talk about that like that's a good thing. And I was thinking like I'm in France right now. If I got into an accident, God forbid, I could go to the fucking hospital and have all my health care covered. America could absolutely do that for all tourists and all people living on U.S. soil on top of every single American. And it should. It's crazy.
A foreigner without any medical insurance. Still very affordable. Then I got my ECG done. No need to wait at all, and I got the results on the spot. I then waited 5 minutes to get my blood test done. Results will be out in 2 hours. Next was X-ray. I waited for 10 minutes and results will be out in 1 hour. I had all of the tests done in 40 minutes. The fact that you can do 3 different tests and get all the results on the same day of your appointment is crazy. I also love that they have everything digital. You can make appointments, payments, and check the results all on your phone. Everything is just incredibly efficient and affordable at the same time. Let me know your thoughts.
The Democrats, why won't they let us lie about the bill? Why won't they let us lie about the funding that they want to implement, which is $17 quintillion to Guatemalan migrants, illegal aliens? That's what they want, and they won't let us get away with it. They won't. They won't let us lie about it. I don't think these guys understand that they're playing too much. Okay, I don't think they are aware of how much they're playing and how annoying this shit is to the average person. They keep joking around about like this shutdown at a time when there are a lot of very frustrated people. They're operating like they got Obama numbers on the economy. And even then it wasn't so sweet. Shit wasn't so sweet back then either. Okay? So these kinds of memes, they're fine if you don't have discontent. These kinds of memes would go hard, I guess, if your base was like not experiencing unprecedented economic anxieties. Okay? You do not have the popular mandate that you think you have to be playing around like this. And I don't think they realize that. Wait, is this video supposed to be pro-Trump? Yes. Am I seeing this wrong? Donald Trump stars in Grim Reaper themed AI music video. Like they're saying like he's the Reaper and it's a good thing. Like they're saying Trump posted this. Like they're implying that Russ Vought is the Reaper and he's going to cut all these expenditures. He's going to cut all of these federal programs, and that's like a good thing. And what's really interesting about this is it's not a pro-Trump thing. They want a small government. Nah. If that was the case, Donald Trump would not have personally tried to distance himself from Project 2025 during the election. You are wrong. If you think that people are going to with this, if you think that the audience is going to with this, especially when they already aren't too happy about the way things are going, like their pockets are still hurting, you're wrong. And regardless of how long you think you're going to stay in power, and it's very obvious that these guys are basically posting like there's not going to be another election ever again, right? Like it's clear to me that they're out here posting like, there's no tomorrow, there's no elections coming up. Who gives a shit? But even then, you need to have either strong enough loyalty or a base of support that can hold things together. And the more you lose that, the more you're cooked, the more the harder it's going to be for you to maintain your grip of power. I got some soggy ass fries and doner kebab, and it's not very good.
Senator, you've served in Congress and then the Senate, and you've served through a number of different administrations with different presidents. And I've covered a number of shutdowns.
I just don't know what I don't know what they're thinking, behaving like this. And there is a reason why even the Republicans or just like the majority of the population hold Donald Trump responsible and the Republican Party responsible for the shutdown, man. These guys are a lot weaker than they present themselves. I don't know where they're getting this confidence from, but they are not strong. They are very, very weak. I see everything that they're doing here as like, let them eat cake posting. You know what I mean?
I've seen a president during a shutdown kind of gloating about the ability to punish people or to take stuff away from people in states that didn't vote for him. Have you seen that before?
No, of course we haven't. You know, Chris, we are living in an unprecedentedly dangerous moment, maybe the worst crisis in America literally since the Civil War. You have a president who is acting unconstitutionally and illegally. Guess what? These projects have been appropriated.
Yes.
They were signed by a president. It is illegal to rescind them. And then basically to say to people in Vermont, in New York, in California, oh, you didn't vote for Donald Trump? Well, we're going to take away funding that was supposed to go to your state. Illegal, outrageous, unconstitutional.
Yes, let me just follow up on that. I'm glad you made this point. Two things about that. One is, it's just so obviously preposterous that if you think of the Constitution and the power of the purse, right? The article.
That's it. That's what that's the remaining power of the Constitution right now. Like, as it stands, nobody really with the legislative body. It's been effectively neutered, whatever, right? But the one thing that it does do still is this. It's allocation of resources. That is the only thing that Congress still has the power of the purse, the budget. And when Donald Trump takes that away as well, I don't think Republicans are going to be fond of that either.
Congress has the power of the purse. That in a situation in which Congress fails to give money to the federal government, that somehow the executive gets more powerful? Like, that can't possibly be the case. That seems backward. And the second thing is you represent Republicans in Vermont, and I would say of all the politicians I've interviewed in my life, the vast majority, Democrat, Republican, Independent, genuinely care about all their constituents, genuinely want to see them thrive. It is so weird to approach it this way.
Well, you got a president who is acting in an unprecedented way, who is a megalomaniac, who wants more and more power for himself and his oligarchic friends. And understand that, at least for me, and I think for many others in the Congress, one of the key aspects of this whole shutdown debate is that what Senate rules are about is Republicans need 60 votes. That's been going on for decades. And when you need 60 votes, the point of that is bipartisanship, negotiation. All right, you need 8 Democratic votes. Okay, how do we work together to keep the government open? Republicans, for the first time in modern history, have chosen not to negotiate. They are saying it is their way or the highway.
Right.
And that is not acceptable. And I want everybody to understand that if we do not make changes and fight back effectively, you're going to see 15 million Americans lose their health insurance through the cuts in Medicaid and the ACA. According to studies, 50,000 Americans die each year. That's what's at stake. people all over this country. You're already paying the highest prices in the world for health care. Guess what? 24 million Americans are going to see a doubling, a doubling in their health care premiums. I cannot allow that to happen to Vermont or to this country. I ain't going to vote for that proposal.
So just to be clear here, because I had AOC on the other night, you guys did that video together. I mean, the big sort of negotiating point Democrats are saying is, look, these subsidies are about to run out. People's premiums are going to spike. It's going to be a disaster. Let's come to some agreement on extending them, and we'll vote them and do a bipartisan negotiation. Like, that remains the demand, right? Let's come to an agreement on this.
Yeah. The demand is that we don't double premiums for 24 million Americans. That's the Kaiser Family Foundation study just came out the other day, and throw 15 million people off health insurance. Let me say it again, Chris. You know, the media, we get, you know, Democrats, Republicans, everyone's attacking themselves. The studies suggest 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily if we don't stop this.
So Vance basically, I mean, my understanding of their position, screw you, we don't want to do this, but we're also happy to do it. Are there conversations happening? There was this sort of big gaggle on the floor yesterday among senators. I mean, I know the House Freedom Caucus doesn't like this. Republicans hate the ACA. Steve Daines was on the record saying, I don't like these subsidies to keep premiums down. But it seems like you can maybe find enough votes to do it, maybe?
Our job is to make it very difficult for Republicans to go back to their districts and explain to their constituents why their premiums, which are today unaffordable, are going to double. And let me be very clear. I am not a great fan of the Affordable Care Act. I believe in Medicare for all. I think that health care is a human right. But I will be damned if I'm going to see people in Vermont and around this country see a doubling in their premiums when people today can't afford housing, they can't afford health care, they can't afford child care. We can't allow that to happen.
The cost of things has been such a front of mind issue in every poll we've seen now for the last 3 or 4 years, I would say. The president ran on a promise to reduce prices on day one. He said they were going to go down. Not just they weren't going to get higher slower, they're going to go down. It just seems like that has not happened. And do you feel like when you talk to the people you represent in your state, they feel like it doesn't happen? Like,
absolutely.
Is that the number one thing you hear from people still here in 2025?
Like the issue of affordability. People are going to the grocery store. They want decent quality food for their kids. They can't afford it. I will tell you that in Vermont and in many parts of this country, the cost of housing is now insane. It's off the charts. You got 20 million households spending 50% of their income or more in housing. You want to send your kid to college? Good luck.
Yeah.
Childcare, unaffordable. So the answer is yes. The issue of affordability is a major issue for people all over this country.
I guess the question is, they think eventually the pain will be too much for Senate Democrats to bear, and 8 or so people will come together and vote to reopen the government, because while those insurance premiums doubling is a huge problem, there's going to be real pain from the shutdown, and they seem to be relishing it. And the kind of bet here is you guys care more about that pain than we do. What do you think of that?
Well, I will tell you, Chris.
I think this is yet another opportunity for the Democrats to basically stress the division between the corporate-backed elite and the regular people at home. Okay? Drive a wedge between the base of the party and the actual party itself. Because if you can't do it here, in this moment of unprecedented economic uncertainty, where these guys are basically behaving like fucking clowns, as though everything is awesome right now. If you can't even do it here, you can never do it. Just like if you couldn't talk about how austerity sucks when they were doing the Doge cuts, you were giving up on a major opportunity. This is yet another major opportunity to say, look, man, you might not like us. You might think we're too busy doing woke stuff, doing transgender, everybody computer, everybody transgender. But we're actually doing this for you. We're doing this so that the people that you voted for don't selfishly destroy your health care. They do all think everything is awesome right now? No, they don't. You think Republicans think everything is awesome right now? What have I told you? There is one thing that you can't wish cast away, and that is people's pockets hurting. You're so wrong. Think about the farmers. Think about the farmers that need yet another bailout. Many of those hogs voted for Trump, and then Trump fucked them again.
I am a politician. If I'm a Republican, man, I do not want to go home to my district and explain to people why I am allowing huge numbers of people in their own congressional districts, in their states, to lose their health care. How do you survive if you don't have any health care? And to see premiums double. So yes, you're right. Nobody, sane person, wants to see a shutdown. There's federal employees, people all over the country. That is true. But I will tell you, if I'm a Republican, and you notice they don't talk about this issue. What they say is, oh, it is only the undocumented workers.
Yeah, right,
Obviously, a total lie. Undocumented people are ineligible for Medicaid, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act. So they lie. But I think that lie tells you what they don't want to deal with. They don't want to go home and explain to their constituents why premiums are doubling.
And here we go, day 3 of the government shut.
I can't stand these motherfuckers not only lying, but then also claiming the opposition is lying. What they're saying is simply untrue. Anyway, here's some new, fresh Harry Enton. Some of the GOP are walking around like they're cock of the walk with the shutdown, but polls are on the Dem side. Voters blame the GOP more for the shutdown by an average of 12 points. Also, history says the side blamed at the start of the shutdowns is who voters blame by the end. The reason why people are blaming the Republicans is because they're in charge. They're in charge. And instead of this being the one unique opportunity for the Republican Party to be like, oh shit, we have to actually take this kind of seriously, they're behaving in the exact same ways that they have been behaving, which is not taking this shit seriously at all and posting fucking memes. And obviously, when you do that, even the dumbest hogs are gonna be like, wait a minute, dude, but like you're not doing anything to fix the shutdown. You're just like that's your goal. That's the best thing you got is just to keep calling Hakeem Jeffries a Mexican. Maybe it banged the first time, but how many more times can you just keep getting away with calling Hakeem Jeffries a Mexican? Wait, what happened? Oh shit! Oh. That was TOS. Almost clicked on a TOS video. I was like, why is that not showing? Didn't realize it's because it's a terms of service violation. Okay, what the fuck are you doing? Sorry, close call. Okay, I'm a little. I've lost my step a little bit. Okay, I'm tired. I'm hungry. Burrito at 3 a.m. in France. Wow, dude. It's not 3 a.m. But yeah, Wall Street Journal reports Trump's team is increasingly concerned about the ACA subsidies issue. Inside the White House, aides are discussing proposals to extend the enhanced subsidies for the Affordable Care Act health insurance plans, the official said. To which I responded with, this is not a burrito, chat. They do call this a taco, but it's doner. It's just doner. And it's not very good. The platter next to me is like chicken curry, but I'm not even going to eat it. Why are you purple? Am I purple? Oh, red as fuck. What the hell? I don't know. I'll ask Marsh to fix it in a second. Or I'll try to fix it myself in a second. Just wait. I'm a little purple. I didn't realize that. Sorry, chatters. I didn't mean to freak you out. I'm feeling kind of purple today. If that's the only thing you're doing, even people who are on your side are eventually going to look at the situation and go, man, this may be not so sweet. Man, shit is not sweet.
I think there are a lot of Republicans out there right now strutting around thinking that they're cock of the walk. But
this is a morning show.
I know.
Come on,
but
keep it clean.
We'll try and keep it clean, but shutdowns just get me so excited. Republicans out there thinking they're cock of the walk. But here's the thing to keep in mind. Blame more for the 2025 shutdown. Who do Americans blame more? They blame Republicans. The New York Times, by 7 points, they blame Republicans in Congress and Donald Trump. Marist, look at that. Blame Trump and Republicans by 12 points. How about Washington Post? By a 17-point margin. When you look at the data, what you're actually seeing is that more Americans are blaming Republicans than Democrats, which I think really goes against the conventional wisdom, because a lot of folks are saying, hey, Democrats are so divided. But at this particular point, Americans are placing the blame on the Republican shoulders, at least the plurality of them are.
Looking at this, does this match correctly? Like, how is this different or the same?
Yeah, this is what I think is so notable here, is we can go back over time, and this is actually a pretty familiar story. What are we talking about here? Blame more at the start of shutdowns, 95, 96. They blame the Republicans. Republicans more by 16 points. 2013, blame the Republicans more by 10 points. 2018, 2019, blame the Republicans more by 14 points. And right now, on the average poll, you see that the American public are blaming Republicans more by 12 points than Democrats. So this actually lines up with what we've seen historically. When the government goes in the shutdown, at least in prior occasions, and in this one, what we see is that more Americans are likely to blame Republicans than Democrats, which again, it's why the polling right now doesn't exactly strike me as surprising, despite the fact that Democrats might be messy. Republicans are the ones who are getting more blame because that is what has happened, at least historically speaking.
And also because Democrats are like, look, they have all three branches of government.
Correct.
You know,
that's exactly, I think that's so notable, right? It's the Republicans are the ones who have the House, the Senate, and of course the presidency.
Yeah. All right. So what about, you know, at the beginning versus the end of these shutdowns? Because things get really awful for so many people. People notice the services are cut, but you also have the big furloughs. What do you see there?
Yeah, I think this is notable, right? I think there might be a lot of Republicans who would say, okay, these are early days yet, right? This is early days yet. But what happens at the end of the shutdown? Does, in fact, the blame change? Well, historically speaking, no. Who gets the blame at the start of the shutdown has ended up being the ones who get the blame at the end of the shutdown. 95, 96, GOP, GOP. 2013, GOP, GOP. 2018, GOP, GOP. Look, it's early days yet. Maybe history will be bucked in this particular situation. But historically speaking, if you're being blamed at the start of a shutdown, you're getting blamed at the end of it. And right now, it's Republicans who are...
How did Dems manage to shut down the government not having control of the House or the Senate? What do you mean? They refused to offer 6 additional votes to the Republicans. That is a necessity in the Senate for them to be able to pass the budget. You need 60 votes in the Senate to pass the budget, as Bernie Sanders correctly described. And the Democrats are holding strong, and they're saying, we're not giving you those fucking votes until you come back to the fucking negotiations process and you save Americans' healthcare, which includes Republicans, by the way. Republicans act as though they're like an alien entity that is not living on U.S. soil, that is not impacted by the economy. But they do. They are. They're just so horny and so stupid and so racist that they don't even realize that this is like fucking them over. Yeah, MAGA uses Obamacare. Like, MAGA does not live in this unique space where they're not impacted by healthcare premiums skyrocketing. But if you're wondering why are Democrats so bad at like whipping the public approval against the Republicans, I think they've just like been bullied and ritualistically humiliated into submission. And some, I suspect, like a bunch of the stuff that the Republicans are doing in terms of the deregulation and the tax cuts. But they don't want to be out and proud about it. Why do you keep changing rooms? Are you on the run? Yeah. From your mom.
Blamed at the start of this one. History ain't exactly too kind to those who are blamed at the start of shutdowns.
And Democrats are sort of licking their chops seeing these numbers, I'm sure, and thinking about 2026.
They are definitely thinking that. Yeah. But we'll see what happens.
All right, Harry Enton, I'm glad you kept it clean the rest of the entire segment.
It is morning television.
It is. John?
Yeah, and that's history being bucked with a B, we should note there. With the snap.
God, Harry Enton is such a fucking nerd. It's crazy. But yeah, poll after poll after poll is showing the same thing. Americans are currently looking at the government shutdown. They're very frustrated by it. And they are, in much larger numbers, understandably blaming the Republicans for it. Now, of course, it takes two to tango. Obviously, it's a two-way street. Obviously, the only reason why the government is not currently being funded is because the Democrats are refusing to offer 6 additional votes to the Republicans, because Republicans have used a budget reconciliation to pass an insanely consequential bill that cuts $800 billion in Medicaid. $800 billion in Medicaid. That's what they are currently fighting against. That's what they're currently trying to stop. It's the right thing to do, and I'm glad that they're doing it, which is why I have been repeatedly trying to the best of my ability, defend Hakeem Jeffries, and no longer sarcastically talking about how Hakeem Jeffries is a sexual panther, but actually sincerely talking about Hakeem Jeffries being a sexual panther. But let's get back to these dummies on the right, chirping in their hug box at Fox News, talking about how the Democrats are lying about these bills, even though they're the ones who are lying, as I've explained over and over again.
Republicans are blasting the Democrats' proposal, accusing them of trying to give illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care. House Speaker Mike...
Like, that I love this. I love this. This is the faulty premise that this starts on. Just the abject fucking straightforward lie. They're like, oh yeah, they're hold on. They're basically saying, oh shit, look at that. Halloween. It's Spooktober, baby. It's Halloween time. I like that the entire underlying premise here, the first statement right out of the gate is just a straight up lie. The Democrats, why won't they let us lie about the bill? Why won't they let us lie about the funding that they want to implement, which is $17 quintillion to Guatemalan migrants, illegal aliens. That's what they want. And they won't let us get away with it. They won't they won't let us lie about it. That's basically what they're saying. They won't let us lie about who the Democrats are trying to fund here.
Johnson, he joins us now, and it is great to have you. All right, the full screen here. $200 billion in health care benefits for illegals in the Democratic CR. What do you say?
Well, welcome to day 3 of the Democrat shutdown. You've got the Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats have now voted 3 times to reject the clean, simple, continuing resolution that we passed out of the House 2 weeks ago to keep the government.
Oh, God, he's got no motion, dude. You ain't Trump, big dog. And Trump is too busy calling Hakeem Jeffries a Mexican. So you're kind of cooked. Oh, the Democrat shutdown. Welcome to the Democrat shutdown. Shut up, bitch. That's not your job. Your job is not to say the Democrat shutdown and dumb shit like that. Your job is to actually normalize the Donald Trump stuff. It hits so different coming out of your mouth. We're day 3 on the Democrat shutdown.
Operating for the people, real pain for real Americans, and they're claiming breathlessly, Dana, that they're not trying to restore.
This is why we can't have free speech.
Taxpayer-funded benefits and health care to illegal aliens, and it's simply not true. I would direct everybody right now, go to speaker.gov, okay? That's my official website. We put right there on the first page the evidence. I have the receipts, okay, as Bill said earlier. Chuck Schumer filed a counter proposal, a counter continuing resolution when they voted ours down. And what is in that? If you go there on the page, you'll see, go to page 57. It's buried in their document, but it says in that section 2141, right there, Chuck Schumer filed it. It says they want to repeal the health provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut that we Republicans.
Yeah, no shit, dumbass. They're not hiding that, dumbass. They're saying that openly, dumbass. What the fuck? No, he's not lying. That's true. They do want to fucking repeal the cuts. They do. But the problem here, the lie here, isn't that the Democrats want to stop the $800 billion of healthcare cuts that are coming down the line. That is the truth. The lie here is the claim that the $800 billion that are being cut from healthcare, from Medicaid specifically, is actually only going to undocumented migrants. That is what's fucked up. The big beautiful bill that they advanced cut $800 billion in Medicaid spending. Okay? $800 billion in Medicaid spending was cut. And they're going to do that through a process of like creating additional unnecessary hurdles for Medicaid recipients. Okay? So it's not a lie that Chuck Schumer is actually trying to stop that. It's not a lie that Chuck Schumer wants that cut to be gone. He wants $800 billion in Medicaid expenditure to come back into the government expenditures. That's true. He wants that. The lie here is the claim that the $800 billion was going to undocumented migrants. That's not true. Actually, he said only $200 billion was going to the immigrants. So the other $600 billion, he's fine with not going to Americans in his mind, I guess. Oh, the immigrants that are getting any kind of Medicaid help are documented immigrants. Okay. If you are an undocumented immigrant, you cannot get, you are no access to any sort of government funded social safety net. You just can't do that. You can't get it. This conversation is not even about whether they should. If you ask me, obviously, like, yes, they should. But that's not even an issue right now because they're not. Undocumented pregnant women can't get Medicaid? No, they can't. Unless you're talking about, unless you are, first of all, holy shit, dude. Is the argument here that if you're fucking pregnant and you're poor and you're slated to have a child on U.S. soil, then they shouldn't get health care? Like, what is your... The alternative is like kicking a pregnant lady down, like a poor pregnant lady down? That's insane. That's number one. Number two, not the argument. It kind of does feel like that's the argument, but you're too much of a fucking pussy to fucking say it out loud, okay? You are arguing for the truth. I love these motherfuckers. They just can't be like, yeah, I think we should just like deny care to pregnant undocumented migrants. That's an insane thing to openly state, okay? Not very pro-life of you, my guy. That's number one. The only thing that undocumented immigrants can take advantage of, if you want to call it that, or the only aspect of Medicaid funding that actually ends up in the hands of like undocumented migrants is emergency room costs. That's it. Okay, Hassan, you're jumping to conclusions. Wait, what? Are you fucking stupid? He literally just said, what about an undocumented pregnant woman? Can they get access to Medicaid? The only way that an undocumented person could get any sort of healthcare expenditures covered by the government is at the emergency room. That's it. And as far as Medicaid goes, or as far as like any sort of social expenditure goes, the only people that can take advantage of that are American citizens. Okay? And a baby born on U.S. soil, in spite of having a parent that's undocumented, will have... Oh, you misunderstood the chatter? I never said it was bad. Not the argument. You are arguing for the truth. Nah, you are making a 100% statement. I never said it was bad. Oh, I thought you were trying to be... I thought you were trying to say undocumented pregnant women do get Medicaid. My bad. I apologize. They're asking a simple question, dude. They may not be American. Sorry, I was being hostile. I am very tired. How do undocumented people get healthcare in the U.S.? They don't. If they have a significant issue, if they have a significant health complication, they go to the emergency room and get coverage, and they can't deny they can't deny you service. Anyway, like I said, apologies to Dog Mod. I misunderstood. I thought he was being sarcastic and cynical. Some states do literally get Medicaid, but so do the clinics that can get paid. Obviously, can't go through pregnancy without visiting a hospital. There is no federal funding. There is state funding for undocumented migrants in some states under some circumstances for like some kind of health care, but that's state funded. It's not the federal. This is $800 billion in federal government funding being taken off of Medicaid. Not a single piece of that goes to undocumented migrants. Undocumented migrants cannot take advantage of Medicaid or Medicare. Documented migrants can. And I think they're just trying to say that like documented migrants, like, people with like green cards, shit like that are also illegal, I guess now. Maybe that's what they're saying. I don't know. As far as I know, in some cases can apply to ER Medicaid that can only cover ER visits. Yes, the only thing that undocumented migrants can take advantage of is emergency rooms. Okay, they can go into the emergency room and not pay anything, and that is covered.
Passed earlier this year, and that President Trump signed into law on July 4th. Now, why is that so important?
Yeah, it's important to specify that they can't deny life-saving service through the EMTALA Act under Reagan. Prior to this law, uninsured, poor, and undocumented were literally dying in the streets due to being unable to afford care. EMTALA requires all ERs to provide life-saving care regardless of payment. Yeah.
Because, Dana, that's where you'll find they want to add back in almost $200 billion of taxpayer funds to give free stuff to illegal aliens. 100% in writing, not a Republican talking point. It's Chuck Schumer's own document.
Wow. Okay, so you've got...
Wait, so is the argument that Mike Johnson is presenting is that Chuck Schumer put this counter proposal for funding the government together, and in that counter proposal he wrote as one of the footnotes, free stuff to illegal aliens, please. That's what you're saying? Like, what's this?
Not that.
Taxpayer funds to give free stuff to illegal aliens. 100% in writing, not a Republican talking point. It's Chuck Schumer's own document.
Chuck Schumer's own document says 100%, not a Republican talking point. We want $200 billion in free stuff, healthcare for illegals. They often use immigrants and illegal immigrants interchangeably. The cost of illegal immigration to taxpayers. No, this is worse than that. Chatters. This is where I come into play as someone who has been an advocate for migrants and migrants' rights in this country for a very long time. America has birthright citizenship. Therefore, out of 1 in every 14 households in this country, you have one undocumented parent. Okay? That means 1 out of every 14 American citizen that was born on U.S. soil has an undocumented parent. Okay? That means an undocumented parent came here and gave birth to a child on U.S. soil who is now a fully fledged American citizen. So the reason why I'm explaining this to you is because these guys do something really fucking indecent. They don't just loop in documented migrants with undocumented migrants. They also add, because documented migrants are capable of taking advantage of some of the social safety nets, but undocumented migrants are not. The reason why this is even more sinister, the number that the eye-catching number that they arrive at is like usually, I think it was like $5 billion or something. Now it's even larger than that. But the reason why there's like this large number that they can point to is because they consider anchor babies to also be a burden on the system that illegals brought in to the country. But anchor babies are American citizens. So that's not a part of the fucking undocumented migrant cost on U.S. soil. They're American citizens. But the way that these guys try to crunch the numbers, they try to make it seem as though if you are born to a non-citizen parent, documented or undocumented, okay, if you're born to a non-citizen parent on U.S. soil, they put your public school funds and all the social safety nets and everything else that you take advantage of into that number. It is the most racist, most transparent, fucked up, racist lie that you could present. Those are American citizens, big dog. You can't just add their fucking social expenditures in there to be like, well, these undocumented brought them here. It's fucking bullshit. But that's because I remember years ago diving into this number because I was like, I couldn't comprehend it. I was like, why is there like, what do you mean they're spending $50 billion every year or some shit? Right? How is that possible? They can't take advantage of the social safety nets. Like where is this coming from? Okay. It turns out they're just adding the children that have one undocumented or documented non-citizen into the fucking pile as the cost, as the overall cost and the overall burden to the social safety nets. It's a gross ass statistic that they apply. See, lifetime fiscal impact of an illegal immigrant by educational attainment. Welfare programs. We can understand better why illegal immigrants create significant fiscal costs by looking at the welfare system. In a study published in December 2023, my colleague Karen Ziegler and I examined welfare using 2022 survey income and program participants. This is the intellectualized version of saying that undocumented immigrants are both stealing our jobs, but also simultaneously stealing our welfare because they're lazy. They're both lazy and also job stealers at the same time. How does that work? I don't know, but they're doing both. The enemy is both weak and strong. Yes, it is a false characterization of legal American citizens, natural-born U.S. citizens, as illegals if they are born to one parent that is either a documented or undocumented non-citizen.
Wow. Okay, so you've got that. And you've got a few moderate Democrats in the Senate who may crack. We'll see when this vote goes down, and they may stay strong.
Like if I went to
Gene Shaheen,
if I had like Medicaid, for example, I would be covered in this. I'm born here, okay, but I would be covered. I would be the burden that they're talking about. Now, if I also remained on U.S. soil, went to school here, went to public school here, that would be a part of the additional expenses that the federal government took on.
Yesterday, I was talking about, well, there are a lot of people in districts where President Trump won who could be in peril if these health care subsidies lapse.
Oh, interesting. Wait, what the fuck? That's like, what is this? Is Mike Johnson on CNN? What's going on here? That's a good question. I'm sure he'll just let him get away with lying here, but
Who could be in peril if these health care subsidies lapse. Here's what you said. Here's her argument right now.
Health insurance companies right now this month are setting those rates. So we need to get together. We need to address this. This is an issue that affects both Democrats and Republicans. You know, over 70% of people who are getting those health insurance subsidies are in states that President Trump won. 56% of them are in Republican districts.
That would seem to be pretty overwhelming, and I'm sure you're aware of this, and I imagine a lot of those folks live in Louisiana. What would you say to that?
Yeah, Bill, we're all aware of this. It's a total red herring. The Democrats have grasped onto a December policy issue. What she's referring to there doesn't expire until December 31st. We have 3 months in Congress to work through that issue. It has nothing to do with the September stopgap funding measure that will merely keep the government open for the people so that Republicans and Democrats can work here through the regular process to finish appropriations. They are trying to grab a red herring to distract everyone from the simple fact that they want to put illegal aliens back on the taxpayer-funded benefits wagon, and they want to, by the way, there are other demands in this counterproposal. They want us to give $500 million of American taxpayer funds back to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to prop up left-leaning media organizations. They want to add $1.5 trillion.
Wait. What did he say? It's a red herring. Dog, what? Oh, God. I can't deal with this, man. I can't deal with this. Everything he's saying the Democrats are doing, he's doing. He says the Democrats are lying. They want to give undocumented $200 billion in free stuff. Chuck Schumer wrote it. That's a lie. Okay? It's not the Democrats that are lying. It's the Republicans that are lying. Then he says the Democrats actually are using the healthcare premiums going up as a red herring. That's not the red herring. The red herring is the lie that this is like going to immigrants somehow. Oh my God. It's so fucking annoying, dude. It is so unbearable to watch these motherfuckers get away with lying like this every damn day. And then he packages it up with like Sesame Street being woke or some dumb shit. Yeah, they want to do woke Sesame Street. They want to do woke and gay Sesame Street. That's what they want to fund.
From the simple fact that they want to put illegal aliens back on the taxpayer-funded benefits wagon, and they want to, by the way, there are other demands in this counterproposal. They want us to give $500 million of American taxpayer funds back to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to prop up left-leaning media organizations. They want to add $1.5 trillion with a T, $trillion of new spending that we cannot afford right now.
By the way, notice how Johnson didn't even bother to lie about the cuts going into effect. The argument was basically, yeah, we cut those programs, but those cuts are not going to affect until 3 months from now, which is him admitting they did cut healthcare. Yes, they did. He doesn't have to relitigate that because he's presenting that in a false framing, that they are actually cutting healthcare for undocumented migrants. They're not cutting healthcare for undocumented migrants. They're cutting healthcare for Americans, American citizens. Undocumented migrants cannot get Medicaid. Oh, more often than not, like, do you think that there isn't a tremendous number of Republican Party voters that are also Medicaid recipients? There are, for the record. There are. As a matter of fact, as far as like funding rural hospitals goes, and that's where the Republicans live, in rural areas, Medicaid is massively consequential as a funding vehicle for rural hospitals that are already in a dire fucking state in this country. You're not going to have a hospital in a rural area in a 100-mile radius. You're going to accidentally chop your finger and have to go to the fucking veterinarian, as many Americans do nowadays in the fucking heartland, you know?
People cannot afford, and they want to do that on a 7-week stopgap funding measure. It's absurd. Let me tell you something. Every Democrat in the Senate that voted against this has voted for the same, almost identical thing 13 times. 13 times during the Biden administration over 4 years, but now suddenly they can't do it. There's one reason and one reason alone that this fight is being waged right now. They're trying to prove themselves to the Marxist left base of the Democrat Party. Plain and simple. Chuck Schumer made this decision because he's afraid that AOC or one of the Marxists are going to challenge him in his next Senate re-election bid, and that's why he's doing this. Selfishly.
I'm confused. I thought he was a Palestinian Marxist himself. Wait, so Chuck Schumer's not a commie? Interesting. I thought he was like the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine type guy. the way Trump talks about Chuck. Calls him a Palestinian, calls him a commie, calls him a socialist. Since when is he just like a moderate? Since when is he a moderate Democrat? There's a distinction between moderate Democrats and Marxist Democrats, which, by the way, who the fuck is a Marxist Democrat? Holy shit. I wish. I had to listen to my hairstylist talk about how the government shut down because migrants want health care. I said, no, that's not possible. They cannot get health care. She was insistent that they can. Just shows how people get their talking points from liars. Even stating logical facts isn't working anymore. I mean, dude, you just have to walk them through it. Ask them how, okay? Ask them how. They don't have like a couple follow-up questions and they're going to buckle because one, it's untrue. And two, they never scratch the surface. They just go off of like, well, they do. I believe it. That's it. Be like, how? How do they?
And very dangerously for the American people.
Let's listen to AOC. This is what she said on her Instagram account.
This is what Republicans love to do. Whenever we fight to elevate the minimum wage, to expand Social Security, to make healthcare better in this country, in order to derail that, Republicans love to dangle this shiny object that says, but what if someone not like you gets it?
My coworkers say they have fake identification. Oh my God. Dog pills. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. What the fuck is a dog pill? That's a weird username, but I like it.
Okay, you work with Hakeem Jeffries and you work with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Who do you think is a better communicator?
Well, she's way better on social media and she gets all the attention. But remember what she stands for, okay? She is the most vocal opponent for Mom Don.
Republicans have flown too close to the sun. My normie mom asked, do they want us to believe that Dems are trying to give universal health care to undocumented immigrants? Yeah, no, they don't have fucking, guys, for the record, no, like, undocumented migrants are not running around with fake IDs and getting fucking health care, okay? Like, there's 12 million undocumented migrants in this country. Do some of them have fake IDs and shit? Certainly, okay? Are they capable of going into a government office with a fake ID and getting fucking Medicaid? You're out of your goddamn mind, dude. That's not how any of this works. Like, having a fake social security card doesn't mean that you're like in the fucking real database. You can't just like fake this stuff. You can't just go and get. Also, that's not even what these guys are saying, for the record. That's not even what these guys are saying. Like, not only did your hairdresser in this hypothetical scenario made that shit up, they're saying Democrats want to fund undocumented immigrants directly, not like undocumented immigrants are getting together and like creating a system of fake IDs so they can get like fake Medicaid that they don't actually, they're not supposed to get. They're saying Democrats have written into the law that we want to give undocumented migrants health care. So that's a totally separate thing that is also not a real problem at all. One of the craziest parts about this is Medicaid and Medicare fraud does happen, okay? But it happens at the point of the provider. It does not happen at the point of like individuals committing Medicare fraud by taking government healthcare, government funds that they actually are not entitled to, okay? Rick Scott is a great example. I will not be repeating what I've said in the past. Ironically enough, when I was responding to Mike Johnson last time, he was talking about how he's going to cut $800 billion in Medicaid funding while claiming he was actually going after fraud, waste, and abuse. Okay? But the reality of the matter is, just like with voter fraud does not happen at the point of individuals illegally voting. Election fraud is what happens at the point of systems, making it harder for people to go out and vote, for example. Okay, voter suppression. Republicans love reframing the narrative. They are oftentimes the ones who are defending Medicare fraud that is happening at the point of providers, like Rick Scott did, right? While simultaneously shifting the blame back to like regular Americans. And they do this with pretty much everything. Election suppression is a real issue. In order to justify election suppression, voter suppression, Republicans falsely claim that there are a ton of people who are going around and voting fucking illegally. This is not the case. This is not the reality at all. It's just completely made up. It's a completely made up narrative. Always the same shit.
Apparently mayor of America's largest city and the cradle of capitalism. These people are Marxists. They want the government to take over and run everything. And what that means for you, listen, average American citizens, you surrender your freedom for the government to take over. It never works. It's destructive, and it is anti-American. And they are advancing something that their parents' generation of Democrats would have soundly rejected. This is not your father's Democratic Party. These people are dangerous to our system, and everybody needs to wake up and understand that. I don't care what they put on social media. You need to look at the philosophy behind that. And we're fighting to preserve freedom of the greatest nation in the history of the world that we celebrate 250 years next year. We've got to defend it. That freedom is not inherited in the bloodstream.
Yeah, we have a big vote here in New York in 4.5 weeks. That's coming up very quickly. Can I ask you, of these 7 moderate Democrats?
Yeah, we're defending your freedom to fucking die, okay? Your freedom. Guys, come on. This is the freest nation on earth where you're free to choose one of the 2 healthcare providers that we have offered you. Okay? Wake up. Wake up, guys. Don't you love that freedom? Don't you love the freedom of being saddled with medical debt instead of having the scary government actually offer single-payer health care? Why aren't you talk about the flotilla? It's because I'm scared to talk about it. It's because Israel's paying me $8,000 every minute that I don't talk about the flotilla. Stop fucking up the bag for me, chatter.
Describe to us. Have you heard from any of them? Is there a crack within that group?
Well, we hope so. I talked to Leader Thune late last night. They're working on that. They're hopeful that some of them will come to their senses. They don't want to be blamed for the destruction that is being wrought. There are real people being hurt right now. We have women, infants, and children nutrition programs that are now not funded. You have veterans health services that are not funded. FEMA.
He's going to nut if he talks more about all of the not funded programs for the working class. This is extremely his shit, okay? He loves this. He's like, oh, hell yeah.
Many of their services are stalled right now in the middle of a hurricane season. You got troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol agents serving us right now, defending the country without pay.
Well, you make an interesting argument with that. Does this vote, does it actually pass today and shock the world?
Well, I certainly hope so. I'm praying that this ends quickly because this is
No, I get it, but is
to
that
do
a
to the
yes or a
American
no for today's vote?
Well, I don't know. I'm not in the Senate, but I'm trying to read the tea leaves as everybody else. I think there are cracks, and I think more Democrats will come along, and I hope they do it sooner than later.
Zooming out, just one last question from me. Kim Strassel this morning in the Wall Street Journal, she talks about Republicans, health care. Do you agree with her that the Republicans are...
It just doesn't make any sense because, like, on the one hand, they're advocating to cut these programs, and on the other hand, he's like, well, we can't even fund these programs right now. Isn't that damaging? It's like, okay, well, that sounds a lot like socialism to me, big dog. Maybe we should keep the government shut down then, I guess, you know? Which is it? Is that socialist Marxism that you're talking about over there that you want to fucking... that you want to fund all these programs? Isn't that socialism, that Marxism that you're talking about and how scary that is? Not your father's Democrat Party?
Weak, vulnerable on healthcare policy at this moment when a lot of Americans are saying they are worried about the high prices, but there's just very little discussion about why the prices are so high.
Exactly. We're all concerned about that, but if they look at the facts, Republicans are the ones that are solving the problem. In the big, beautiful bill, when we put the reforms in for Medicaid, what we've done is brought down the premiums, and we have eliminated the fraud, waste, and abuse. The CBO is the analyst that just put that out, August 25th. Go look it up. And they said the CBO is not a Republican group. They're the neutral arbiters here. And they say the Republicans are right, because what we did was save $185 billion of waste and abuse in the program with our reforms. And we're going to get 2.3 ineligible recipients off of that. That's those illegal aliens. That's the young, able-bodied men.
But what about people who are not on Medicaid, people who are either on the Obama exchanges or are worried they're going to lose their employee-sponsored health insurance?
Yes, we have a lot of reforms that we need to push through, but the answer is not to grow government and further subsidize insurance companies, which is exactly what those subsidies do. It doesn't help bring premiums down. We got to do it for the people, not for the insurance companies. That's a pretty important distinction.
Sir, thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming on. I don't know, what are you getting, like 3 hours of sleep a night?
Probably. Well, just listen to the Taylor Swift album. You'll be fine. Stay up all night.
Right, sure.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Speaker Johnson, appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Mr. Beat here with an important announcement. I'm retiring. It's true. I don't know when, but someday I will be retiring. Just kidding. I'm a millennial. We don't get to retire. Although I suppose someday I'll have to retire when I'm dead. There are currently more than 50 million Americans right now who have retired or stopped doing their job or career. That's nearly 15% of all Americans. By the way, what's it like to have free time? I haven't had free time since I was in, like, high school. Anyway, while it is true there are folks who do not retire, most of us look forward to retirement. We view it as a golden age to explore our hobbies and do what we always wanted to do when we were younger, but couldn't find the time for. It's important to remember, though, that the whole idea of a, quote, retirement is a relatively new thing. Only in the last 100 years or so did it become more common for a company or country to provide retirement benefits so that people didn't have to work. Now, if you clicked on this video, you probably already know that I've made a lot of videos about American presidents, and yep, in this video, we're gonna look at what every American president did during their retirement. What? Did you think I was retiring from making videos about American presidents? Come on. Now, keep in mind that people die. Even presidents die. 8 presidents died while in office. 4 of natural causes, 4 by assassination. I've argued that being president is the most dangerous job in the world because 18% of all presidents died while on the job. So, we can't know how they spent their retirement. In this video, let's look at how the other 37 American presidents spent their retirement. Back again to the streets of Middle America, where Mr. Beat confidently strides as a pedestrian in his stylish shoes. Waterproof shoes, durable shoes, comfortable shoes, shoes by Vessi. Not only do they handle the snow and ice, they look oh so snazzy. Yep, I'm excited to once again have Vessi as a sponsor of this video. I have been wearing Vessi shoes for at least a couple months now at this point, and I love how comfortable they are all day long. As the newsreel pointed out, I do a lot of jaywalking out on those streets, and my Vessi shoes keep my feet dry while staying durable in wintry conditions. Most importantly to me, the shoes look amazing. Vessi stands out from other brands with their unique blend of sustainability, functionality, and style, baby. Visit Vessi.com/MrBeat to get your comfy companion and get an automatic 15% off your first order at checkout. Here's my best good friend, QR code. He will take you there too, buddy. Thanks to Vessi for sponsoring this video. So how you been? Okay, so there's no need for butter upon bacon here. Let's just give you the facts. Going chronologically, here is what every president in American history did during their retirement. And to be clear, I'm talking about after they were president. By the way, the average length of time a president lives after their presidency is around 14 years. So take that information as you will, Joe. Starting with the Cincinnatus of Americans himself, George Washington. He actually got called out of retirement to first be president of the Constitutional Convention and next to be the first president of the United States. After he was done being president, he retired to manage his plantation, Mount Vernon. He enjoyed retirement very much. He especially loved tending his gardens there. He'd chime in about politics, but often privately instead of publicly. Less than a year and a half into his retirement, the new president, John Adams, convinced him to be commander-in-chief of the armed forces. In reality, Washington didn't have much to do in that position, so he often just hung out at Mount Vernon until his death. His post-presidency retirement lasted 2 years and 285 days, only living long enough to see one other president serve. John Adams. He retired to become a farmer, at his home in Quincy, Massachusetts. Peacefield, yo! Like Washington, he'd rarely chime in publicly about politics. That is until James Madison became president. But surprisingly, he wasn't that harsh about the Democratic Republicans, the political party he once so strongly opposed. In fact, by 1813, he had once again become friends with Thomas Jefferson. They'd mail each other letters for the rest of their lives, both dying, crazily enough, on the exact same day, which was July 4th, 1826, and which was also the 50th anniversary of the country. Adams' retirement lasted a long time, 25 years and 122 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve, including his own son, Thomas Jefferson. Back to his famous plantation, Monticello. However, he didn't just run Monticello, he continued to learn and experiment and invent stuff. He arguably spent more time in retirement trying to better himself than any other president in American history. Unlike Washington and Adams, Jefferson remained much more involved and in the spotlight during his retirement, often trying to influence members of Congress and, of course, the 2 presidents who followed him, James Madison and James Monroe. Yep, Jefferson often advised both of those Jameses. Both were bigly influenced by Jefferson. One of his biggest retirement projects, starting a university that he wanted to be free of church influences and where students could study stuff not offered at other colleges. In 1819, his vision became true as he founded the University of Virginia, which, yeah, still exists today for real. In 1821, he began writing an autobiography. He threw big parties and had lots of visitors. One of his last visitors at Monticello was the American Revolution hero, Marquis de Lafayette. The 2 reunited after not seeing each other for 35 years. Jefferson's retirement lasted 17 years and 122 days, exactly 8 years less than John Adams' retirement, living long enough to see 3 other presidents serve. James Madison. Back to his famous plantation, Montpelier. Hey, noticing a pattern here? Like Washington and Jefferson, he spent much of his time managing his plantation. Like Washington and Adams, he rarely spoke out in public about politics, although he did quietly advise presidents, particularly James Monroe and Andrew Jackson. Speaking of his good buddy, Thomas Jefferson, Madison helped him start the University of Virginia. In 1829, Virginian politicians chose him as a representative at a convention to change the state's constitution. Madison's retirement lasted 19 years and 116 days, living long enough to see 3 other presidents serve. James Monroe. Similar to his mentor and friend, Thomas Jefferson, Monroe spent his retirement devoted to learning and becoming a better person. He was constantly reading and writing. He started a political theory book, but scrapped it after his son-in-law, George Hay, didn't think it was that good. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Anyway, Hay suggested to Monroe that he write an autobiography instead, and Monroe agreed with that idea, but he died before he could finish writing it. His retirement lasted 6 years and 122 days, living long enough to see 2 other presidents serve. Something important that I want to point out is that the first 4 Virginia presidents, who were all considered founding father presidents, I should add, left the presidency with less wealth than they had when entering the presidency. This is unheard of today. John Quincy Adams. After losing re-election and after his son took his own life, Adams decided to retire from public life to the same place as his father, Peacefield. But 2 things brought him out of his retirement. 1, his disgust at what Andrew Jackson was doing as president, and 2, his boredom. Retirement bored the heck out of him, so despite it already being customary that former presidents shouldn't run for public office, he ran for the U.S. House of Representatives anyway in the 1830 midterms. He easily won and would go on to be re-elected 8 more times, serving in Congress for the rest of his life. He was busy in the House of Representatives, chairing the Committee on Commerce and Manufactures. He helped pass the Tariff of 1832. Later, he became strongly involved with the Whig Party, and his political opinions moved further and further to the left, becoming outspokenly against slavery. In fact, he became the most influential abolitionist in the country. In 1841, Adams represented Africans who had escaped slavery in front of the Supreme Court, passionately arguing for their freedom and helping them win the case. I have a video about that. In his final years, he talked trash about the expansionist policies of James Polk and getting involved with the Mexican-American War. So yeah, Adams didn't get much of a retirement. It lasted less than 2 years. He probably had the most influential post-presidency of all presidents, though, and he lived long enough to see 5 other presidents serve. Andrew Jackson. Back to his plantation, the Hermitage, which is near Nashville, Tennessee. He continued to speak out publicly about political issues and stayed pretty influential, campaigning for Martin Van Buren as he tried to get re-elected president in 1840. The only photographs you see of him today were taken when he was retired. Jackson's retirement lasted 8 years and 96 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve. Martin Van Buren. After losing re-election, he retired back to his home in Kinderhook, New York. Though he secretly plotted a way to eventually try to become president again, he generally rarely spoke publicly about political matters, though. After he made it public that he was against annexing Texas, this turned a bunch of members of the Democratic Party against him, which is kind of crazy since Van Buren was a big reason why the Democratic Party existed in the first place. After James Polk won the presidential election of 1844, he offered Van Buren a spot in his administration. Well, Van Buren turned it down because he was still mad at Polk for not listening to his supporters when he ran against him for the nomination for president. 4 years later, Van Buren ran for president yet again, but this time for the newly formed Free Soil Party. I have vid about it. Well, he lost that election, but got 10.1% of the popular vote, the strongest showing by a third-party presidential candidate in American history up to that point. Van Buren never ran for public office again after this, but he did regularly get involved whenever he could. Notably, he tried but failed to start a constitutional convention after southern states began to secede from the Union. His retirement lasted 21 years and 142 days, living long enough to see 8 other presidents serve. That's more than any other president. William Henry Harrison died just a month after taking office. Aww. John Tyler. He retired to become a farmer, living in this house, which Tyler called Sherwood Forest, as a reference to where the folk legend outlaw Robin Hood lived, as Tyler now considered himself an outlaw to the Whig Party. Oh, boom! In fact, his Whig neighbors apparently gave him the position of, quote, overseer of roads in an attempt to mock him. To their disappointment, he treated the job very seriously, always bugging his neighbors about fixing the roads. By the time of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry, his neighbors liked him and chose him to be a captain to lead troops to defend the area. When the southern states seceded in the months before the American Civil War, Tyler re-entered public life to try to save the Union. At the Peace Conference of 1861, the conference failed, and one reason why was because Tyler rejected the Northerners' compromise proposals. While the conference was still happening, Virginians elected him to help Virginia secede. And then the traitor voted for secession. For his efforts, Virginians rewarded Tyler with a delegate spot for the newly forming Confederate government, and later a spot in the Confederate House of Representatives right before his death. Tyler's retirement lasted 16 years and 320 days, living long enough to see 6 other presidents serve. James Polk. Polk's retirement was short. He left Washington, D.C. to go on an East Coast and Southern Coast tour, and everywhere he went, he was greeted with huge parties. By the time the tour was over, he was in poor health. He'd die 2.5 months after making it to his home in Tennessee. Polk's retirement lasted just 103 days, only living long enough to see one other president serve. Some retirement that was. Unless Joe Biden dies soon, Polk had the shortest retirement of all American presidents. Zachary Taylor died 16 months after taking office. Aww. Millard Fillmore. His retirement kinda sucked. First of all, both his wife and daughter died. Next, Fillmore was the first president to retire and not have any guaranteed wealth or assets waiting for him, which means he still had to work. Remember, this was before presidents got any kind of pension. He did have some investments that barely got him by, and he spent much of his time back home in Buffalo, New York, even though he was not anti-immigrant. The anti-immigrant Know-Nothing Party nominated Fillmore to run for president in the election of 1856, even dropping nativism as a priority to convince him to run. Well, Fillmore lost that election, but got 8 electoral votes and an impressive 21.5% of the popular vote. His political ambitions ended after that, and he returned to law. In 1858, he married Carolyn McIntosh, who was so wealthy that he didn't have to worry about money anymore. Fillmore helped her donate her wealth to many different causes, including the Buffalo General Hospital, which Fillmore helped start after the American Civil War broke out. Fillmore was very active supporting the Union cause through raising money and troops. After the war ended, Fillmore continued to dedicate himself to community service in Buffalo, particularly with the arts. Fillmore's retirement lasted 21 years, 4 days, living long enough to see 5 other presidents serve. Franklin Pierce. After leaving the presidency, Pierce retired to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. He regularly chimed in publicly about politics. In 1860, some Democrats tried to get him to run for president again, but he refused. During the American Civil War, he stayed loyal to the Union, but regularly blamed President Abraham Lincoln for the war. He did a lot of traveling. After his wife, Jane, died, his alcoholism got worse. Despite retiring young, he also died young. Pierce's retirement lasted just 12 years, 218 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve. James Buchanan. He retired to his house in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Wheatland. For real. Ah, nice crib there, James. But keep in mind that he left the presidency in disgrace. He got hate mail daily. He spent most of his retirement getting death threats from people blaming him for starting the Civil War. The constant attacks from the press and refusal of former political allies to defend him really took a toll on his health. To defend his legacy, he wrote a memoir published in 1866, 1 year after the Civil War ended. In it, he basically just blamed a bunch of other people for everything that had gone wrong. Buchanan's retirement lasted 7 years, 89 days, living long enough to see 3 other presidents serve. Abraham Lincoln was assassinated 4 years and 42 days after taking office. Aww. Andrew Johnson. He retired to his home in Greenville, Tennessee, where he planned on farming or perhaps getting into the railroad industry. However, he soon got bored and wanted to get back into politics. In part, to get back at some of his political rivals who had disgraced him. You know what I'm talking about. Those dang radical Republicans. Well, that wasn't easy. Twice, he tried to get elected back into the U.S. Senate, and twice, the Republicans in it denied him a victory. He ran for the U.S. House, and, well, he lost that election too. But Johnson didn't give up, determined to return to Congress, and by golly, he had his comeback when he finally got back in the Senate in early 1875, making him the only former president to serve in the Senate. However, his return didn't last long. He'd die less than 5 months after being sworn in. Johnson's retirement lasted 6 years, 149 days, living long enough to see just one other president serve. Ulysses Grant. Grant once said he, quote, was never so happy in my life than the day he left the White House. He and his wife Julia then first traveled across the country, then traveled around the world, going as far away as Asia and Africa, meeting all kinds of important world leaders. Many wanted Grant to return to the presidency in 1880, but he convinced fellow Republicans to support James Garfield instead. After that, Grant lost the equivalent of millions of dollars in today's money when a con artist swindled him, causing him to go bankrupt. However, Grant's friend, the legendary writer Mark Twain, helped him publish his memoirs, which eventually earned the equivalent of more than $10 million in today's money, so it's all gravy, baby. Grant's retirement lasted 8 years, 141 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve. Rutherford Hayes. He retired to his home. Ah yes, there it is. Spiegel Grove in Fremont, Ohio. Hayes became a leader in a veteran organization known as the Loyal Legion. He became a vocal proponent for education and prison reform. In 1887, he joined the Board of Trustees of Ohio State University, the school he helped start back when he was governor. In his later years, Hayes often wrote about his concerns about the extreme wealth inequality seen at the time. His retirement lasted 11 years, 319 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve. James Garfield was assassinated 199 days after taking office. Aww. Chester Arthur. He retired to his home in New York City. His politician friends tried to get him to run for the U.S. Senate, but he said no, becoming a lawyer instead, and lived a relatively quiet life. Arthur's retirement lasted just 1 year, 259 days, living long enough only to see 1 other president serve. Grover Cleveland. Well, he actually retired from the presidency twice. Remember, he served 2 non-consecutive terms, you goober. During the 4 years between terms, Cleveland became a lawyer again, but honestly just spent a lot of time fishing at his vacation home, Gray Gables, in Bourne, Massachusetts. Unlike the current president, Cleveland didn't actively seek a comeback to the presidency. People had to talk him into running for president again. After his second term, Cleveland retired to his home, Estlin Mansion, in Princeton, New Jersey. Nice. He spent his final years mostly chilling and stuff, occasionally speaking out publicly on politics, but not much. He did apparently advise Theodore Roosevelt when he was president and was a trustee for Princeton University. Cleveland's retirement lasted 11 years, 112 days, living long enough to see 3 other presidents serve. Benjamin Harrison. After losing re-election, Harrison retired to his home in Indianapolis, joining the Loyal Legion like Rutherford Hayes did. He briefly spent some time in San Francisco, giving law lectures at Stanford University. In 1896, some of his friends tried to get him to run for president again, but he declined, instead traveling the country to campaign for William McKinley. In 1898, he became a lawyer for the country of Venezuela and its boundary dispute with British Guiana. He lost the case, but he still became well respected around the world for his efforts. Back home in Indianapolis, he served as an elder in the First Presbyterian Church. Harrison's retirement lasted 8 years, 9 days, living long enough to see 2 other presidents serve. William McKinley was assassinated 4 years and 194 days after taking office. Aww. Theodore Roosevelt. Similar to Ulysses Grant, Roosevelt traveled the world in his retirement. He spent a lot of time in Central and East Africa hunting or trapping animals for the Smithsonian Institution and American Museum of Natural History. He and his team killed or trapped at least 11,400 different animals. The whole thing was financed by Andrew Carnegie. I have vid about him. Roosevelt then visited Egypt and toured Europe, stopping by Oxford to give a lecture, no big deal. In 1910, he returned home to New York City, but still traveled all over the country regularly. Later that year, he became the first president to fly in an airplane. Meanwhile, Roosevelt wasn't that happy with how his successor, William Howard Taft, was running things as president, and in 1912, decided to step out of retirement to run against him on a platform that was much further to the left than Taft. Dang socialist. He even got shot before giving a speech during the campaign. He was probably thinking when that bullet hit him, why the heck did I not stay retired? Well, as you probably remember from this video, Teddy lost that election. So he went to the remote Amazon rainforests. Because of course he did. Yep, he went to South America to attempt to find the headwaters of the River of Doubt in the Amazon basin. The American Museum of Natural History once again sponsored the expedition. Roosevelt nearly died during the voyage after getting a severe infection that prevented him from walking. After he barely made it back home to New York City in 1914, he had lost so much weight that his friends and family barely recognized him. Despite being in poor health for the rest of his life, he was incredibly active and still very influential in politics. Roosevelt's retirement lasted 9 years, 308 days, living long enough to see 2 other presidents serve. William Howard Taft. Taft spent his retirement not retired at all. Yeah, he worked his butt off. First as a professor at Yale University. He gave lectures, wrote a bunch, helped plan the building of the Lincoln Memorial, and advised the new president, Woodrow Wilson, after advising Warren Harding when he ran for president in 1920. Harding appointed him as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in Deteroo. Taft is the only American president to serve in the Supreme Court in American history. As the 10th Chief Justice in American history, he oversaw important decisions like Gitlow v. New York and Buck v. Bell. Ugh. He served on the bench for nearly 9 years, and he absolutely loved it, man. Way more than he did being president. Taft's retirement from being a Chief Justice lasted just over 1 month, but his retirement from being president lasted 17 years, 4 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve. Woodrow Wilson. After he left the presidency, Wilson and his wife, Edith, stuck around in D.C. They basically just moved down the street from the White House. Wilson wanted to still work despite his poor health. He opened up a new law practice. He showed up on the first day, but never came back. He tried writing several times, but struggled to do that as well. Wilson's retirement lasted just 2 years, 336 days, living long enough to see 2 other presidents serve. Warren Harding died 2 years, 151 days after taking office. Aww. Calvin Coolidge. Silent Cal retired to his home here in Northampton, Massachusetts. Yeah, you're saying that correctly. It's a duplex that he rented. But since too many tourists kept on stopping by and invading their privacy, the Coolidges moved across town to a much bigger place known as the Beaches. There, he liked to take his boat out. Back home, he wrote a lot. He wrote a newspaper column called Calvin Coolidge Says and published an autobiography. He was president of the American Foundation for the Blind and the American Antiquarian Society, as well as a director of New York Life Insurance Company and a trustee of Amherst College. Coolidge's retirement lasted 3 years, 307 days, living long enough to see just 1 other president serve, although he did live to see Franklin Roosevelt get elected. Herbert Hoover. Hoover left the presidency very unpopular, retiring to his home in Palo Alto, California, because he had a lot of wealth from his mining days. He didn't have to worry about money. Between 1933 and 1953, he was the only living ex-president, and he stayed very active. He resumed leading the Hoover Institution. He was a pretty vocal critic of his successor, Franklin Roosevelt. During a 1938 trip to Europe, Hoover met with the German dictator Adolf Hitler and told him he didn't appreciate how Jewish people were being treated in his country. I don't think Hitler listened to him. After Hoover's wife, Lou, died in 1944, Hoover lived permanently at the luxurious Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. In 1946, President Harry Truman picked Hoover to tour Allied occupied Germany and Italy to take care of the food needs of victims of World War II. His school meals program in Germany fed more than 3.5 million children. Hoover made several public appearances and stayed politically active for the rest of his life. He was at every Republican National Convention. He wrote several books, most of which criticized the New Deal policies of Roosevelt. Hoover's retirement lasted a whopping 31 years, 343 days, mostly since he lived so long. He got to see 5 other presidents serve. Franklin Roosevelt died 12 years, 39 days after taking office. Harry Truman. He retired back to his house in Independence, Missouri. He didn't have much wealth, but he sold off most of his family farm and wrote memoirs to make quite a bit of money. He spent the last years of his life reading, writing, occasionally making public appearances, and taking walks. In fact, he'd go on these walks in the neighborhood despite everyone recognizing him and him likely being stopped in the street all the time. This was before presidents got Secret Service protection after they left office, by the way. People would just hang out in their yard, often asking to take a picture with the president, and he always gladly let them. Otherwise, Harry kept a pretty low-key existence. One of his biggest accomplishments in retirement was establishing the Truman Library and Museum. It was the first presidential library created under the guidelines of the Presidential Libraries Act. In 1965, President Lyndon Johnson signed Medicare into law at that very place, and there he gave the first 2 Medicare cards to Truman and his wife, Bess. His retirement lasted 19 years, 340 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve. Dwight Eisenhower. He retired to where the Battle of Gettysburg happened. No joke. He spent the rest of his life living on a farm with his wife, Mamie, next to one of the Civil War battlefields near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. A beautiful part of the country, by the way. When they got too cold, they lived in Palm Desert, California. Eisenhower mostly lived a private life. When he did speak up, he didn't seem to have much influence. His retirement lasted 8 years, 67 days, living long enough to see 3 other presidents serve. John F. Kennedy was assassinated 2 years and 306 days after taking office. Lyndon Johnson. His retirement was pretty short. After his presidency, he went home to his ranch in Stonewall, Texas, and soon got to work on a memoir. He definitely enjoyed his retirement years, despite the repeated health problems he had. Much of it related to the fact that he had once again become a chain smoker. Johnson's retirement lasted 4 years, 2 days, living long enough to see just Nixon serve as president. Speaking of which, Richard Nixon. The only president to lead the presidency by resigning, Nixon spent much of his retirement trying to heal his legacy, as the Watergate scandal done messed that legacy up. Vid bout. In the early days of his retirement, he thought he might be going to prison and lay low, but that went away after President Gerald Ford pardoned him. Aww. He spent the rest of the 1970s at this beautiful home with a beautiful view, La Casa Pacifica, in San Clemente, California. In 1974, Nixon nearly died due to phlebitis, only surviving after emergency surgery. After he recovered, he worked on his memoirs and famously got interviewed by David Frost for the equivalent of $3.5 million in today's money. Whoa! 50 million people turned into the interviews, and the drama surrounding them later got turned into a movie. In 1980, Nixon and his wife Pat moved to a condo in New York City for a couple years before settling down in Park Ridge, New Jersey at a luxury gated community called the Bear's Nest. After this, Nixon's reputation had somewhat gotten better, and he regularly traveled the world giving speeches and continued to write. One of the final things he did was start the Nixon Center, today known as the Center for the National Interest. His retirement lasted 19 years, 256 days, living long enough to see 5 other presidents serve. Gerald Ford. He retired to Denver, Colorado, where he made lots of money in the oil industry. Eventually, he and his wife, Betty, would spend most of their time in Rancho Mirage, California. Back in his home state of Michigan, he started a public policy organization. He advised his successor, Jimmy Carter, got heavily involved with an organization that honored the legacy of Dwight Eisenhower and was an honorary co-chair of an organization called the Council of Excellence in Government. In 1979, he published an autobiography. He made lots of public appearances and regularly chimed in about politics on various media outlets, often endorsing candidates and at one point even considering, running for president again. He joined Presidents Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan in supporting stricter gun laws. Later in life, he became the highest-ranking Republican in the country to support full equality for same-sex couples. He said invading Iraq in 2001 2003 was a, quote, big mistake. He served on various corporate boards and traveled the world, but mostly he played a lot of golf at his country club. Ford's retirement lasted 29 years, 340 days, living long enough to see 5 other presidents serve. Jimmy Carter. He only spent 4% of his life as president, but nearly 44% of his life in retirement. That said, he accomplished quite a bit during his so-called retirement years. First of all, he and his wife Rosalind returned to their hometown of Plains, Georgia, to the same house they built there in 1961. They'd live there for the rest of their lives. For the most part, Carter lived a humble existence. He was frugal and spent most of his free time writing and volunteering, not trying to profit from the fact that he was president. He didn't fly in private jets. He flew commercial, as seen in this footage of him greeting his fellow passengers in 2017. He was a regular at the Maranatha Baptist Church, teaching Sunday school there for nearly 40 years. Diplomacy and humanitarian work were both a very big part of Carter's retirement years. He constantly met with world leaders to aid in negotiations on his endless quest for world peace and stability. This included negotiations with notorious dictators like Kim Il-sung of North Korea and Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. Carter regularly spoke publicly about politics and appeared in the media, seemingly moving further and further to the left the older he got. He criticized both Republican and Democrat presidents, but met with all of them to try to find common ground and promote national unity. He wrote 34 books, most of them published during his retirement. Books about everything from politics to his religious beliefs to woodworking to fishing, even a children's book. He founded the Carter Presidential Center at Emory University in Atlanta. Carter famously regularly volunteered with Habitat for Humanity, an organization that provides housing for folks going through poverty. Carter's retirement lasted 43 years, 343 days, longer than any other president in American history. He lived long enough to see 7 other presidents serve. Today, we remember Carter for what he was able to accomplish in retirement just as much, if not more, than what he was able to accomplish during his 4 years as president. Ronald Reagan. He and his wife Nancy retired to their home state of California, splitting time between their place in Los Angeles and their ranch, Rancho del Cielo, near Santa Barbara, California. Unfortunately, Reagan spent much of his entire retirement suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Due to this, after his official diagnosis, he lived most of the rest of his life in isolation, cut off from the world. By 1997, he no longer recognized most of his friends and family anymore. Still, Reagan's retirement lasted 15 years, 136 days, living long enough to see 3 other presidents serve. George H.W. Bush. After not being re-elected president, he and his wife Barbara built a house in Houston where he would spend his retirement. On a visit to Kuwait in 1993, the Iraqi government tried to assassinate him. The next year, he saw 2 of his sons run for governor. Jeb ran for governor of Florida, and George Bush Jr. ran for governor of Texas. Bush Sr. advised both his sons, telling them, quote, "Both of you may want to say, well, I don't agree with my dad on that point, or frankly, I think Dad was wrong on that. Do it. Chart your own course." When both later ran for president, though, he didn't chime in as much. Meanwhile, Bush Sr. spent much of his time supporting all kinds of charities and occasionally making public appearances, but honestly, he also just had a lot of fun. Most famously, he loved to go skydiving. Bush Sr.'s retirement lasted 25 years, 314 days, living long enough to see 4 other presidents serve. One of those being his son, of course, Bill Clinton. He's been retired since January 20th, 2001, so for more than 24 years now, seeing 4 other presidents serve. Around the time he left office, he and his wife Hillary bought a place in Chappaqua, New York, and they've been there ever since. Speaking of Hillary, she became a U.S. Senator for New York and later a U.S. Secretary of State. Bill heavily supported her as she ran for Senate and for president twice, narrowly losing losing the 2016 election against Donald Trump. Some of Bill's biggest accomplishments in his retirement has been creating the Clinton Foundation to fight world problems like the outbreak of diseases and the impact of climate change, and his humanitarian efforts in Haiti. He has been very active in politics. This is footage I shot of him when visiting the 2024 Democratic National Convention. George W. Bush. He's been retired since January 20th, 2009, seeing 3 other presidents serve. He's mostly kept a low profile, spending much of his time at his ranch in Crawford, Texas, but also at his house in Dallas. That said, he's been seeing a lot at Rangers games. In 2010, he released his memoirs. He's also painted a lot and definitely has a unique style. His paintings have been featured in multiple exhibits and books. Barack Obama. He's been retired since January 20th, 2017, seeing 2 other presidents serve. Obama has occasionally been in the spotlight, but has really done a lot more behind the scenes. He and his wife Michelle started a production company called Higher Ground Productions. They've had huge deals with Netflix and Spotify. He released a memoir in 2020. In 2021, he started a podcast with the legendary musician Bruce Springsteen. After his good friend and former Vice President Joe Biden became president, he occasionally advised him. The Obamas still live in DC, but also have a home in Chicago. Donald Trump. Well, after losing his re-election bid in 2020, he went home to Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. He spent much of his retirement doing 2 main things: golfing and running for president again. And he got re-elected, so we don't know how he'll spend his retirement afterward. Trump spent much of those 4 years between terms in and out of courtrooms getting sued and facing 4 criminal indictments and dozens of felonies. A jury in New York found him guilty of some of those felonies, making him the first American president to ever become a convicted felon. Joe Biden. Well, he's only been retired for a few weeks at the time of the recording of this video, and as far as I know, he's been chilling back at his house in Wilmington, Delaware. So that's it. That's what every American president did during their retirement. And now I'm going to retire. Meaning I'm going to sleep. Just kidding. Millennials don't sleep. Thank you to all my Patreon supporters and channel members. And now it's time for my monthly shout out. If you donate at least $15 or more to my channel, thank you to Alicia Solberg, Alvino V, Andrew B, Anthony Beckett, Austin Ciros, Chums McGuffey, Corey Ryman, Derek Williams, Elias Pierce, Empty Machine, Fletch Fick, History Nerd, Isabel, Isaiah Warfield, Jeremy Dunham, Jesus Carrillo, Joe Cook, Neo R14, Nicholas Dronsky, Nick Everett, Pat Iapicca, Patrick Stewart, Psycho, Raquel Jones, Rob Candle, Sean Connett, Trevor Jones, Zachary Pascalar, Zach Anderson, Adam Christians, Aditya Anand, Andrew Snyder, Emily Glover Wilson, Eric Davey, Grant Gagaza, Jack L, Jacob Birnbaum, Jennifer, Joshua Jackson, Justin Love, Michael Burt, Michael Shilo, Naderade, Navictatron, Oliver E, Ralph, Salty, Stacy, Steve Bryan, TC, Thomas Oppenheim, Ty Marwitz, Victor McLean, and Zachary F. Parker. Thanks to all my Patreon supporters, and thank you for staying curious. I am not Woodrow Wilson, and thank goodness for that, because if I was, the internet would hate me. I'm Mr. Beat, and why does the internet seem to hate Woodrow Wilson?
Thomas Woodrow Wilson. If you've been around the channel very long at all, you know I hate his guts. I hate him enough that hate's a strong word. I never met the man. He's my least favorite president.
Wilson? To say I despise the man is quite an understatement.
Woodrow Wilson was an out-of-the-closet racist with ties to the Klan.
Woodrow Wilson, the worst president of all time. Do you also think so?
Yes.
That said, some have come rushing to his defense.
By the standards of his day, executed the duties of his office effectively and well enough in line with popular consensus, as well as followed through with the agendas of the progressive movement and the agendas of the presidents who preceded him.
And actual historians, you know,
not just people who make history videos, like myself,
have been much kinder to Wilson. For example, Wilson was still ranked the 13th best president overall, according to the most recent C-SPAN Presidential Historians survey.
and every biography I've come across about Wilson seems to think his accomplishments outweigh all the negative stuff about him.
The 28th American president had a huge impact on the country. In many ways, we are still living in Woodrow's world. No, not Wayne's world. Woodrow's world. That's better. He reshaped the presidency and had the most influential foreign policy of arguably any other president in the 20th century. He got major progressive legislation passed that, helped ordinary Americans. Regardless, Wilson is no doubt one of the most polarizing presidents in American history.
It's why I sing, hated by some, loved by others, in the chorus of the song I wrote about him.
Today, hated by some, loved by others. Why is he hated? Well, he was ridiculously racist. He expanded and further normalized racial segregation. He attacked many civil liberties and was arguably the most anti-freedom of speech president we've ever had. He was an elitist, a sexist. I mean, the guy freaking believed in eugenics.
And longtime viewers of my channel might remember that I have made multiple videos explaining why I think he is one of the worst presidents in American history. Regardless, let's try to do something that scientists once thought was impossible. Make a balanced video about Woodrow Wilson. Wish me luck.
Loved by others. Thomas Woodrow Wilson was born in Stanton, Virginia on December 28, 1856.
Here, yes, absolutely right here. This is where he was born. Supposedly it has 12 bedrooms and 12 fireplaces, or it did at one point. I don't know, that's just what they say. When I say they, I mean the folks who run this place.
Born here in the birth room. No, they really call it that. Not sure if every house has a birth room, but I digress.
He was the third of 4 children.
His dad, Joseph, was a fairly well-known Presbyterian minister and theologian who rented slaves. His mom, Jessie, was an immigrant from England and had a huge impact on Tommy's worldview.
Yeah, he was known as Tommy as a kid. Tommy boy! Aww. But Tommy only lived in this house for a little over a year.
When he was a toddler, Joseph got transferred to lead a congregation down in Augusta, Georgia. Despite barely living here, Woodrow Wilson would still visit Stanton several times throughout his life, and today, the whole complex surrounding Wilson's birthplace makes up the Woodrow Wilson Presidential Library. Stanton is all about claiming Woodrow Wilson as his hometown.
Despite him, not having any actual memories living here, I'm in Woodrow Park. And now I'm in Wilson Park. His earliest memory actually happened down in Georgia. Devil went down to Georgia.
That was hearing some angry person passing his house announcing that Abraham Lincoln had been elected president and that now there was going to be a war. Indeed, the American Civil War began just a few months later. Tommy's parents strongly supported the Confederacy during the war, even caring for wounded Confederate soldiers at their church. Joseph was a chaplain for the Confederate Army.
Woodrow Wilson, by the way, was only one of 2 American presidents to be citizens of the Confederate States of America. That's kind of crazy. Growing up, Tommy struggled to learn to read and wasn't fully able to read until he was 12 years old. Many historians now say he had dyslexia and he'd be a slow reader his entire life. Despite this, Tommy had ambitions to go to college. He loved history, philosophy, and politics. By the time he was a teenager, the family now lived in Columbia, South Carolina. He'd end up attending 4 different colleges: Davidson, Princeton, which at the time was called the College of New Jersey, the University of Virginia, and Johns Hopkins. At Princeton, he excelled, joining as many leadership positions as he could. Poor health often held back his progress, though. This is why he left the University of Virginia's law school, for example. Regardless, he moved back in with his parents in North Carolina and continued to study law on his own. But after he became a lawyer in 1882, he hated it. That's when he decided to go to Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins. It's a really challenging thing for me to say for some reason. I always just want to say John Hopkins, but no, it's Johns Hopkins. Anyway. In the summer of 1883, Wilson met Ellen Louise Axon down in Rome, Georgia, while visiting relatives. Ellen was also the daughter of a Presbyterian minister, and the two quickly fell in love. In fact, they got engaged just weeks after meeting. But the wedding would be delayed. Say, don't you remember? Wilson was going up to Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. Hello? The two exchanged hundreds of letters while Wilson studied political science and history. They married in 1885, and he'd earn a PhD the next year. Even though it doesn't hold up very well today, his dissertation, Congressional Government, a Study in American Politics, made the case that the president was too weak and Congress too dysfunctional. It ended up being widely read and respected in academia at the time. To this day, Wilson is the only American president to earn a PhD. Around the time he finished schooling, he now went by Woodrow instead of Tommy. No more Tommy boy. Woodrow was actually his mom's maiden name. Over the next few years, Ellen and Woodrow started a family. They'd have 3 daughters together: Margaret, Jessie, and Eleanor, or Nellie. All 3 would grow up to be incredibly intelligent and active in politics. Also, over the next few years, Wilson would both teach history and write history. Yep, he was an actual historian. Like, legit, bro. That said, by modern standards, he was kind of a crappy historian. His research was kind of meh. He relied way too much on secondary sources. He was all in on the lost cause mythology, or the narrative that the Confederacy fought the Civil War not to defend slavery, but for more honorable purposes, like states' rights. And his writing was extremely biased. Look, everybody is biased, just like everybody loves Raymond. But as a historian, man, you just gotta at least try not to be biased. His writings reflect white supremacist views. In a popular textbook called History of the American People, which was used in school classrooms, I should add, he wrote, quote, "The white men were roused by a mere instinct of self-preservation, until at last there had sprung into existence a great Ku Klux Klan to protect the Southern country." Yeah, he freaking praised the KKK in a school textbook. His writings often framed history as the result of great men, usually white men. And he generally just wrote about everything in a judgy way. Still, his peers and colleagues respected him tremendously. He'd end up writing several books and dozens of essays throughout his career. But he was also a really good speaker. Wilson spent 3 years teaching at Bryn Mawr, a women's college near Philadelphia. Apparently, he didn't like it, feeling uncomfortable teaching women and not viewing them as intellectually serious. Ugh. And so he transferred to Wesleyan in Middletown, Connecticut, where he coached the debate team. But in 1890, he couldn't pass up an opportunity to return to his alma mater, Princeton. At Princeton, Wilson taught subjects like American government, political science, and constitutional law. Well, shoot. I can relate to that. He gave really captivating lectures, really held his students' attention. Although some students thought he was too serious and strict, Wilson had developed such a great reputation as a teacher and scholar that other schools tried to snatch him up. But instead, he became the president. What? Of Princeton University. That was in 1902 when he was 46. Although he loved teaching and writing, he gladly accepted the position. You see, Wilson secretly had bigger ambitions. He didn't tell many folks this at the time, but he had wanted to become a politician since he was a kid. And you might be thinking, wait, a college president is a politician? Dang right it is, bucko. I mean, basically. Wilson was the first non-minister to serve as president of Princeton, and he almost immediately shook things up. He introduced the preceptorial system, a term he came up with, by the way, which emphasizes small group discussions, one-on-one meetings with faculty, and independent study, as opposed to students just going to classes in big lecture halls. He pushed for a more merit-based admissions process. In other words, it no longer was just about who you knew in order to get in. It was about how good of student you were. He pushed for higher standards for the faculty, thus causing many of the professors to leave. Due to all this, Wilson made a lot of the old guard at Princeton very angry. But he also gained some fame across the country as a progressive thinker who fought back against the elites. In 1906, Wilson woke up one day to find himself blind in one eye. We now know he likely had a stroke, and possibly had strokes before this, actually, but it's not well documented. Still, Wilson mostly recovered and soon was dropping hints to influential Democratic Party dudes about his desire to run for public office. Flash forward to 1910, and many New Jersey Democratic leaders united to nominate a wild card to be the state's governor. Sure, they liked Wilson's politics and loved the fact that he was a great speaker, but they liked more that they could easily influence him due to his perceived political inexperience. Boy, were they wrong. Wilson did win the election and promptly turned on the party bosses, asserting his independence while getting some love as a progressive reformer. I should note that at the time, New Jersey was widely known as a politically corrupt state. As governor, Wilson signed a bill removing political patronage from state hiring practices. In other words, he brought a meritocracy to the state. He signed another bill that curbed bribery and vote buying in elections. He signed yet another bill that protected workers if they got injured on the job. He got direct primaries in the state for political party nominations, which weakened party bosses and gave ordinary voters more power. That said, all this was much in line with what other major progressive leaders around the country were doing. Also, there was that eugenics law. Yep, he also signed a law authorizing the sterilization of people deemed unfit to procreate. The law, thankfully, was repealed 2 years later, but this support for eugenics really makes Wilson look bad. Speaking of which, more than 1,200 forced sterilizations took place in Stanton, Wilson's hometown, making it a sort of eugenics hub for a hot minute. Oof. Regardless, by 1912, Wilson was one of the most beloved governors in the country. Meanwhile, he had been thinking about running for president basically the entire time he was governor. Wilson had only seen one Democrat president his entire life. So normally the Democratic Party's expectations would be low. But lucky for them, Theodore Roosevelt had splintered the Republican Party by running for president with the Bull Moose Party. This was a huge break for the Democrats. Quite the luck they had. And after a tough primary race against the party favorite, Speaker of the House Champ Clark, Wilson surprised many by overcoming Clark to get the nomination at the Democratic National Convention that summer. And you can thank William Jennings Bryan for that. He swayed many votes Wilson's way. Wilson campaigned on a platform that came to be known as the New Freedom. Not to be confused with the old freedom, am I right? That freedom smells like dirty socks. The New Freedom called for stuff like stronger antitrust enforcement, aka being stricter against monopolies, labor reform, farming reform, the direct election of senators, currency reform, and an income tax. Well, I don't like income taxes. Oh, don't worry, he only wanted to tax the super rich. Oh. Well, and also he wanted to lower tariffs. Yes. Anyway, in one of the craziest presidential elections in American history, Wilson won, becoming the 28th president in American history despite getting less than 42% of the popular vote. Wilson was the first Southerner elected president since before the Civil War. As president, Wilson ran a tight ship. He was a very hands-on type of fella. He also gave a bunch of speeches compared to previous presidents. In his first year in office, he became the first American president to deliver the State of Union address directly to Congress as a speech instead of a written message since John Adams in 1800. And pretty much every president has given it as an in-person speech ever since. Wilson would go on to address Congress at least 24 times in person, by far more than previous presidents. Okay, so let's first talk about the racism. Wilson's cabinet was probably the most racist cabinet since before the Civil War. Okay, so his Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan, was just kinda racist, but the rest of them, holy crap. Wilson's Attorney General, James Clark McReynolds, was not only deeply racist, but also anti-Semitic. He later became a reactionary Supreme Court justice. You may remember that I ranked him the second worst Supreme Court justice in American history. Yeah, just my opinion. Hey, at least Wilson appointed the first Jewish member of the Supreme Court, Louis Brandeis. Well, McReynolds later was anti-Semitic to him when they were both in the court together. That freaking guy. Anyway, Wilson's Secretary of the Navy, Josephus Daniels, implemented racial segregation at the federal level, as did his Postmaster General, Albert Burleson, as did his Secretary of the Treasury, William Gibbs McAdoo. By the way, McAdoo married Wilson's daughter, Nellie, and so Wilson's son-in-law was his advisor. Wilson is the only president to have two kids get married at the White House. Nellie and William got married there, and so did Jesse the previous year. Oh, and Wilson's niece, Alice, would also get married there later on. Tragically, after Nellie and William's wedding, Ellen's health had steeply declined due to Bright's disease. She died in the White House on August 6, 1914. She's the most recent First Lady to die while in office. Woodrow was devastated after Ellen's death, and he became lonely. I'm so lonely, I have nobody. However, less than a year later, Wilson's cousin, Helen, introduced him to another widow, Edith Galt. Woodrow and Edith quickly fell in love and got married at Galt's home on December 18th, 1915. But enough about his personal life. What is this, the Hallmark Channel? Come on. So yeah, despite resegregating the federal government and thus bringing Jim Crow laws to the federal government, Wilson signed a bunch of influential progressive-era legislation, like the Revenue Act of 1913, which dramatically reduced tariffs which had previously protected big corporations at the expense of consumers. To make up for this lost revenue, the law put into place the first peacetime federal income tax in American history, thanks to the recently approved 16th Amendment. That same year, Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act, which established the Federal Reserve System, aka the Fed, or the central banking system of the United States that, yep, still exists today. It was one of the most significant and controversial financial reforms in American history.
Less controversial, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which created the FTC to prevent shady business practices. Wilson signed that bill into law on September 26, 1914. And the Clayton Antitrust Act, which strengthened earlier antitrust laws and banned shady stuff like price discrimination and mergers that hurt competition. Wilson signed that one on October 15th, 1914. By that time, World War I was raging across Europe, terrifying the world. Wilson, recognizing that most Americans were deeply divided in their loyalties, declared neutrality, basically saying the United States wouldn't take sides in the war. Neutrality was pretty popular with the American public. While the United States stayed out of what was going on across the Atlantic Ocean, it couldn't escape what was happening south of its border, the Mexican Revolution.
When Wilson was president, the relationship between the United States and Mexico was unsatisfactory.
After Mexican authorities arrested American sailors, Wilson ordered the U.S. Navy to occupy Veracruz, which ultimately led to more than 300 Mexicans getting killed and big anti-American riots breaking out. After a revolutionary leader named Pancho Villa attacked New Mexico, killing 17 Americans, Wilson ordered more than 10,000 American troops into Mexico to capture him.
They never did. They never did.
Wilson would ultimately send nearly 100,000 soldiers to guard the American border with Mexico. Despite a growing number of Americans being against imperialism, they seemed to let the Mexico stuff slide. More controversial was Wilson's invasion and occupation of Haiti in 1916, his invasion of Dominican Republic that same year, and his bullying of Nicaragua in order to undermine its sovereignty in favor of American interests.
Yep, Wilson was the first regime change president.
Of course, Wilson did all this in the name of spreading American values. But make no mistake, he often used military force without declarations of war. Some did criticize Wilson for being imperialist, but many others were like, hey, at least we're staying out of Europe.
Wilson was quite popular by 1916, so popular that he was able to pass more progressive laws, like
the Federal Farm Loan Act, which made it easier for farmers to borrow money.
And you want to know why else Wilson was popular during his?
The Keating-Owen Act, which banned child labor.
And you want to know why else Wilson was popular during his?
The Adamson Act, which established an 8-hour workday for railroad workers. Only having to work 8 hours in one day, it was completely unheard of. Crazy times, man. Wilson ran for re-election, campaigning around the slogan, "He kept us out of war," actually scaring people into thinking that the Republicans would get the country in a war with both Germany and Mexico. Well, he won re-election, becoming the first Democrat to win 2 consecutive presidential elections since Andrew Jackson.
He kept us out of war. That's cute. He kept us out of war. Did he? Oh my, how quickly things changed at the beginning of Wilson's second term.
First of all, by the end of 1916, the United States had become deeply connected to the Allied side of the war. We're talking mainly Britain, France, and Russia here. The United States had lent billions to the Allies. In January 1917, Germany had resumed unrestricted submarine warfare, meaning it would sink all ships without warning headed to Allied ports, even American ones. This is a policy that had previously led to the sinking of the Lusitania, a British ship that had 128 Americans on board. In February, what became known as the Zimmermann telegram, a telegram intercepted sent as a secret message from German Foreign Minister Arthur Zimmermann to Mexico, asking Mexico to join Germany in a war against the United States in return for getting Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico back, outraged Americans. Now, supposedly, Wilson did not want to get involved in this war, but by early 1917, he thought the United States
States had no choice. Not only that, he saw entering the war as an opportunity to transform it into a moral mission. They weren't just going to defeat Germany, they were going to spread democracy. These beliefs that the United States had a moral responsibility to spread American values like democracy, free trade, and international cooperation around the world came to be known as Wilsonianism. That's a mouthful. On April 2nd, 1917, Wilson asked Congress to declare war on Germany, famously saying, "The world must be made safe for democracy." Congress overwhelmingly approved. Wilson oversaw a huge mobilization of troops. He created agencies like the War Industries Board and Food Administration. Wilson signed a law creating the Selective Service System after the Army failed to recruit enough soldiers. This caused the first American military draft since the Civil War. Indeed-a-roo, all American men aged 21 to 30 had to enlist to fight for a period of 12 months, whether they wanted to or not. The Selective Service would draft more than 2.8 million men. Contrary to what you might think, the country's entry into World War I was pretty dang controversial. Many Americans began protesting, and Wilson anticipated this backlash. He promoted propaganda to sway public opinion, promoting the idea that it was patriotic to support the war. Yeah, that's when you saw posters like that. In order to create a chilling effect and basically scare the crap out of anyone, even remotely criticizing the war effort, Wilson signed two of the most hated laws in American history: the Espionage Act and the Sedition Act. The Espionage Act made it a crime to interfere with military operations, particularly the draft or military recruitment. The Sedition Act, which was even worse, in my opinion, made it a crime to talk trash about the war. Wait a second, doesn't that go against the First Amendment? Breaking both laws could get you up to 20 years in prison. Holy crap. And yeah, the Wilson administration arrested thousands of Americans for breaking these laws, including prominent folks like Eugene Debs, who got a sentence of 10 years in prison for giving a speech that criticized the war and praised folks resisting the war. He'd later run for president from prison. And I'm not even done yet. Wilson also essentially ran a nationwide spy program for people to rat out fellow citizens resisting the war effort. He authorized his Justice Department to spy on critics of the war, especially those who lean to the left politically, and immigrants. It's always freaking immigrants who get blamed for stuff. He even had the post office not deliver mail that was critical of the government. Big time moofness. By the time American troops actually got to Europe to fight in the war was winding down. On January 8th, 1918, Wilson announced to Congress his blueprint for a post-war peace that became a big part of his legacy, the 14 points. Yes, there they are. I'm not going to read all of them. Ain't nobody got time for that. But it included stuff like reducing weapon supplies, free and fair trade, avoiding future wars through diplomacy, not force, and self-determination, or the idea that people around the world should have their own say regarding who governs them. His 14 points also included his arguably most important and lasting idea, an international organization in which countries around the world could all resolve disputes peacefully. What we now call the League of Nations. Meanwhile, after years of ignoring protests in front of the White House calling for the right for women to vote, Wilson finally gave lukewarm support to the idea, and the 19th Amendment would pass by the end of his term. And speaking of the 18th Amendment, that's the one banning alcohol? He vetoed its enforcement, but Congress overrode his veto. After the war officially ended at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month of the year, Wilson, just straight up left the United States for 6 months to hang out in Paris, where he became a big-time influential member of the peace talks. He became the first American president to travel to Europe while in office. Edith would join him, of course. What resulted was the infamous Treaty of Versailles. Wilson got the League of Nations into the treaty, but unfortunately, the treaty also severely punished Germany, which, wouldn't you know it, set up the stage for World War II less than 20 years later. When Wilson finally returned to the United States, it was kind of a mess. Lynchings of African Americans had dramatically been on the rise, and the federal government had done little to stop it. A series of race riots in the summer of 1919 led to the deaths of hundreds of innocent African Americans and the destruction of their private property. By that time, the first Red Scare was in full swing, a period of extreme paranoia and hatred of not just communism, but anyone who had non-mainstream left-leaning political views. This fear led to Wilson's new Attorney General, A. Mitchell Palmer, arresting and deporting all kinds of random people, known as the Palmer Raids. He'd end up overseeing the detention of thousands of innocent people, often without warrants. I haven't even mentioned yet that this was all going on during one of the worst pandemics in U.S. history, the Spanish flu, which killed hundreds of thousands of Americans, many of them young adults. Deciding to ignore all this, Wilson toured the United States to rally the people to urge Congress to support the Treaty of Versailles. He traveled 8,000 miles in 22 days, and it ended up taking a huge toll on his health. On October 2nd, 1919, Wilson suffered a really bad stroke that nearly killed him and left him paralyzed on his left side for the rest of his life. Edith, who was almost always by his side, along with Wilson's good friend, Dr. Carrie Grayson, famously helped hide his recovery and kept things carrying on as if he was just fine after this. Edith even took over routine duties while her husband recovered. Heck, some historians argue she did even quite a bit more than that, which is why some call her the first female president. And that tour he went on that led up to the stroke, it was kind of all for nothing. The Senate rejected the Treaty of Versailles, and the United States, crazy enough, never joined the League of Nations. You could say that Wilson never recovered. He spent his final year as president isolated, physically disabled, and politically defeated. He had refused to delegate power or resign, even hoping to run for a third term. After he left office, Wilson and Edith lived just about a mile and a half from the White House, just down the street basically. His health never fully recovered, and he'd die on February 3rd, 1924 at the age of 67. He is buried at the Washington National Cathedral, the only American president buried in Washington, D.C. Oh, you could say that Woodrow Wilson had a mixed legacy. You could say that. He helped redefine the role of the presidency with his leadership during and after World War I, but also deeply damaged civil liberties in the process. He is celebrated for championing democracy and self-determination around the world, but also made racial segregation worse back at home. He battled elitism at Princeton, yet firmly believed in hierarchies. Though known as being president when women finally got the right to vote, and many have joked his wife was the first female president, he thought women shouldn't be involved with politics. He was a steadfast progressive, yet those same progressive views caused him to believe in eugenics. But personally, I think the bad outweighs the good. And at the root of it is his character. His ego was just too big. Not only did Wilson think that he was the bee's knees, he thought he was right about everything. Some historians say that Wilson was merely a product of his time. A product of his time. From everything I have read about him, he was exceptionally racist and sexist, like more racist and more sexist than most politicians of his time. Wilson was one of the most authoritarian presidents in American history, and his authoritarian precedents led to future American presidents also abusing their power, often in the name of spreading democracy. Ugh. So yes, while Woodrow Wilson may have reshaped America's role in the world with bold idealism, he ultimately only seemed to care about white men. And for a president in the 1900s, as opposed to 1700s, this is really, really bad. Why he's still seen as a top-tier president, to me, is just evidence that he had a big impact. But having a big impact doesn't mean being good. Why does the internet hate Woodrow Wilson? Because sometimes the internet is right. I'm not crossing. That guy's gonna run me over. Plus, Wilson wanted to lower tariffs. Yes! A shout out to the cynical historian and vlogging through history. Both absolutely love Woodrow Wilson. I'm kidding, of course. They hate his guts. But what do you think about Woodrow Wilson? Did I give him a fair shake? Send me words in whatever language you like. And I got more president videos coming, believe you me, so you might want to stay in the loop for that. Thanks for staying curious. How am I gonna make it back home? Thanks to YouGov for sponsoring this video. I'm Mr. Beat, and I like Ike. No, not yet. Turn that off, please. Not yet. I'll let you know when, okay? No, click that. Thank you. Anyway, Dwight D. Eisenhower is now my second favorite president. And not just because we're both from Kansas and we're fifth cousins 4 times removed, but because he's one of the best leaders in American history. What, you don't believe me? You're looking at me like you don't believe me right now. No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Let's go back. I have about 2 weeks until I have to go back to school, and I decided to take a little road trip, a day trip, if you will, to Abilene, Kansas, to the Dwight D. Eisenhower Presidential Library and Museum. I'm gonna try documenting this. I don't usually do this, but let's vlog it up, baby. Are you excited to go today?
Where? You always want to go to history things.
Yeah, they're fun.
No, they're not.
Okay, we made it here to Abilene, Kansas. We've been in the car for more than an hour and a half. Do you know who Dwight Eisenhower is?
A president?
Yeah, he was a president. He was a president in the 1950s.
Grandma and Grandpa Beat were born like they were little kids?
Yes, when Grandma and Grandpa Beat were... Actually, they were babies when he was president. So we're at the Dwight D. Eisenhower Library and Museum in Abilene, Kansas, because this is where Eisenhower grew up. And so everywhere you go in Abilene, you see pictures of Eisenhower. You cannot escape him if you live in Abilene. We came all the way here, and the museum is closed. The library and Boyhood Home are open, but that's kind of bad luck. I went to the website a few months ago and read on there, oh, they've been renovating for several months and it will be open in the summer of 2019. It will be open next week. I just came a week early, so that was bad timing. Our ticket's good until June of 2020, so we'll come back. Okay, so that trip was a bust, but let's go back even further. But before we do, I have a deep, dark secret to share with you. I'm addicted to filling out YouGov surveys. It started out with me just filling out a survey from YouGov. Once a month, then it was once every 2 weeks, then it was once a week, then every other day. Now, I can't stop taking YouGov surveys. But seriously, YouGov is a great way to give your valuable opinions. Plus, they pay you. It's free to join and an easy way to get extra cash. It's a win-win because you get paid to be heard. As a member, you'll earn points for doing short surveys and polls. I often do my surveys while I'm on the toilet. It's one of my many side hustles, since I'm a spoiled millennial. With my YouGov money, I can take Mrs. Beat out to fancy dinners. Just check out how easy this is. See, that one's already done. Click on my link in the description of this video to take surveys to earn cash on YouGov. Thanks to YouGov for sponsoring this video. Okay, what year is it?
2022.
No, we're going back to a different year. What year are we going back to?
1890.
1890. Dwight David Eisenhower was born on October 14th, 1890 in Denison, Texas. He was the third of 7 sons of Ida and David Eisenhower. The family had moved to Texas from Kansas after David's general store had failed and he found work down there as a railroad mechanic. By the time Dwight was born, though, the family was in extreme poverty. Fortunately for David, his dad, Dwight's grandpa, Jacob, hooked him up with a job at a creamery he helped start in Abilene, Kansas. Dwight moved to Abilene with his family when he was just a toddler. Even though he moved around most of his adult life, Dwight always considered Abilene his hometown. Family and friends all nicknamed the Eisenhower boys some variation of Ike. Dwight was Little Ike. David was not a loving father and apparently had a big ego and temper. Ida was loving and raised Dwight to not trust authority. Growing up, Dwight and his brothers were always fighting with each other. Still, Ida and David were strict parents, often putting the boys to work with household chores and setting specific times throughout the day for Bible readings. Dwight and his brother Edgar fought so much that Ida forced them to share a bed together at night. Indeed, his parents were very religious. Ida eventually became a Jehovah's Witness, a member of a Christian denomination that, among other things, wait for it, was against serving in the military. Dwight loved to read history books and explore the outdoors. Even though his dad never took him fishing and hunting, he fished and hunted anyway. He also was really into sports, becoming quite the athlete. He played varsity football and baseball in high school. When Dwight was a freshman, he almost died after injuring his knee playing football. His knee got so infected that his doctor recommended that his leg be amputated. But Dwight refused to let that happen. Even though he had to repeat his freshman year of high school, he fully recovered. Dwight graduated from Abilene High School with a class of 1909. While Dwight and some of his brothers wanted to go to college, their family couldn't afford it. So Dwight began working at the same creamery his father worked at. At one point, he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. every day, 84 hours a week. At 19 years old, he had never even considered joining the military. In the summer of 1910, one of Dwight's friends joined the military and convinced Dwight to apply too. Dwight lied about his age and passed the entrance exam to get accepted into the prestigious United States Military Academy, more commonly known as West Point. For Dwight, this was mostly just a way to get out of Abilene. He was itching to see the world. Ida did not approve, and after she said goodbye to Dwight after he reported to school in June 1911, she did not take it well. At West Point, Dwight had lots of friends who affectionately called him just Ike. This nickname would stick with him for the rest of his life, by the way. Apparently, Ike was known as a prankster, getting into all kinds of shenanigans at West Point. It was also at West Point where he began smoking 3 to 4 packs of cigarettes a day. Ike was just an average student, but he continued to excel when it came to sports. He failed to make the baseball baseball team, but made the varsity football team his second year at West Point at the position of running back. That season, he got to face off against the legendary Jim Thorpe, and the New York Times even nicknamed him the Kansas Cyclone, calling him, quote, one of the most promising backs in Eastern football. Tragically, his season and entire football career was cut short after hurting his knee again. He did coach the junior varsity football team in his last 2 years at West Point, also becoming the head cheerleader at Army football games. In 1915, he graduated in the middle of his class, a class so famous they're known as the class the stars fell on, since 59 of them eventually became generals. Eisenhower, now 24 years old, was ready to see the world. He requested to be stationed in the Philippines, but the Army denied his request, instead sending him to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas, to deal with the ongoing border crisis with Mexico. There, he began to quickly move up the ranks and met a person who would change his life forever. In October 1915, Ike met Mary Dowd. Well, everyone called her Mamie. The two almost immediately fell in love, and on Valentine's Day 1916, Dwight had proposed. The two planned to get married in November, but after the United States started planning to enter what later became known as World War I, they moved up the wedding to July 1st. Shortly after he relocated to Fort Oglethorpe in Georgia, Mamie gave birth to their first child, Dowd Dwight Eisenhower, on September 24th, 1917. The Eisenhowers later nicknamed him Little Icky. 3 years later, the Eisenhowers were stationed in Fort Meade, Maryland, when Little Icky got sick with scarlet fever right around Christmas. At the time, there was no cure, and Little Icky died the day after New Year's Day, 1921. He was just 3 years old. Ike later rarely brought up Icky's death, but he did once write, quote, "This was the greatest disappointment and disaster of my life." According to my calculations, Eisenhower lived in at least 44 different residences throughout his entire life. While this is expected for those enlisted in the military, it's particularly impressive just how many different places around the country the Eisenhowers lived. I mean, just look at this map. He lived in all those places. The Eisenhowers also lived in Panama, France, the Philippines, England, and even Dwight lived in Algeria at one point during World War II. Meanwhile, Eisenhower gained valuable leadership experience with both logistics and training. As much as he wanted to see some action, he never saw combat during World War I. The Army did recognize his success training tank crews at Camp Colt near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. However, after the war ended, he was promoted to major. Still, Ike often felt rebellious, often bending or breaking Army rules. Now 28, Ike was about to make the most difficult journey of his life up to that point. He joined the 81-vehicle convoy carried out by the U.S. Army to assess the nation's automobile infrastructure, traveling from Washington, D.C. to San Francisco. It was a rough trip, to say the least. Their convoy needed 62 days to drive the 3,251 miles. Vehicles broke down and got stuck. Some roads were so bad the convoy had to go back and find another way around. Eisenhower never forgot the difficulties of that trip. Ike spent the next few years at the aforementioned Fort Meade. It was here that he got to spend some quality time working side by side with George Patton. They came up with innovative tank warfare strategies that their superiors disapproved of. It was through Patton that Ike met Brigadier General Fox Connor, who became his main mentor over the next few years. It was Connor who taught Eisenhower 3 things about fighting. 1, never fight unless you have to. 2, never fight alone. And 3, never fight for long. Connor constantly warned Eisenhower that another world war was inevitable, and that the best way to prepare for it was to be in the, quote, company of allies. Ike served as executive officer to Connor in the Panama Canal Zone for 2 years. Mostly due to Connor's recommendation, Ike went to the Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth in Kansas, graduating first in a class of 200 145 officers. A couple years later, he'd also graduate from Army War College. 5 years after that, he'd graduate from the Army Industrial College. Thanks to Connor and all his schooling, Ike was now a student of military history. Meanwhile, Mamie had given birth to their second son, John Eisenhower. He'd go on one day to have a distinguished military career like his father. Ike then got orders to serve as a battalion commander at Fort Benning, Georgia, which he honestly wasn't the most excited about until 1927. For the rest of the decade, his career definitely stalled a bit, and he ended up spending a couple years in DC and France digging through archives to write a World War I battlefield guidebook, believe it or not. Doing that is when he caught the attention of the legendary General John Pershing. With Pershing now also someone who he could add to his references, he began to get more leadership positions. From 1929 to 1933, he served as executive officer to General George Moseley. In the early 1930s, as the country fell into the Great Depression, Ike spent his days planning for the possible next World War. And then Ike caught the attention of another legendary general, Douglas MacArthur. After that, his career went on a much crazier path. Now 43 years old, Ike became the chief military aide to MacArthur, who at this time was the chief of staff of the Army. Ike was basically the polar opposite of MacArthur in every way, and often Ike disagreed with his boss's decisions. Soon after taking the position, Eisenhower began to regret it, and the stress was so bad that it arguably led to health problems for him. Regardless, Ike was loyal to MacArthur and followed him after he supervised the brand new Philippine Army. As Field Marshal, MacArthur had become the highest paid soldier in the world, and Eisenhower was his assistant. Together, they developed a respectable force to defend the semi-independent country of the Philippines, which the United States had previously controlled, and Ike developed a strong relationship with Philippine President Manuel Quezon. Eventually, Mamie moved to Manila to live with Ike, but she almost died there from a stomach illness. Fortunately, she fully recovered. It was also in Manila that Eisenhower learned how to fly and eventually got a private pilot's license. After the Army forced MacArthur to retire in 1937, Lieutenant Colonel Eisenhower was now the senior American officer in the Philippines. In the summer of 1938, Eisenhower sailed with Mamie to China, Japan, and then back to the United States to visit John and other relatives. When he came back a few months later, Ike was shocked to find that MacArthur had stripped him of all his responsibilities. This made Ike quite mad, and he and MacArthur talked trash about each other the rest of their lives. After this, obviously, Eisenhower sought out a new assignment, especially after World War II broke out. He got that assignment as Chief of Staff of the 3rd Division at Fort Lewis, and soon was promoted to Colonel. After that, things began to move pretty freaking fast for Eisenhower. First, he had a brief stint as Chief of Staff of the 9th Corps. Then he went back to Texas and became Chief of Staff to Lieutenant General Walter Kruger's 3rd Army. There he implemented groundbreaking training exercises for hundreds of thousands of troops, and on October 3rd, 1941, the Army recognized these efforts by promoting him to Brigadier General. Crazy enough, up to that point, the Army had never given Eisenhower an active command above a battalion. In other words, he had spent most of his military career behind the scenes. He had spent most of his life preparing for war, but not actually in it. But that was about to change, for real. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and the United States entering World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt assembled a team in Washington, D.C. to draw up big plans to defeat both Japan and Germany. And Ike? Oh, he joined that team all right, reporting directly to the now Chief of Staff of the Army, General George Marshall. In March 1942, he got promoted again to Major General. 2 months later, he traveled to London to assess how the British were doing and came back to DC pretty pessimistic about how things were going, to be honest. By that time, Germany had not only long taken France, but was threatening to take Britain. After Ike became commanding officer of the European Theater of Operations, he developed a great relationship with the UK's Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, and soon was promoted again to Lieutenant General. By this point, Eisenhower was known as the dude who could pragmatically unite all the Allied military leaders. Due to this level-headed pragmatism, President Roosevelt appointed Eisenhower as top commander of all ground, naval, and air forces for the North African campaign in August. In November, Ike oversaw Operation Torch, the Allied invasion of French North Africa. It was the first big involvement of American troops in the European North African theater of the war, and probably the greatest amphibious operation the world had ever seen up to that point. After kicking the Axis powers out of North Africa, Marshall had seen enough. He wanted Ike in charge of the entire European theater of the war. When Eisenhower first found out that he was now in charge of the entire European theater of the war, he must have been a bit surprised. After all, he had no combat experience and only briefly commanded troops back in the United States. But he had two invaluable skills. He was a master at logistics, and he was a master at communication. In fact, it seems like he was preparing for this moment his entire life. In July 1943, he planned and oversaw the Allied invasion of Sicily, aka Operation Husky. In September, he planned and oversaw the Allied invasion of all of Italy, and Italy fell to the Allies in just 2 weeks. By December, President Roosevelt had decided it had to be Eisenhower, not Marshall, to lead all European forces, and he made Ike Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. In just 5 years, Ike had gone from a lowly lieutenant colonel and a yes man to MacArthur to the dude in charge of all of it, man. As Supreme Allied Commander, he maneuvered to convince politicians and military leaders that a beach landing assault had to be the next major move. After his success with Operation Torch, everyone trusted him. Soon, he oversaw the most ambitious mission of the war yet, Operation Overlord. The Allies would cross the English Channel and storm the beaches of Normandy, a region of northern France held by German forces. Eisenhower had exclusive command over all air forces in Operation Overlord, creating a bombing plan in France to precede the landing of troops. Here's a famous picture of him inspiring soldiers of the 502nd Parachute Infantry Regiment on June 5th, 1944. That day, Ike didn't sleep much and smoked a lot more cigarettes than he normally did. He had assembled 130,000 ground troops and the largest fleet of ships in history, but in the back of his mind, he just didn't know if these Normandy landings would be successful. He wrote a draft of a statement he'd make in case they failed. Quote, "If any blame or fault attaches to the attempt, it is mine alone." On the early morning of June 6th, 1944, today known simply as D-Day, Ike made the most impactful decision of his life. He ordered an amphibious invasion at Normandy. Indeed, thousands of soldiers were lost, but the Normandy landings were ultimately successful. In the meantime, though, France wouldn't be freed from the Germans for at least weeks. Around the time Germany was retreating from France, Ike's son, John, had graduated from West Point like his dad did. He would be joining the war soon. In December, Germany launched a counteroffensive that took Eisenhower and the Americans completely by surprise in what became known as the Battle of the Bulge. However, Ike was able to reposition his forces, and ultimately the Germans were forced to retreat again. Soon, the Soviet Union closed in on Germany from the east, and after a long, drawn-out battle in Berlin, the Germans finally surrendered on May 7th, 1945. By this time, Dwight Eisenhower was a war hero, a big reason for the liberation of Europe. Fans greeted him with parades in DC, London, Paris, and even Moscow. After the Germans surrendered, Eisenhower became military governor of the American occupation zone. As his soldiers came across the survivors of the horrific Nazi death camps, he predicted future Holocaust deniers and ordered the camps photographed and filmed to document as much as possible. He also led efforts to provide food and medical attention to civilian survivors soldiers throughout Germany. As the Pacific theater of the war continued, news of the first successful dropping of an atomic bomb reached Eisenhower. Deeply concerned about this new kind of weapon, he met with the new president, Harry Truman, urging him not to drop the bombs on Japan as he viewed it unnecessary since Japan was about to surrender anyway. He also thought it might hurt how the world viewed the United States. Well, you probably know the United States did drop 2 atomic bombs on Japan anyway, leading them to surrender, but Ike never came to terms with that. After the war ended, Ike became the chief of staff of the Army, recognizing the growing threat of the former ally, the Soviet Union, and recognizing the need for a foreign policy of containment, or the geopolitical strategy of preventing the spread of Soviet influence around the world. During this time, Ike was extremely popular. Like, he wasn't just the most popular person in the United States, but one of the most popular people in the world. Naturally, a growing number of people had tried to talk him into running for president, which he had no interest in doing. In fact, there's no evidence that he even thought about the idea before. Many doubted he could make it in politics anyway. Oh, but he had already made it in politics before, you silly goose. What do you think those administration positions all those years in the military were? I mean, the guy had proven he could successfully work with a wide range of difficult personalities to achieve a common goal, from Patton to Churchill to MacArthur. By 1948, many people had tried to convince Ike to run for president, but Ike turned them all down. He had never been that political, or much of an ideologue, and had absolutely no political party affiliation, which explains why he got approached by both the Republican and Democratic parties. Meanwhile, Eisenhower had become president of Columbia University, interestingly, and published a memoir, Crusade in Europe, which ended up selling pretty well. In 1950, the newly formed North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, named Eisenhower their supreme allied commander. 2 years later, prominent Republican politicians like Henry Cabot Lodge Jr. and a huge draft Eisenhower movement convinced Eisenhower to run for president after all. He ran as a Republican, defeating Senator Robert Taft for the nomination. In the general election campaign, his supporters came up with a catchy slogan, "I like Ike," and this catchy song.
President Ike for President Ike for President. You like Ike, I like Ike. Everybody likes Ike for president. Hang out the banner, beat the drum. We'll take Ike to Washington.
And ran television ads featuring it, which was something not really done much before. The Republicans picked the U.S. Senator Richard Nixon as his running mate, who Ike didn't know, but they ended up getting along pretty well. Ike drew huge crowds and was the clear favorite to win, and win he did. In fact, he kicked butt, receiving 440